From the territories to Titan Towers to TNA and all points in between, he's seen and done it all. And now he's here to share the real story behind wrestling's biggest moments, controversies, and characters. The MLW Radio Network presents Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. We don't have time for a pause this week. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, Hell and Brimstone is happening at the Prichard compound. We are up against it. God does not want us to release this show, but we're going to fight through it.
You know, we're trying, man, but I got tornadoes and everything going on around me. I got no internet, but that's not going to stop us. We're ready to go, man, and we apologize if the quality is not up to snuff of what it usually is for us, but by God, we're going to get a show out there this week, come hell or high water, and I got that in the backyard.
So here's the situation. We had planned to cover 2 years of Hulk Hogan's run. We just are not going to be able to do that with these conditions. Bruce is making this happen right now by cell phone. That's something we've sworn we would never do, but it's our only option in order to get the show out this week, and we're not going to be able to deliver the length you want either. We are going to circle back next week and try to help you with a bonus show to fill in what we said we would do, and we'll cover all of 88 and all of 89 up through WrestleMania 5. So you've got 16 more months of Hulk Hogan coming your way. We just can't deliver it this week, guys, and we're sorry. We'd like to say we have a good excuse, but every now and again, man, weather just does not want to agree. So we're going to do our very best here, and we'll go ahead and get back to our regular format next week. But let's get cracking. We're going to talk about all things Hulk Hogan, brother. And I was really excited to talk about this one with you. And we're picking Hulk Hogan for absolutely no reason whatsoever. But I do want to ask, in your opinion, Bruce, you've been in the wrestling business a long time, what catapulted Hulk to the next level?
You know, I think that it was simply Rocky III. He probably would have gotten to that next level anyway, but Rocky III with Sylvester Stallone is what put him on the map for everybody to see.
You know, I've always been curious from someone who was in the business back then, how was Hogan being in Rocky III received by those in the business? Was it viewed as a cheap thing, something everybody was in favor for, not in favor for? Obviously, it was a different time.
You know, I think for the most part, overall, everyone accepted it because it gave wrestling, it treated wrestling well. They put wrestling in a good light, and they had Hulk in a favorable role there, and they didn't let the boxer, beat his ass and so on and so forth. Obviously made Rocky look good in the end, but that's what we do in wrestling. And I think overall, people felt that Hogan came off good and that the business came off good.
When and where do you think Hulkamania really got its start? I would think most people would like to think that it's most closely associated with the WWF, but really and truly, it started with Vern Gagne in the AWA, did it not?
When Hulk came out of Rocky III, man, Hulkamania was running wild. And the first time that I was ever exposed to, Hulkamania, now I'd seen Hulk Hogan before in New York with Freddie Blassie and working with Bob Backlund and all that before. But Hulkamania as a babyface and really is a great phenom. The first time I remember it was in the AWA with Vern Gagne.
I'm curious, in your opinion, Bruce, had Vern hung on to Hogan, how do you think the business might be different today?
I don't know. I don't know if it would have been that different, because I don't know that Vern would have been able to take Hulkamania to the next level the same way that Vince McMahon did. I think that it was a combination of Vince McMahon's vision and Hulk Hogan's charisma and Hulk Hogan's vision together that catapulted it all into the stratosphere. So would Hulk have been big and would Hulk have been huge? Yes, he definitely would have. He's just that type of an individual and that type of a character that he would have done great. But I don't think that under Vern's watch, I don't know that it would have been as big as it was under Vince's watch.
When Sheik beat Backlund for the belt, and then ultimately Hogan won it from Sheik in '84, was it perceived as a bit of a changing of the guard from the way Vince Sr. had always ran things to the way the Vince we know today was going to do things?
Oh, yeah, definitely, man, because I think that it went from the old school of having a champion that, it sounds silly in today's business, but having a champion that could hook you if he wanted to having a champion that was, in a lot of people's opinion, all show. And Hogan was, that entertainment champion. He was larger than life, and he broke away from that mold of Bruno Sammartino and Bob Backlund that Vince Sr. had created there in New York for so many years. And then you look at the other territories, Vern in particular, Vern was the champion for a long time. You had Bockwinkel, and the NWA had Flair. They had Harley Race before that, guys that could go and guys that were perceived as wrestlers. Hogan was perceived as a gimmick, and he was perceived as a showboat, a showman, not necessarily a wrestler, but he drew money.
So no one could predict that level of success, but when you first saw that there was a shift in the business model, did you think it would work with Hogan as being the guy, given the success he had for Vern?
Hindsight's 2020. Of course I did. No, I think that a lot of people poked holes in Hogan, and when being on the other side, which I was at the time in Houston and working with Bill Watts and Mid-South UWF at the time, I think that people saw Hogan as a flash in the pan, and that it would never last because people would see through it. And what actually happened was people didn't see through it. They loved it. And they turned out in droves to support it and to see it. So, but initially, being honest, man, right off the bat, everybody just saw doom and gloom and failure.
That line of thinking was pretty common in wrestling, not just, a unique perspective from Texas. The idea that, he's not real. He's not, Luthez. He's not Harley Race, that type of mentality. So what sort of preconceived notions did you have of Hulk Hogan prior to meeting him?
Well, it's just that, obviously he was a big guy, but somebody that was just there because of a look. He was there because of a gimmick. But I was brought up on Jack Briscoe and Dory Funk as the world heavyweight champion.
Right.
I was brought up on a wrestler's wrestler. And Hulk was not that traditional wrestler's wrestler. He was charisma. He was a showman. He was a showboat. And that was something that all the old promoters, man, they all just brutalized him. And they talked about how, he couldn't last 5 minutes with our champion. Our champion's a wrestling champion. And Hogan, he drops a leg that couldn't crack an egg. And they took every opportunity they could get to demean Hogan as a wrestler and to demean the WWF as a promotion.
What do you think the historical significance to the business, WrestleMania 3 represented?
That America and Americana accepted wrestling. I think overall that it allowed the average American and the closet wrestling fan to come out of the closet and be proud to be a wrestling fan.
Interesting choice of words there. First time you meet Hulk, of course, for those of you who have been following the show, you know that Bruce started right after WrestleMania 3. So we just kind of wanted to set the stage there for a few minutes about how Hulkamania came to be. But talk to us a little bit about the first time you met Hulk. In my head, that would have been late April. Do I have that right?
Yeah, the first time that I ever had the opportunity to be around Hulk and actually meet him face-to-face was at a Worcester TV after WrestleMania. It was actually the first television tapings post WrestleMania 3. And Vince had brought, we talked about this in several of our shows, the Worcester Mass and the Worcester Spectrum. But Joel Watts and I had come in, and we were, a little sidebar, we were in the arena, and I'll never forget Nelson Swegler, who was the head of production for Vince at the time. And Nelson was kind of a older gentleman, kind of curmudgeonly, and Nelson listens to this show, so that's why I say that, because it kind of, he's still curmudgeonly from what I'm told, because he works with Court Bauer on different things. But Nelson was in the arena with us, and he turns to Joel and I, and he says, "Boy, wait till you guys hear this. I bet you never heard anything like this before." And it was the entrance of Hulk Hogan. And it was a huge pop. It was a tremendous ovation. But I'll never forget Joel Watts turning to me and saying, well, obviously he's never been at the Tulsa Fairgrounds and heard the Rock and Roll Express's entrance. So it was all subjective. Now, later years being in the arenas and being around the WWF at that time, man, Hulk Hogan was magic. He was on fire. And when he would come out, the entire place would erupt. There was an electricity in the building that was just unmatched in the industry. So he was special. But during that taping, I remember going around, and they would do pre-tapes, and they would do their interviews for the individual markets. And they would do them in rooms around the building. And I remember walking into a room where Gene Okerlund was doing interviews with Hulk Hogan. And after I just stood in the back and watched, and he did one or two, and then he stopped down, and he came over and introduced himself to me. And that was the first time that I met him. But I always found it strange that he stopped everything down to come over and introduce himself to me, which was just a classy, nice guy thing to do.
Absolutely. I know we're talking about Hulk Hogan, but I feel like we've got to take a sidebar here, which is what we do. The show you're talking about was at the Centrum in Worcester, and it was April 23rd, 1987. And it's notable here that this is where you guys taped a bunch of Missy's Manor, interview segments with Randy Savage, Elizabeth, Bobby Heenan, Ken Patera, Adrian Adonis, Jimmy Hart. None of those ever aired, though. What was your take?
Thank God.
Why don't you think it caught on?
It was horrible.
Why was it horrible?
Because they wanted Missy to be a baby face. And Missy was a natural heel. Missy in real life was a natural heel, and Missy on air was just a natural heel. She was more comfortable being a heel, and they were trying to turn her into a babyface reporter, Katie Couric type. And it just didn't come across natural, and it wasn't good. I don't think that Missy's heart was in it. And the audience that had been exposed to her had been exposed to the heel Missy Hyatt, and they weren't about to accept this smiling, I love puppies and small children, Missy Hyatt. Even though Missy Hyatt does love puppies and small children, but probably puppies more than small children. But
puppies and Missy Hyatt in the same sentence, and we're getting out alive. Who'd have thought? The deal with Marvel to use the name Hulk. I've always been fascinated by this. Do you know any of the terms by which Hulk was able to license the name from Marvel?
I don't. And that was always kind of a bone of contention, but that was a deal that he had worked out. And I have absolutely no idea on the particulars of his deal with Marvel. That was the booking committee.
Oh, come on. Now, when you're saying it was a bone of contention, it was a bone of contention with who?
It was always a bone of contention. I think it was a bone of contention with Vince, because that was something that Hulk was able to do for all those years, no matter where he went.
Separate from Vince.
Use the name Hulk.
So Vince was not involved in that deal?
He may have been later years, because I'm sure he had to either license it from Hulk or be involved in the Marvel deal. But obviously that deal was with Hulk because he was able to take the name and go to WCW and everywhere else, and still to this day use it.
It feels like you're bullshitting a little bit. You don't know.
No, I don't know.
How do you not know that? How did that never come up is what I'm questioning, I guess.
Because I had no dealings with his deal with Marvel. I never had any reason to know. Never came up. I mean, it's just not something I needed to know.
Jerry Jarrett is credited with giving Hogan one of his first big breaks in Memphis and anointing him Hulk. You going to give him any credit for that, or are we going to hit the old, well, you know?
Absolutely not. We know.
So you
spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning tonight. Sorry, folks. We're trying to get through this thing, and it's adverse. And I'm sitting in a box.
This is our third time. This is our third time trying this, and we've tried it over 2 days, and the clock is ticking. We're out of time. The weather does not want to cooperate. We're doing our best, guys.
Go.
After WrestleMania 3, he worked with King Harley Race in the A-Towns and drew huge money, the big markets. And people always talk about Flair Hogan, but really in 87, this is the next best thing, isn't it? I mean, Harley Race, Hulk Hogan, this is as close to NWA, WWF as we're going to get, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, and it's funny, Harley Race hated this term. Harley was in the twilight of his career, but Harley was on the backside of his career, and he was in the WWF, and they had anointed him the king. But Harley Race is a heel, and as a performer, come on, man, top notch. So yes, to be able to have the Hulk Hogan Harley Race matches, that still meant something in a lot of markets. And Harley also is a heel on television, and Hogan is the top babyface. It was a natural pairing, and they liked each other, despite their history throughout the years. And Harley not liking Vince, not liking Hulk because they were invading his towns. But it was a hell of a program and drew great.
So they were okay to work together here. By then, since Harley had kind of put his guns down, so to speak, everything was okay.
Yes.
Did you ever hear Rick tell the story of Harley pulling a gun on Hulk Hogan back before he signed?
I've heard the story. I've heard it from Harley, and then I've heard the story through the years. I don't know that I've ever heard Rick tell it, but please do so.
Well, I saw Rick tell the story with Hogan present, and they both confirmed that this is what he had heard and then what really happened, that allegedly they're coming in to run Kansas City, which is one of Harley's towns, and when they're there, they're running one of the big arenas. The night before, Harley has someone burn the ring down. So the WWF gets another ring in there, and they're still going to run the show. And they're running this show to oppose Harley, he feels like they're taking money out of his pocket. So he just goes over to the building and has a gun tucked into his waistband, asks where Hogan is, finds out he's in the bathroom, and he's waiting for him. As soon as Hogan gets done taking a shit, he opens the stall door, and there's a gun right in his belly. And to hear Hogan tell the story, he says, "Hey man, it's not me, it's him." And he starts spouting off Vince McMahon's personal home number, like, "Don't shoot me. Here's Vince's home number. Call Vince." And to hear Rick and Hogan tell that story is pretty awesome. I'm sure it's out there on a podcast somewhere.
And Harley kind of tells it with a chuckle in his voice that only Harley Race can get away with. And you talk about the kind of guy Harley Race is. My all-time favorite Hall of Fame moment is when Harley Race was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Everybody before him, they all got up and they talked about, I remember this time Harley Race got in a fight with this guy and he knocked him out. I remember a time that I was in a town and Harley Race knocked this guy out. Well, finally, and I believe it was Flair inducted Harley Race. And Harley gets up to the podium and he says, if one more guy gets up here and talks about they were in a town and they saw Harley Race knock somebody out, I'm going to knock that son of a bitch out.
That's awesome.
It just brought the house down because you could see Harley sitting up there, first of all, dying for a cigarette. Second of all, probably dying for a scotch. And just going like, I don't want to hear any more from these cocksuckers out here. Fuck them all. But, yeah, my favorite Hall of Fame line, Harley Race.
Let's talk about what Hogan did after the series of matches with Harley, which, by the way, you could see a Texas death match with Harley Race and Hulk Hogan that they booked on the return matches in one of those old original Coliseum video releases, like Most Unusual Matches or something like that. At a June 2nd taping in Buffalo, Killer Khan sprayed green mist in Hulk Hogan's eyes on the snake pit. I don't know when we'll ever talk about Killer Khan again. Give me some Killer Khan action, Bruce.
Wow, man, my one and only Killer Khan story was Joel Watts coming out of Vince's office after walking in to a meeting that was taking place between Vince McMahon and Killer Khan. And Joel walking out, shaking his head. I'm like, well, what's going on, man? He says, Jesus Christ, I thought that my dad was fucking crazy. He says, Vince is in there and Killer Khan's face calling him a fucking pussy. Basically trying to get Khan to either fight him or do something, but to just show some backbone. You're a fucking pussy, Khan. God damn it, you're a fucking pussy. And Joel just laughing at Vince's remarks to this giant Mongolian man.
Tell me about green mist. He uses the green mist here, and mist has always been something that's been in the business for a long time. You got any good green mist stories?
Oh, baby, that's a mysterious green mist, baby. The great Kabuki. Kabuki is the originator of the green mist and Killer Khan from ancient Orient. He perfected the mist to magically appear and blind people momentarily to allow him to do something very kabuki-ish to him and secure a victory.
This angle, of course, led to a series of matches later. What the hell is a Mongolian stretcher match?
It's a stretcher from Mongolia.
You can get those on Amazon Prime?
Yes, you can, but shipping's extra.
No, it's not supposed to be, not with Prime. The next day, Hogan defends the title against the Macho Man, and I think this is probably the first time you would have seen these two guys work together. Do I have that right?
Probably so, yeah.
When did you guys know you had something special with these two? I mean, this is June 3rd of 1987.
Well, I think that Vince always thought Savage was special. I don't know that anybody really saw that babyface turn with Randy and him becoming that huge babyface. They always felt they had something special, obviously, with Elizabeth and everything. But Randy Savage, he was just a very unique and very special talent. So when you get two unique special talents in the ring and they click, which Hogan and Savage did, there's always in the back of your mind where you sit there and go, ooh, we got something here. It was like the best thing I can liken it to in modern time, there was a moment with Steve Austin and Sable that Steve was coming back from the ring and Sable had been down at the ring, and they just crossed paths for a minute, and Steve stopped for about a half a second and gave her a look, and the building erupted, and everybody looked at it. I mean, at the same time, everybody's looking at each other going, ooh, there's something there. Meaning that Sable making that switch over to Steve. We never pulled that trigger, but there was magic there. And it's just a moment when you get two talents together and they click. Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart hated each other, but man, they clicked. They were great together in the ring.
Over the summer, we see Hulk Hogan work with Kamala a lot at the house shows, and he's somebody we haven't talked about a great deal here on the show. Do you have any fun Kamala stories you can share with us? Because he was working the main events a lot here in the summer of '87 with Hulk.
Kamala, man, he drew everywhere he went. I think the funniest Kamala story that I had was working with Hacksaw Jim Duggan in Houston, Texas, and his tights ripped. And Kamala, all he had on was that leopard skin skirt.
Yeah.
And all of Kamala's junk. The Ugandan warrior was out for all to see. And he just kept working like it was nothing, doing the jumping, the big leg drop and the kicks and that Ugandan giant. It was just out there waving and say hello to everybody. Oh, yeah. It was great. But, man, Kamala was a hell of a worker, man. A very underrated big man.
I'm not going to let you just wiggle here. I need you to go ahead and do an impression of Kamala's penis again.
Paint on it, had a little moon on it and a couple stars.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
We just came up with a T-shirt, and I think we just got hashtag Kamala's penis trending on Twitter.
What the hell is it with this show and penises?
It's your show. You don't get to ask those questions. You get to stop talking about peni. Is that the plural of penises?
You're the one that brought it up.
I didn't ask about his penis.
You asked about Rick Rude's dong.
Whoa. You're switching gears here on me. Let's get moving here. Hogan tagged with Ken Patera quite a bit in '87, and Ken has a remarkable story. A lot of folks will remember that he had an incident in '84 at a McDonald's and ultimately wound up in prison. But somehow Vince saw an opportunity here and had him use his natural darker hair color. He comes back in phenomenal shape. He's no longer bleach blonde, and he's not the big nasty heel. Now he's a babyface, fresh out of prison. How do you think this worked him as a babyface here in his return?
Well, it's really all you could do based on the circumstances of Ken coming out of prison. You can't really make him a big, mean, nasty heel, but I always thought that the bleached blonde Olympian gone bad was Ken Patera's best work.
Sure.
But here, he just felt that Kenny, people wanted to help him. They wanted to root for him. And you put him with, or against, I should say, Bobby Heenan, and they're going to want to root for him all that much more. So that was the general idea behind it. And he felt that Ken Patera could be viewed as an Olympic hero and an American hero, if you will, that people would get behind.
It kind of feels like everybody in the business was pulling for Ken and felt like he had been somewhat railroaded. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I think everybody was pulling for Ken. He lost a big chunk of his life to prison, but unfortunately that shit happens, and it is what it is.
Hogan worked a series of matches for a good chunk of '87 with One Man Gang. This starts in the late summer and really continues through the end of the year. And we've talked about Akeem before. We haven't spent much time talking about the One Man Gang. How did you enjoy him as a performer in the WWE? How did Hogan enjoy working with him? Give me some memories of working with the One Man Gang in '87.
Well, the One Man Gang was a product of, at that time, now he's not originally a product from Mid-South, but he went from Mid-South to New York. And I'd been working with, his name is George Gray, and I'd been working with Big George in Mid-South at the time, and he made the jump over to go to New York. And Vince loved the big, mean, nasty-looking heels. Hogan loved a big, nasty heel, especially somebody that looked like the One Man Gang. He could work, he could bump, he could talk, and he was easy. He was light. He didn't hurt anybody. He could do the big splash, drop the leg, do all that big man stuff, and he was light as a feather. So he was a natural for that big, mean, nasty heel to go with Hogan. And all you needed at that time, you didn't have to have an angle. You didn't have to shoot some big angle on TV. You just had to be a big, mean, nasty heel and say that you wanted to beat Hulk Hogan, be put in the main event, and it drew. As crazy and as simple as that sounds in today's day and age, that's all you needed to do.
It really is.
Could you imagine Brock Lesnar back then?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, it's a lot different, for sure.
Yeah.
Let's talk about August 29th. We're in Baltimore, Maryland, and I found this one to be interesting in my research. Hogan tags with Bruno Sammartino against King Kong Bundy and the One Man Gang, and this would be Bruno's last match. And I don't know why, but I was kind of surprised by this. I thought it was odd it wasn't filmed, and just given, how famously critical, like not too long after this, Bruno was of everyone, from Hulk Hogan to Vince McMahon to the WWF as a company, I just found this a little odd. Do you have any memories of how this came about, this match, and how were things with Bruno at this point in August of '87?
Oh, boy. This was about the time, this is when all the David stuff blew up. And
tell everybody what you're talking about.
David Sammartino is Bruno's son, and David was working for the company. There was a situation with a fan in the crowd that David got in a fight with a fan in the crowd. It became litigious. They were letting David go. Bruno was upset, felt that the company didn't stand behind David, and so Bruno quit. But it was Bruno, in my opinion, and I'm not going to speak for Bruno, but in my opinion, Bruno was doing the gig, doing the wrestling, the in-ring stuff, doing the color commentary, simply to help David get a job. And that's why Bruno was doing it.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk about Bruno more in the future. One of our most requested topics ever on the show is coming at you because it was released on September 21st, 1987. Do you have any idea what I'm going to pitch you here, Bruce?
Pile Driver.
Look at you.
All
you
right.
knew. Yeah, Pile Driver, the wrestling album. I've read that the album was recorded in January, but I assume you were there when they shot the videos. Tell us some memories about all things Pile Driver.
Well, it was a blast, and Joel Watts shot the majority of those videos, and I shot a lot of them with him. But it was a lot of fun. I got to meet and work with Rick Derringer, rock and roll, hoochie coo, that guy, and he actually did a remake of Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo with Mean Gene Okerlund singing the vocals, and we shot the video in a church in Greenwich, Connecticut. That was absolutely, I thought, one of the greatest things that I ever got to be a part of, and that was a lot of Joel Watts' genius. But I was a part of it and had a lot of fun doing it. The Pile Driver, the video that they shot out on the construction site, was done out in San Francisco, and probably one of the hokiest 1980s music videos ever done. From Vince there in his tight red shirt and Hulk and in spandex and work boots, and Arnie Skolin with the cigar in the outhouse. It was absolutely terrible and magnificent, all rolled into one. But it was a lot of fun. I mean, it was a shitload of fun, and including doing Slick. Slick's video was shot in Baltimore, Maryland at Video One, but the stuff with him walking down the street was shot in downtown Stamford, Connecticut. And Slick got in a fight with some people on the street, and some stuff was shot at a Kentucky Fried Chicken there. but it was just down and dirty and run and gun style video things. The Martel and Rick Martel and Tito Santana, Girls in Cars, that was shot out Oxnard, California, I think it was. It was shot on the West Coast. I don't know if it's Oxnard. I know I ended up in Oxnard after that shoot, but that's a whole nother story.
Did Vince have a hand in directing any of that stuff? Was he present for all that, or did he just kind of carve it off to you and let you have fun?
He carved a lot of it. He carved a lot of that off to Joel, but he was there obviously for the pile driver stuff. He was there for a portion of the Mean Gene Rick Derringer shoot, and that's where the first time that I really got to see Vince and his director craziness that I just absolutely loved.
Well, let's hear what that.
Get on up in there, with the camera and move. Goddamn, give me some movement. Where the light bulb kind of clicked with me.
That makes me happy.
What's that?
Just, I was trying to get you to pitch to it, and then you just did it on your own. So,
television's moving. You gotta move. God damn it.
The first Saturday night main event you worked with Hogan was
legs, creamy legs. Sorry, I just flashbacks to that video.
I know that's what we're here for, bro. If you feel the spirit take over, just do your thing. The first Saturday night's main event you worked with Hogan was taped on September 23rd in Hershey, but it aired about 2 weeks later on October 3rd. Hogan defends the belt here against Sika, and man, the promos for this were fun. I remember them all these years later. Why Sika here, and what are your memories of that?
The idea behind Saturday night's main event was to put Hogan in the ring against somebody that people could identify with as a heel, because you were appealing to an audience that may not and probably was not your fan. On a late night Saturday night, right after your local news, this comes on. So Sika looked like a heel. Obviously, Hulk, not obviously, I guess, but Hulk and Sika, longtime friends, and Sika was a great worker, Sika and off of both. But it was somebody that looked like a heel, and that was kind of the way that they would program those Saturday night main events.
Yeah, I had that in my notes here, and I wanted to come back to, what the methodology for Hogan opponents on Saturday night main event was. For instance, in March of '88, he's in Nashville against Harley Race. And then he's not on the April one, but he's back in October of '88 against King Haku. He's off the November show, but back in January with Elizabeth against Akeem. And in March, he's back again with Liz and Bad News Brown. So it seems like there's a wide variety of heels for Hogan here. What was some of the methodology for the selection process as to how you guys decided who to feature against Hogan?
Somebody, most times, and this is the wrong word and wrong way to describe it, but almost a generic heel. But someone that wasn't necessarily in a program with anybody else at the time, but someone that the general public could identify as a heel, as a bad guy, somebody I'm going to not like instantly when I see and hear them on screen. Sometimes, and I believe Bad News fit this profile, it was kind of wrapping up where Hogan had already been around the loop with them. So he had already done all the house shows with Bad News, so it was a match that they could do that people in the local towns, they may have already seen it, but now here's a way to wrap it up on free TV for you. But sometimes it was just a heel to work with Hogan. It's like when they would do May sweeps, same kind of philosophy. May sweeps, one of the big deals was, and Hulk Hogan will actually wrestle next week on Wrestling Superstars. And he would wrestle a Nikolai Volkov or a Boris Zukov.
So I know I know what you mean when you say sweeps, but a whole lot of people have no idea what you just said. So expound on that.
There would be two big times during the year, May and November, that the television industry would set their advertising rates based on what they call November sweeps and May sweeps. And during this time is what advertisers looked at how television shows were performing in the ratings. So if your ratings were really good, and that's why in November and May, that's when you really got the good TV. That's when you got the season finales. You got the blow-offs. You got the special guest stars on different programs, because that's when advertisers were really looking at the ratings. And that's what they set their ad rates on for the next year. So in November and May, we would always, you'd always see Hulk on one of the shows, because normally you didn't see Hulk ever wrestle on the weekly syndicated shows.
A staple.
But maybe.
Go ahead.
No, maybe twice a year. That was it.
A staple during this time was Hogan working with someone from the Heenan family. And as we all know, that Heenan-Hogan rivalry existed on camera for well over a decade. They even did the angle on TV where Hogan injured Bobby's neck too. How did they get along behind the scenes?
Tremendously. Hogan was a big part in bringing Bobby over from the AWA, because Bobby obviously was working there managing Nick Bockwinkel, and Hogan loved working with him, thought he was great talent, and told Vince, hey, need Bobby Heenan. So that's kind of how that happened. But they got along great. They were friends outside of the ring. And as you said, Hogan's always, taking care of his friends and looked out for them.
The Sam Houston Coliseum, October 9th, 1987. It only draws 3,700 folks. It's a TV taping. And I found this interesting. Ted Dibiase with Virgil, of course, the $1 Million Man, defeats the world champion Hulk Hogan by countout when Virgil shoves Hogan into the ring post, and eventually they're both brawling through the floor. Hogan chases Dibiase and Virgil out of the ring, and he does this right after Virgil starts to wrap the title belt around Dibiase's waist. So this is the first time we start to kind of see Dibiase in this role, and we all know what was supposed to happen at WrestleMania 4, and we'll get to there. But on this night, you're there. A young Bruce Prichard is there, and he interviews Hulk Hogan, and he says he wants Dibiase back in the ring no matter what the stipulation is, and the only way Dibiase should be able to get to the title would be to beat him in the ring for it. And later in the show, you interview Dibiase, and he announces that he's the uncrowned champion, and he wants another shot. How did you fall into an interview role here? Why is Houston only drawing 3,700 folks for Hulk Hogan on a TV taping? I'm just kind of confused by what's going on here.
Well, to be clear, as far as the TV taping goes, that was a taping just for Houston. That wasn't intended to be a television taping for anything else. We did end up using a lot of that footage for primetime wrestling and All-American wrestling, but it wasn't a national television taping per se, like what we would consider a television taping. And
I guess that's not what I mean. I mean, locally they would have promoted, the cameras will be rolling, Hulk Hogan wrestling the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. How the fuck is it just 3,700 folks?
But the cameras rolled every time we were there. That wasn't unique. Every show was a television taping.
Why did you just draw 3,700 people with Hogan on top in a major market like Houston?
Because that was the first time that we had done it on our own, and we had moved on from the Houston Wrestling office, which if you go back and listen to our show in the archives about Houston Wrestling, we talk a lot about the last show that we did with the Houston Wrestling folks. This show was the first show after that. And we didn't have the support of that office. There wasn't as much put into it, frankly.
The Paul Bosch retirement show we haven't gotten to yet.
You said this was in September.
This is in October. I thought the Paul Bosch retirement show.
The Paul Bosch show was in August.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Roll Tide on that.
Yeah.
October 28th in Rochester, New York, Hogan was wrestling the One-Man Gang. This is for a TV taping, and a fan attacks the One-Man Gang. Do you remember this?
I sure do. The Rochester Roadblock was the fan. He was a worker.
So you going to tell us the story?
He was a guy in the crowd who was an extra, and he worked locally, independent worker, and he was in the crowd, and everybody kept telling him that, well, you're as big as the One-Man Gang. Why aren't you in the WWF? So somebody pumped him up enough that he jumped the rail, got in the ring, and decided that if he could take the One-Man Gang down, that we would have to give him a job. Because One-Man Gang was wrestling Hulk Hogan. If he could beat One-Man Gang, then we got to give him a job.
Was Hogan was Vince at this TV taping?
Oh, yeah.
What's Vince's reaction to some jagoff jumping in the ring here trying to get a job?
God, I have no idea. I don't even know if he saw it. I happened to see it just because it was the last match of the night, and I would always kind of walk out, watch the last match. I always used to like to watch Hogan's entrance, and then we would get the hell out of Dodge. But I remember standing out there, and all of a sudden there was this big commotion in the ring, and the guy and this guy was also an amateur wrestler. So he knew what the hell he was doing. And Gang wasn't an amateur wrestler. But I remember Gang just waylaying him in the back of the head when the guy tried to double leg him. And referees and agents and security got in there and got him back. But he just wanted to show that he could take the One-Man Gang down.
Did you guys press charges?
I don't think so, no. The crazy thing is, man, probably 6 months to a year later, we were using him in squash matches.
So there you go, guys.
Don't do that. Do not jump in over the barricade and do not attack wrestlers. Bad move. And especially in those days
unless you're
when
big and get hired.
The old school mentality was
beat the shit out of them.
There were promoters like Bill Watts that if a guy jumped into the ring and if the guy could leave on his own accord after the fact, you didn't beat the shit out of him, you were fired.
Right.
Get out. You're done.
One of the first times I saw Hogan tag with Macho Man in my research was in a 6-man with Duggan. He was on their team, and they took on King Kong Bundy, Rick Rude, and Harley Race at a house show in Vancouver on November 10th, 1987. Do you remember when and how the Mega Powers concept started to come together? Previously, the last time we saw these two guys, they were working in a match together. But now they're on the same side here. Can you kind of carry us through the mindset switch from they're not going to be opposing, they're going to be friends, because that's where you get the real heat?
The whole Mega Powers colliding, that really didn't take shape until right in that area, right after WrestleMania 4. So this was just simply an attempt to, make that move with Randy as the baby face and, sprinkle Randy with Hulk dust and push Randy more over into that mega baby face aisle.
The next Saturday night's main event we see with Hogan was taped the next day on November 11th, and this time we had King Kong Bundy beating Hogan by countout. Bundy was seconded by Andre the Giant. We haven't spent much time on this show talking about King Kong Bundy. How was he to work with?
Man, I always got along with him fine. He was, I remember him in Mid-South, Chris Bundy and Ernie Ladd talking about Bundy, he's a thief. Every time you go to the check, they ought to arrest you for thievery. But he's absolutely hilarious in real life. I think he does some stand-up comedy now, but he's a funny, just real easy-going guy. He never really seemed to make waves. I never really heard him either for or against anything one way or another. It's like, okay, hey, boss, whatever you need.
November of 1987, that's when we start seeing Dibiase really working main events against Hogan in a very consistent manner, seemingly every show. He sometimes has both Virgil and Andre with him, and a lot of times here he's actually beating Hogan by count out after Andre lands a headbutt on the floor. At that point, do you think you guys were still positioning yourself for WrestleMania 4 to be $1 Million Man Hulk Hogan?
At that time, the WrestleMania 4 was always being positioned as Hulk Andre 3.
I meant with a tournament. Did you think it would be Hulk Andre and then that would still always, did you know right then we're going to do Hulk Andre 3 and then, kind of throw it out? And then Macho Man maybe not be I guess that's what I'm trying to get a sense for, because it feels like right here, DiBiase's being groomed to be the guy.
Well, DiBiase was the top heel that could work at the time, and that's more of what it was, because Andre couldn't work. Andre could only do what he could do in the ring. That's why you had to surround him with everybody at Survivor Series, and then you got to the February deal just to get him into that match at WrestleMania. So there was a lot of just, you didn't know. We did not know what the hell we had with Andre. Didn't know if he was fully healed. His back hadn't been tested. He had had surgery. He had been on, let me think when it was. In August of that year, Andre showed up on crutches. And it was a rush, and it was a crapshoot whether or not they were even going to get Andre in the ring at Survivor Series. But that happened, and so they went forward with everything. So a lot of it was wait and see. A lot of it is see what we got with Andre, get that match in the ring. That was the attraction, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and always was the attraction.
Okay, the original Survivor Series. It's November 26, 1987. I'm sure we're going to talk about it in long form here on the show. It was in Richfield, Ohio. It sold out 21,000 seats. It's head-to-head with Starrcade from Jim Crockett Promotions. Your memories of Survivor Series and the concept. I'm sure we'll break down the card at some point in the future. But does Vince say, guys, we've got to fuck up their big pay-per-view, come up with an idea?
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. No, the idea was to do something different and come up with some kind of a theme. The theme was, first of all, an elimination match so that you could protect Andre and Hogan and get Andre a victory over Hogan. That was kind of a germ, and I don't know if it was Howard Finkel or Pat or who the hell exactly came up with the whole Survivor Series concept, but before you know it, there were teams of 5 that strived to survive, and every match became an elimination match for that entire pay-per-view. So that was the germ of the idea, but the germ of the idea was, God, how do we get another attraction, Hulk and Andre? And then out of this, if we can get a victory for Andre. And this was the first time that the term Hogan must pose was uttered to me.
Are you really going to sit here and try to say that you guys didn't do this to fuck with Crockett and Starrcade?
Did I say that?
No, but when I said, hey, they got their big show, let's fuck with them, let's come up with something, and you facetiously said, oh yeah, that's what he said. But I mean, come on, that's what he said.
No, it's not what he said. It was simply, he didn't want them on pay-per-view. He did not want them to enter that pay-per-view arena. And that was something that Vince felt
so sabotage it.
That he had created, and he didn't want anybody else playing in his playground. So he told them, hey, if you guys want WrestleMania next year, you'll take my event and you won't take their event. So choose. If you want WrestleMania, which at that time was the draw on pay-per-view, then you'll take our event.
So try to fuck with their show and sabotage it.
Well, no, they were fucking with our show on pay-per-view. They were fucking with pay-per-view, trying to get on pay-per-view. That was something that he had done.
Why? Why wouldn't you just admit, yeah, fuck them, ruthless aggression, let's cut their throat?
Yeah, fuck them, ruthless aggression.
Okay, there we go.
Squash them like a bug.
See, that's what everybody knows.
Baby,
that's what
watch him drop. Baby, watch him drop. Stand back.
Thank you. That's what we needed. Let's talk about it. Hercules Hernandez, he gets a shot against Hulk Hogan at a matinee show.
You just let the fucking Hogan pose thing just die there? You just going to let it sit there?
We've covered it before. We're going to come back and cover Survivor Series in the future, but please, by all means.
No, fuck it. We covered it then. Fuck it.
Are you not doing this from a goddamn utility closet in your house right now, and you're fucking wanting me to go along? What's wrong with you? It's the third time we've done this.
With no goddamn air conditioning either.
You have no power at your house. We're on a cell phone with a 9% battery life, and you're like, Hogan must pose. We got to talk about it again. What the fuck?
Okay, when you put it like that, come on, let's move this goddamn thing along. Fuck, Hercules Hernandez, what the hell did he do? I don't remember. It was the booking committee. Next.
Thank you, Tony. All right, here's what I wanted to talk about. It's a matinee show in Pennsylvania, Erie, Pennsylvania, on December 5th. And Hogan wrestled right before intermission here, and there's been lots of debate as to why he would do that. Catch us up on the mindset of having Hogan on right before intermission as opposed to last, because there's lots of rumor and innuendo out there that Hogan wanted to do this so he could get back to the hotel and have room service. But specifically on a matinee, that's not the case. Why would you have Hogan on at intermission?
So that you could shoot whatever in-house angle that you wanted to shoot with Hogan, so that you could announce, next time we're in the Baltimore arena, we will have in the main event, Hercules Hernandez will return. And he will face one-on-one in a no disqualification match, Hulk Hogan. Tickets are now available out in the front lobby. You can purchase your tickets for next week's or next month's card right now. There's 20 minutes, and so you get people there that night. They see the in-house angle, and then you put your tickets on sale for the next event.
It's really smart, because back then it's not like everybody had the internet and you could just click a button and order tickets with your thumbprint. You wanted to go ahead. The best place to let your people know, your fans know about your next event, was when they're already at the current event. And the best time to get their cash for that next return show is right then while they're at that event. They'll never be more excited about the product and what they've just seen than right then. So rather than hope they don't lose interest or get busy or miss a TV or not hear about it, you got a captive audience, get their cash right then. It's good. It's best for business. Would you agree?
Oh, without a doubt. Yes. That was something that all of the promoters in the territories, we always use that. We would try to, get people at that intermission. Hey, tickets are on sale right now for the next event here. Vince just did it. He would shoot the in-house angle with Hulk. And if, let's say he was wrestling Hercules, if he was coming back with Hercules, they would shoot an angle in the match. If he was coming back with someone else, that person would probably be involved in the match.
And a lot of times Hogan would work intermission on the matinee show and main event on the evening show, so he could travel between both, because he was the big draw. So you may have separate crews for the most part, but you would be able to get Hogan from one to the next simply by running him early in the matinee and late in the night show, correct?
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, so there you go. So there's lots of, villainization of Hulk Hogan. I'm not sure that's a word that, people do.
It is now.
It is now.
Villainization, folks.
December 19th, we see Craig DeGeorge with Hogan, and this is where he rejects the $1 Million Man's offer to buy the world title. And this is obviously going to be a major storyline as we move into WrestleMania 4 and moving forward. Do you remember who came up with the idea of, hey, he's the $1 Million Man, just have him buy the fucking thing?
Vince.
Well, why not? Put that cigarette out, pal. Go listen to our $1 Million Man episode in the archives right now if you haven't already. It's one of our more popular shows. December 11th, we see a Hogan Dibiase match in the main event of the Houston Coliseum. And in this match, Andre trips Hogan, and Hebner sends him to the back and fines him $2,000. You were there actually doing commentary for some odd reason with Mike and Pete. Your memories of this match as you open whatever wrapper you're opening right now?
Trying to move shit out of the way to pick up water. Sorry. I have no memory of that match. But I did commentary in Houston.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's move along, Tony.
All the time. Yeah. It's a damn booking committee, Conrad. It's a conspiracy.
I know I called the fucking thing, but I don't remember it. I found it odd that on December 12th in St. Louis, they only draw 4,300 with Andre and Rude defeating Hogan and Orndorff in the main event. In that match, Andre is the person who gets the pin over Orndorff. But I'm curious, how did they only draw 4,300 in St. Louis with all these names in the main event? Orndorff had been a big draw. Obviously, Hogan and Andre were. Rude was on his way up. But it seems like a really rare deal where the last match on the card, you have the heels go over. I thought normally, especially in these days, you send them home happy. What's up with that?
I guarantee you one thing happened at the end of the night.
What's that?
Hogan posed.
How did I not see that?
I don't give a fuck who went over. I guarantee you there was probably a belt shot to the head on somebody, and Hogan posed.
How was Orndorff as a babyface, in your opinion?
I thought he was good, but I thought he was much better as a heel. To me, he was just a natural, arrogant heel.
No, I think everybody would agree. Since we're talking about Orndorff here, do you remember the Hulk Hogan exercise kit they sold to kids and Orndorff was in the commercial?
Yes. Wasn't that weird?
You gonna give me anything on that?
It was before my time, but I always thought it was weird.
It's so weird.
It was like, hey, kids, you want to be like Hulk Hogan? Then do like Paul Orndorff. It just made absolutely no sense.
Chicago, this is a fun deal here. Chicago draws 12,000 folks on December 26th with Hogan defeating the one-man gang. Dibiase and Virgil interfere and actually get color on Hogan. And Bockwinkel is the special guest referee. Do you remember this being put together?
I don't, but I remember during that time frame, yeah, we would use different guys in different areas where it would make sense. And
you thought Bockwinkel was, or you guys obviously thought Bockwinkel was a draw in Chicago?
Yes.
That's awesome.
He was.
The next night, Hogan debuts, the same day. This is where we are. Really process this. The day after Christmas, 1987, on a matinee show. They're in Chicago.
Stop before you even say it. Are we in Toronto?
Toledo.
Oh, shit,
I'm getting where you're going. I'll get there in just a minute. But Chicago draws 12,000 in the afternoon, and then Hogan debuts for the first time ever in Toledo, Ohio that evening, and they draw 8,200. So the day after Christmas, there's more than 20,000 people coming out to see Hulk Hogan. The next day in Landover, they draw 13,000 for a matinee with Hogan and Bigelow tagging against Bundy and Andre. That same night, they draw 17,000 in Toronto with Hogan and Bigelow taking on Bundy and Dibiase. So this is just amazing to me to see how fucking over Hulk Hogan was in 1987. 20,000 folks between two shows on December 26th. You think, well, shit, how can we beat that? Well, the next day they drew 30,000. That's amazing to me.
Yeah. Jumping in cars and hauling ass in between towns.
Yeah, you're going from Landover, Maryland to Toronto. I mean, these aren't exactly, they ain't on the state line. You know what I mean? Well, why didn't Bigelow do more here on top in 87? It feels like at the end of 87, all of a sudden he's plopped in here, and he would have been very, very young at the time. How did Hogan feel about working with a young Scott Bigelow?
They liked each other. I think they both liked the Iranian tobacco, and they liked each other. And that, Scott was a big, agile guy. I don't know. Vince saw him as a babyface. Vince just looked at him and thought, this guy people are going to love, and he's a babyface. But Bigelow didn't like being a babyface. He felt more natural as a heel. And he always had that mean, rugged look, and it just was a disconnect. And then you bring in Oliver Humperdinck, again, a guy who his entire career has been a nasty heel manager, and make him Bam Bam Bigelow's babyface manager. I just never got the package. I didn't get it. I don't think that the audience got it. But, they tried.
And the deal here is, Bundy works the matinee with Andre, and Bundy works the evening show with Dibiase. Andre just couldn't work 2 shows in the same night in late 87, right?
No.
I've always been fascinated by this Bigelow thing, though. Just put this in perspective. This dude's 26 right here. So really process that. If you're 26 years old right now, imagine you're in the main event, 30,000 people, you're tagging with Hulk Hogan, and across from you is Andre, Dibiase, or Bundy, or a combination of that. That's a big damn deal.
And Andre hates you. Come here, Bam Bam. Fuck you. Boom.
Because he's a big guy?
Because he's a big guy. Just didn't like him.
That's amazing.
Andre didn't need a reason not to like you.
It's worth mentioning Hogan's last...
Can I tell an Andre story?
Yep.
Okay. Andre and Uncle Elmer. I don't stop me if I told this one before, folks. Uncle Elmer goes to Bobby Heenan one day, and he says, Bobby, how come the Giant don't like me? And Bobby says, well, gosh, Elmer, well, Andre likes you. I mean, what makes you think that Andre doesn't like you? He told me so. I'm sorry. It was funny to me. I don't like you. Get away.
That's amazing. Hogan's last match of 1987 was against Butch Reed in Hamilton, Ontario. Guess how many tickets were sold?
796,204.
Now, that's going to be the attendance that WrestleMania is reported to be by the WWE on the broadcast.
Was that close?
18,000. It's just amazing. I mean, this is not on TV. It's not a pay-per-view.
It wasn't a big angle either.
It's Butch Reed and Hulk Hogan.
It just was a match. That's what I mean.
Butch Reed I'm not disparaging Butch Reed. He was a working motherfucker. I get it. However, it's Butch Reed. It's Hulk Hogan. 18,000 tickets. That's how hot the WWF was. That's how hot Hulk Hogan was. Exactly like you said. No issue. It's not like, Butch Reed sprayed green mist at him on the snake pit. This is just cold. Outstanding. What a way to finish the year that Hulk Hogan had in 1987, and what a way to finish our show. Now, I realize we've just gone just a little over an hour so far, and you're probably thinking, what the hell? We're used to a lot more than that. Well, we're also used to Bruce being able to do this without doing it from survival rations. He's on a battery backup. He's running his house on a generator. He doesn't have internet. So we've tried this last night. We tried that this morning. We tried it today at lunch. As it is right now, this is our last possible chance to do it, or no show this week. So we thought, hey man, fuck it. Something's better than nothing. Am I right, Bruce?
Yes, and it's funny because when you think of it. Yes, folks, we did all those things. Thank you for bearing with us. We apologize, but we will more than make it up to you. I promise you that.
Enjoy WrestleMania weekend. Stay tuned. We will follow up with an announcement for when you can catch the duration of this Hogan show, Part 2. And I've always said I hate doing Part 2, so we won't call it Part 2. We'll call it 88. When's Hogan 88 coming? Soon. We'll see you soon, brother. What would Vince say about that?
Well, my show's a good night. Yeah. So big. Yeah. That's good.
Bullshit.
Well, to wrestle.
World title now. Something to wrestle with. Bruce Prichard. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you? As you take a big old swig. There it is. Roll Tide.
You timed that just right, didn't you?
I like it. Well, I kind of was shocked. You knew we were going to be talking, but you still chugged anyway, so I'll do it now, too.
Well, I was waiting for the long, obnoxious pause in which I would have time to, hell, I could drink the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I hear it doesn't take you very long. Speaking of not taking very long, this topic today didn't win a poll. We actually promised you Hogan 88 back around WrestleMania time. Some terrible storms took over the state of Texas that week, and we weren't able to get the entire Hogan story out there. So we're making a little bit of a two-parter. If you haven't already, go check out Hogan 87 in the archives. And to start today's show, you heard a commercial for the $1 Million Man episode. We're going to be talking a lot about Ted Dibiase today. And if you'd like to go ahead and hear the rest of this story, we recommend the $1 Million Man episode. And of course, the Mega Powers, one of my very favorite stories from Hulk Hogan and the Macho Man from 1988 over to 1989, how it came together, how it exploded, and one of the very early Prichard shows. It's available in the archives as well. But we didn't do a poll this week because as people are listening to this right now, Bruce, you are on your way back from India for Impact Wrestling. Do I have that right?
For to be, yes, very much so.
Oh, man, I hope nobody in India is listening. Do you think we have listeners in India?
Oh, no, I know for a fact that we do. They love Something to Wrestle With in India, and they love the Mr. Conrad.
I'm not doing that. Mr. Conrad is not doing that.
Hey, Conrad.
Oh, gosh.
Maybe I do phone center for First Family.
Oh, if you haven't already, check out last week's Eric Bischoff episode. At the end of the show, Matt Coon put together something awesome. It's Punjabi Boss Man, the theme song. It's worth checking out if you haven't already. Matt's still helping kids too, and you can help him out. All right, Bruce, it's time for What Happened When Hulk Hogan ran wild on the World Wrestling Federation in 1988. Brother. Of course, Hogan 87 is available now in the archive, so go check that out if you haven't already. But first, we need to sort of set the stage for you. 1987 was a huge year for the WWF, and they were crushing Saturday night's main events and the ratings. They had their famous Piledriver album, of course, the biggest WrestleMania of all time, and it had Hogan Andre in the main event. And towards the end of the year, as we covered, the WWF created the Survivor Series pay-per-view to try to squash Jim Crockett Promotions Starrcade. And we close 87 with the WWF drawing huge houses everywhere. Bruce, it's hard to believe, but 1988 was nearly 30 years ago. How old do you feel right now, Bruce?
Fuck you, Conrad.
Well, let me try for a safer answer here. The number 2 and the number 3 events of the WWE each year are historically what, Bruce?
Well, now it's probably SummerSlam and Royal Rumble.
There you go. And both of those were curated in 1988. So before we get to the Rumble, let's talk about early January. And I should mention briefly that our friend Chris over at WrestlingThings.com helped with this week's research. You can go check out the world's only auction and merchandise site dedicated to wrestling. He's got DVDs, figures, and more at WrestlingThings.com. He's a good dude, and when I plan to unload some of my collection, I'll be listing that stuff at WrestlingThings.com. We kind of go ahead and start with Hogan getting the year started off working on January 2nd against the One-Man Gang, and we've talked about him a little bit on the show before, but not a lot. Why don't you think he had a longer run in the WWF?
Well, I think he had a pretty good run there, whether it be One-Man Gang or Akeem. You know, Big George Gray had a great run, but One-Man Gang as a character and coming in at the time, I personally thought he did have a hell of a good run there for a while.
Well,
with the Doctor style slit.
I'm not arguing he didn't have a good run, but you see other guys who, you know, have a 10-year stay there, and for whatever reason, that wasn't the case for him. What was the rap on him? It's not like, at least from a fan perspective, we heard about him hurting guys or being difficult to do business with. Was Vince not a fan of his look? Was he difficult to travel with, or was it just something where creative just kind of ran out of ideas?
No, not at all. None of those things. George everybody loved working with him, never hurt anybody, and was a great guy. I think more than anything, it was simply he got tired of the travel. Big guy, was used to traveling in his car, had always been used to being on the territories and being able to be home at least a few times during the week. And now all of a sudden he's traveling the world, squeezing into, coach seats in the back. And that's a hard life for a big man to do. And it was something that he just got tired of.
Can you imagine being on a 3-person row seated with the big boss man and Akeem?
Yeah. And you're in the middle seat.
Man, that'd be a tough day. Which of those did you prefer, One Man Gang or Akeem? I feel like this kind of tells me a lot about you as a wrestling fan, because I have an answer and a lot of people hate it.
Well, I enjoyed Akeem, but I always liked the One Man Gang. I thought that the One Man Gang as Big Nasty heel worked for me.
Man, I freaking love Akeem. He's my favorite. I mean, he's basically my dad, though.
Essentially, you patterned your entire style and your entire look around Akeem.
Yeah, that's it. I intended to become a big fat guy and grow a beard, and I shuck and jive around the house all day. Yeah, that's my deal. I'm the Alabama Dream, baby, and you can be too over at BrucePrichard.com. Next up would be TV right here in Huntsville at the Von Braun Civic Center. They drew 8,500, Bruce, which shocked me in doing my research because they haven't drawn that in over a decade here. Anyway, on the show, Hogan and Macho are with Liz in a handicap match against Honky and the Hart Foundation. We haven't talked about it much on the show here before, but Hogan was responsible for helping get the Honky Tonk Man in the WWF, and then later his gig with WCW. Why do you think Hogan was so fond of the Honky Tonk Man?
I think they just liked him. I want to say that they first met when Hogan was in the Tennessee territory, and they became friendly. Old rock and roll Wayne Ferris. But Wayne was working the Honky Tonk Man gimmick in Calgary, and Hogan had seen it and was highly entertained by it. So he thought this guy's perfect for the WWF and decided to bring him in.
When Hogan pitched Vince on Honky Tonk Man, what do you think that sounded like?
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Yeah, it's a hard one. I think he loved the entertainment value of the Honky Tonk Man. He could sing, he could dance, he could do it all.
When you heard
Vince saw Honky as a babyface,
which is hilarious, and I can't wait for us to cover in a Honky Tonk Man episode. It's often been debated by Ric Flair, but Hogan did indeed have a match with Rick Rude. It happened in Boston. It was even on a VHS release on January 9th is when the match happened, 1988. It's actually on the Hulk Hogan Unreleased Matches DVD set these days. Hogan won in just under 12 minutes, and it would happen again on January 18th in the main event. And we've talked about Rick Rude a great deal on our Rick Rude episode, of course, also available in the archives. But I'm going to ask again here, why don't you think Hogan worked with Rude more often? Was Rude not big enough to be believable for Hulk, quote unquote? Or was Hulk nervous that maybe a cool heel may actually get cheers from smart fans?
That wasn't necessarily any kind of an issue at that time, especially with the audiences that we were drawing. There weren't a lot of smart fans in 88 at that time. So we didn't have the problem. There wasn't the internet. There weren't a lot of people. There would always be a handful of people, especially when you'd go to Wheeling, West Virginia. There was a group of people there that liked to heckle, I guess, if you want to say that, like to heckle the baby faces, things of that nature. But that was never really an issue. We never really worried about the heel being more popular than Hulk Hogan. Not until much later did that even become an issue. I just think it was more a clash of styles, and simply Hogan had other people to work with at the time.
Well, I know a lot of people like to buy into that rumor and innuendo. Let's talk about Hogan working with the One Man Gang and Dibiase, because it was pretty much exclusive towards the first part of 1988. He worked all the house shows against either One Man Gang or Dibiase. We've covered before that Hogan loved working against a big, nasty monster heel. But just how hot of a heel was this $1 Million Man character in early 1988?
He was on a scale of 1 to 10. He was probably an 11. Dibiase was red hot coming in, and Ted played the part to perfection. And of course, we discussed that in the archives of the $1 Million Man podcast that we have. And Teddy was just so damn good at being a heel. He was a big guy. He had the entourage of Virgil and also Andre for a part of that time. So Ted could carry heat, wasn't afraid of heat, and was able to make Hogan look like $1 million every time they were in the ring.
So let's talk about the Royal Rumble. You guys did essentially 3 practice runs of this in Rochester, Buffalo, and Landover in the week leading up to the first Rumble. That took place, of course, in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. We know the last one had 30 men, and all 3 were won by Don Morocco. This is essentially to work the bugs out before the big show, right? That's why you do a match like this ahead of time?
It was simply done to be able to let guys get used to it a little bit.
Yeah.
But we also wanted to see if the attraction would draw. And we really didn't know because you had no visual to back it up. I think we had done one before that they had tried, and then going into Hamilton when we were going to do the USA special, booked several just so everybody could kind of get used to the concept.
The other 2 of those, not the 30-man, but the other 2 that Morocco won were called Bunkhouse Battle Royals. And Bruce, I know you're going to deny this, but this has to be in response to the Bunkhouse Stampede Battle Royals that Dusty Rhodes had booked himself in. And he won all of them for Jim Crockett in 85, 86, and 87. And they're actually doing a Bunkhouse Stampede pay-per-view here on January 24th, 1988, the same day as the Royal Rumble, in the WWF's backyard of Uniondale, New York. What was the common thinking about JCP running their first non-Starrcade pay-per-view and then doing it in New York?
Well, I think it was a sign of war and them being a lot more aggressive coming after us and trying to come into our backyard. But as I say that, you got to preface it with whose backyard is what, whose front yard is what. We're in the United States of America, and you have the freedom to go out and operate wherever the hell you want to. So they had every right to go in there, but for us, it was kind of like, okay, that's the first declaration of war. They couldn't get into the garden, so they went into the next building that they could get into in New York, which was Long Island.
Do you realize how silly what you just said was? They were doing a pay-per-view called Starrcade just 2 months prior to this, and you guys created and ran Survivor Series head-to-head and made the cable systems choose. And you think them running a pay-per-view in New York 2 months later is a declaration of war?
Yeah, we didn't run our pay-per-view in Charlotte, North Carolina, or Atlanta, Georgia.
You're in it head-to-head on pay-per-view across the nation and strong-arm the pay-per-view companies.
Okay.
You know how inconsistent you are sometimes. Just a minute ago, you said there is no front yard, backyard. It's America. It's the United States. And
it is America. It is the United States. That's why I said it. I was making that very point you're trying to make right now. You can run wherever the hell you want to.
But then you just said backyard. We didn't run in Charlotte.
Well, no, that was considered our backyard. But I'm saying that they came into what was traditionally a WWF market to run their first pay-per-view. We didn't go into a traditionally WCW or NWA market to run our first Survivor Series.
Why in the house shows were those called Bunkhouse Battle Royals instead of
I
just?
have no idea.
It's got to be because of Bunkhouse Stampede. It has to be.
No, because I tell you, from that probably was just simply something that either the marketing people did or that Howard came up with and
hypothetically
threw out there.
If Impact decided to run a Regal Rumble, people wouldn't say that that's ripping off the WWF?
I think they would.
Of course they would. Pat Patterson is often credited with the creation of the Royal Rumble, When and how did that come about? Do you remember the details of the concept, the pitch, or the planning that you can share with us? Because most people listening to this have it as one of their very favorite pay-per-views.
It was just an idea that Pat had to basically do a reverse battle royal where you start off with two guys and you add guys as the match goes on. Where in a traditional battle royal, you start with everybody and it gets fewer and fewer as the battle goes on. It was just a crazy idea that Pat had, and he was very passionate about it. And finally, it came into realization. It died the first time that they did it.
Yeah,
didn't do well.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. The concept existed prior to this Bunkhouse pay-per-view being announced, right? This was just the right time to debut it. It's not like Vince got everybody together and said, think of an attraction to counteract Bunkhouse Stampede, right?
No. This was something that they had tried before, and it was a unique concept that it just didn't work. And it was the first time, not a lot of promotion. Maybe they didn't really think it out. And this was an opportunity to try it out again. And let's try and get the bugs out of it. Let's do several of them, get the bugs out of it, and then do it on the USA special. But it was designed to be something different, kind of like Survivor Series was teams of five strive to survive. This was another concept match that was unique and not just one-on-one matchups.
Hypothetically, were you there when this first pitch happened? I'm a little confused based on the way you worded that because you said they instead of we. And normally you say we tried it, but there you said they. Did they try this pre-Bruce?
Oh, yeah. And this was basically when Vince and Pat were doing all of the creative and I was doing TV. I actually wrote this. The Royal Rumble special on USA was the first live television that I ever wrote 100% by myself. And of course, primetime and everything else that we had done up until that point was all taped, and the pay-per-view itself, WrestleMania 4 and Survivor Series and all that. Those were pay-per-views, but this was the first live TV that I had ever written.
That's pretty cool that we're actually talking about that now. I can't wait for us to cover that at some point. I know you weren't there, but you know, that's what we do on this show. Hypothetically, if you were there to hear Pat pitch Vince this idea, what might that sound like?
Well, actually, I was there when he pitched the idea, to do it here, and it was, the peasant, you take it. What you do is you take the battle royal, but we do it in reverse. Instead of starting with everybody, we only start with the two guys, and then every couple minutes, another guy come out, and then another guy come out, and then in the middle we go, hey, fuck you, douchebag, you're eliminated, get out, and then another guy come out, and then at the very end, you fill the fucking ring up with everybody, and then the match starts all over again until there's just one guy.
I love you for that. That's why this show's so great. Thank you for that. I think sometimes history sort of forgets that this Royal Rumble that we all love was really just created to undermine Jim Crockett promotion and essentially sabotage their pay-per-view. The concept being, why pay money for their battle royal when this one is free on USA, right?
It was also a way to be able to give USA Network something special because they were in competition with WTBS, and it was an opportunity for them to compete with TBS. And that's how they looked at it. It was a TBS and a Ted Turner product, even though it was owned by Jim Crockett at the time. He hadn't sold out to Turner completely. That USA was all in favor of, hey, no, let's run a special. Let's get the wrestling audience.
So Vince calls USA and convinces them that this is the move to do it. And he's doing it from a wrestling standpoint, but he uses this TBS versus USA angle as a way to sell them on the concept.
Sure.
It's all very flattering, I'm sure, to the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. What would he say about you guys curating the Royal Rumble and offering it for free in response to his Bunkhouse Stampede pay-per-view?
Baby, they're trying to compete with the Dream, baby, but we got the Bunkhouse. See, the Bunkhouse Stampede a little bit different because at the end of the day, somebody gonna get a big boot, a big old fucking nice cowboy boot that somebody gonna get, and I think that's gonna be me. American Dream. Vinnie Mac, Patty Pat, they can all do their thing up in New York City, but the Dream gonna come in and take Long Island by storm with my gigantic boot in the bunkhouse stampede.
This is going to be a good show. I was fascinated to learn how crazy this WWF schedule was. We've heard about that a lot, but actually digging into it, man, it's nuts. Here's what I mean. Even on a day where you guys are debuting a brand new show, the Royal Rumble, a huge show, you're doing a double shot. You ran Halifax, Nova Scotia earlier in the afternoon, and then the Rumble here in Hamilton, Ontario. And they did a double shot the day before that too. Just how brutal was the schedule in 1988?
It was a little rugged, but it was a weekend. You had double shots, and TV wasn't the mass production that it is now. It was matches and it was interviews. So the guys, they weren't doing a lot of pre-production, and there was no great detailed writing that went into these things. It was simply another show. So double shot wasn't that big of a deal. It wasn't that out of the ordinary. Shit, we would do double shots sometimes where we would do Philadelphia in the Spectrum, and then we would go to Boston, or we would go to Long Island or the Garden, and then do TV in both places.
Yeah, we're actually going to cover some of these crazy shots through this episode here today. Was this all Vince, or was somebody else pushing hard for more dates? Is this somebody in the office who is booking the thing and realizes, hey, Vince, now's the time to mash the gas? Or is Vince kind of leading the charge for more shows?
Well, weekends are money, and especially in those days when you've got a hot property, you're in close proximity, and buildings are available, utilize it as best that you can. So if you can make something where either there's a convenient flight that can get guys there, and you're not in the middle of winter where you got to worry about snowstorms and everything else, and always have the proviso where you could drive there in 3 hours if you had to, because you can make that work. So it was go grab the money, work, grab the money wherever you can. And if it's in a big enough market that can sustain it, go for it.
I had never heard the 3 hour rule of thumb, so that's good to know. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of snow in Hamilton and Nova Scotia here, though. Just freestyling. Who in the business do you think loved travel the most? That would have been on that 88 roster. Does anybody stand out as being a guy who just lives for the road?
Oh, wow. I think that there were a lot of us that lived for the road just because it was the job and it was what it was. I can't think of anybody that really just looked forward to waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go catch that 7 o'clock flight.
Well, let's go the other way. Who hated it the most? That's easier to answer, I'm sure.
Yeah, again, that was pretty much everybody.
Okay.
It sucked. I mean, it was a grind. It was an absolute grind because people wonder, and they ask you about the drugs and the lifestyle of a professional wrestler back in the day. And I hate to say drugs were a necessity, but they were an everyday part of our life because you took something to get up, and then you took something to keep going. And then at the end of the night, you needed something to wind yourself back down to get a couple of hours of sleep, to get up in the morning to take something else, to go do it all over again. And it became a vicious cycle.
Now, listen, this is something we've not veered off into, but I'm so glad you brought it up and you did it the way you did. We're not going to celebrate or champion the use of or advocate any of the use of these drugs that we're talking about here today. But I'm just curious, when guys tell that story, and I've heard it many times, very similar to the way you just said it, they always use pronouns, pal. I mean, they're very broad. They don't ever get specific. And I don't want you to give a name, but when you're saying you take something to wake up, example.
Oh, take a handful of ephedrine.
Okay.
Take a handful of speed, caffeine, man. Take a ton of ephedrine. Some guys snorted cocaine.
And so you do that as soon as you wake up, and then you need something before you work out. What would that be?
Same thing.
and then you would, get ready for your match? Are you going to do anything there?
Again, same thing, man. A lot of effort in those white crosses, that the truckers always took.
Yeah.
A lot of that going on, a lot of speed.
And then after the match, 12-pack of beer?
After matches, man, yeah, you go grab a beer or maybe take some muscle relaxers and painkillers and smoke a few joints, and you got to wind down and relax.
So we've heard in the 90s, people were big into somas. What was the big deal in the 80s as far as painkillers and muscle relaxers in the wrestling business?
Probably pain pills, Percocets, and
Vicodin?
Vicodin. Well, I think Vicodin came a little bit after that. Vicodin probably came in the 90s. But it was Percocet was a big one. Meanie Greenies. It's funny. I was with a gentleman from the Major League Baseball last night, and I was talking to him about similar what we're talking about now. And he went through the list of the ball players. And no shit. Same conversation you and I are having right now. But him talking about Meanie Greenies and Quaaludes and the old drugs from the
Quaaludes,
like late
wow.
70s and early 80s that we did. And that was the way of life. Whatever was in vogue at the time, whatever would help ail you, man.
And what would they take to wind them down at the end of the night after they've calmed down a little bit? They've had half rack of beer right before they go to bed. What's doing the trick in the 80s?
Halcyon.
God, what a diet, man.
Yeah.
I know that you're not ever one to play victim, but I'm curious, can you at least be honest? I mean, do you put any blame at all on the schedule for the substance abuse we would hear about years later? Obviously, there's freedom of choice, and these guys were big boys. But just a few minutes ago, you said, I hate to say it was a necessity, but it was just there every day. And that is a little bit of a cop-out. People could certainly choose to say no, as the Reagans would have wanted everybody to do in 88. But realistically, do you think that the schedule had any percentage of blame? Not an overwhelming, it's not all the schedule. Is 10% the schedule's fault? Can you give me that?
Again, you got a choice. You don't have to do it. And you can get through it, and you can muscle your way on through it.
Let me ask you this.
There were those of us that we had a choice, and speaking for myself, I chose to just say, well, hell, if I take this, I'll feel better. So
Sure.
I'm going to take that.
I don't want you to indict anybody and say, oh, this guy was all screwed up. Let's go the other way. Can you point to one person, and I'm not saying make a list of everybody. I want you to name one and only one who you know was clean as a whistle 24/7, never did shit but Diet Coke.
George Gray, one-man gang.
There you go. Gorilla was supposed to be on commentary for this first Royal Rumble, but he had a mild heart attack.
And there were probably a few of them, but there were
that's probably
more. There were probably more of us that were looking for help. But I've never known him to do anything.
I don't think that the one-man gang really was a one-man gang, and he was the only clean person there. That's why I wanted to say we're just naming one, not all of them. Yeah. There's probably dozens or 4, but we're just going to name the one. Gorilla have a heart attack right before the Rumble. What happened on that deal?
I think it was just a scare. I don't know that it was a full blown heart attack. I think it was just a scare.
Okay. So we see Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant do their contract signing for their return match, and this happens at the Royal Rumble, the USA special we're talking about. And this match is going to happen on February the 5th for NBC's main event. Bruce, as far as you remember, and this, I could be wrong here, but I think this is the first time a contract signing was done inside a WWF ring. Do I have that right? Do you remember whose idea this was?
I believe so. The whole idea behind the Royal Rumble show itself was to do other things other than just wrestling matches. We didn't want to present a wrestling show. We wanted to present a USA special, the Royal Rumble, that was themed in concept. That's why we had the contract signing. That's why we had the Dino Bravo bench press contest, and then the Royal Rumble match itself to give the show a unique feel. So instead of doing a traditional contract signing, put it in the ring. And it was a way to have star power on that show with your two biggest stars, Hulk and Andre, the rematch. Get them on the show, and by doing it in the ring, it presented an aura of, well, anything can happen. You could have physicality. This thing could blow up.
Right. Do you remember whose idea it was to put it in the ring? Because obviously it worked out. They're still doing it in every promotion all these years later.
Either Vince or Pat.
How would Vince explain the difference between Saturday night's main event and the main event?
One's live, one's not. The main event was live
hang on,
in prime time. I know what you want. Damn, don't fucking wait. Hang on.
Hang on.
Vince say it, goddammit. The main event is live and in prime time. And Saturday night's main event is a entertainment spectacular on Saturday night, late night TV.
Thank you. Was that so hard? Listen, put that fucking ball on your nose and dance, Seal. Come on.
I don't have it. That red ball nose day was the other day, and I had my red ball nose, but my son took it away. And
wait, hang on. Your son put red balls on your nose?
Yeah, it was red nose ball.
Wait, so you shaved him a week ago, and this week he's putting his ball. What are you doing over there?
Shucky ducky quack quack.
Roll Tide. The very next night, the WWF sold out Madison Square Garden for 19,750 fans to see Hulk Hogan and Bam Bam Bigelow tag against Ted DiBiase and Virgil. This was interesting to me because the WWF would debut SummerSlam that August at Madison Square Garden, and they had 3 separate shows after this, but before SummerSlam, all at Madison Square Garden, and Hogan was on none of them. Why don't you think Hogan was booked at the home arena for any of those 3 shots in between?
Probably simply because he was either somewhere else or just give him some time off and rest him for the market. So when we came back at SummerSlam, we were going to be guaranteed a sellout with Hogan being there.
I don't know why, but stuff like that fascinates me. It seems like, your biggest star, your biggest town, your most special arena. Nah, I don't book him. Pass. I also found it weird that Hulk didn't work Baltimore in 1988. That's always been a pretty good town for you guys, but for whatever reason, he didn't work the Baltimore arena. What's the scoop on that? You got any insight as to why Hulk avoided Baltimore in 88?
I have no idea. Just probably didn't work out on his bookings.
I don't know if it was
Did we run Washington, D.C. with him there? That's probably why.
The day after Madison Square Garden sells out, they sell out Hershey with Andre and DiBiase taking on Hogan and Bigelow. Was there like a rule of thumb here in 88 of how you booked Andre in alternating nights? It feels like when I did my research, most of the time, with one exception throughout the entire year, it would be like work a show Friday, off on Saturday, work a show Sunday, off on Monday. Now, that doesn't mean he wasn't there. He was just outside the ring. But as far as putting the tights on, stepping through the ropes, that only happened in alternating nights in 88.
That was to be able to give Andre a rest and not have him go out. He couldn't compete every night. For him to get up and literally get dressed and in his gear and put his boots on and get in the ring and do all of that was something he could not do every night.
If Andre asked for the night off, what might that sound like?
No work, boss.
The is what makes it. All right, this is what everybody tuned in to hear. February 5th, 1988. This coming February, man, it's the 30th anniversary of this iconic night in the history of the wrestling business. I say iconic for many reasons. We're going to get into all of them here. It's NBC's main event from Indianapolis. And despite the wrestling lore, the show didn't sell out, which just amazes me, especially in hindsight. It was a Friday night. It was Hogan Andre. And it was less than a year after WrestleMania 3. But if you look at pictures from that night, you'll see a ton of empty seats in the upper deck. And you specifically see this if you ever come across a picture of Andre with the world title over his shoulder. Look over his shoulder. Tons of empty seats. Why don't you think this show sold out, Bruce?
Maybe they just didn't want to see the match. I don't know.
Isn't that weird, though? The biggest match in history. Was Indy a soft market for you guys at this time, or was it just, hey, I just saw that, I don't need to see it again?
Well, they didn't just see it. I think that everybody anticipated that no matter where you put that attraction, that it would have sold out.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. So what do you think gets the blame, so to speak?
People just didn't want to see it. I mean, it's that simple. And there was shitty weather that night. That I do remember.
Okay.
We actually had people that were stranded in Indy for a couple days beyond that couldn't get out. We got out. We actually had a charter, and we were able to get out that night.
And it's worth mentioning, and I feel like this gets overlooked a lot. In 88, the business was different than it is now. There was significant walk-up business in 88, right?
There was, and the weather was god-awful horrible. However, I mean, I still would have thought that attraction would have sold the damn thing out in advance.
Sure. I think everybody thinks that. Me in hindsight, especially. First of all, this is big for a lot of reasons. Number one, it's on NBC. Number two, it's a weeknight. Number three, it's prime time. And maybe biggest of all, this is the first time in 33 years wrestling has been on network TV during prime time. How big of a deal was this to Vince and Dick Ebersol?
Huge. Absolutely huge. Because this was an opportunity to show them. We were doing great ratings with Saturday Night's Main Event in the off week that Saturday Night Live would take back in those days. And we would run Saturday Night's Main Event once a month and do those specials. So they did great numbers in that time slot. They felt that if you put us in a primetime slot, and traditionally Friday night is not a good night for ratings. It's not a good television night.
Right.
Not a lot of eyeballs watching TV. So put us on Friday, allow us to show you what we can do. We felt that we could bring eyeballs to the TV with this attraction, and we did. And it did work. But it was a big deal. And the hope was that the network would see this and we would possibly get more primetime exposure for the product.
So we're about 3 years into this Saturday Night's Main Event relationship with NBC at this point for the World Wrestling Federation. What was Ebersol's involvement? I mean, as far as the card, the script, the production, the performers themselves, talk us through that.
Dick was very hands-on, and Dick was the one who introduced a lot of that heavy scripting into the WWF. Dick was the one who instituted a lot of the production values that you see today in WWE. So he was very hands-on and was always teaching and coming up with new and different ways to show us how to produce television. I learned, I can't even begin to tell you how much I learned television-wise from Dick Ebersol. Where Vince McMahon is a genius in the wrestling business, Dick Ebersol to me was a genius in the television business. Absolutely pure genius. He knew what the hell he was doing, knew how to get what he wanted, but he was opinionated. He would speak up. He and Vince would go back and forth. Dick had his staff of people that wrote scripts and for Saturday Night's Main Event. Dick brought in his director and his producer, and there were a lot of people working hand in hand, but Dick had a heavy hand in the Saturday Night Main Event productions.
Besides Hogan, who were some of Ebersol's pet projects for these shows?
God, he loved Randy Savage and Elizabeth. He enjoyed Honky Tonk Man.
I'm glad you mentioned Randy and Liz because I've got a follow-up to that. But who else did he enjoy besides them and Honky?
Anything with Bobby Heenan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the normal guys that you think would be
television stars.
Yeah.
How did he spend most of his days on the shoots? Was he holed up with those guys? Was he in the production truck? Was he in the meeting? Was he near the ring?
Everywhere.
He was all over everywhere.
He was everywhere, and he and Vince were usually connected at the hip. They both produced pre-tapes together, with Vince working with the guys on the wrestling end, and Ebersol working with them on delivery and on the television, and work this camera, work that camera. Dick was everywhere.
Now, I want you to hear the question all the way before you shit on it, but I didn't really think about this until you talked about this being a possible opportunity for them to perform well and then get more spots in prime time. And then you followed that up a few minutes later by saying Vince and he were connected at the hip. Was Vince, we always have this as wrestling fans, this vision of Vince where he's high on the mountain and just barking orders to everyone and everyone is seeking his approval. The way you laid those two sentences out, although they weren't together, it makes it feel as if Vince kind of had the roles reversed on him a little bit, and he desperately wanted to make Dick Ebersol happy here, and he was looking for his approval in the show in an effort to further the company for the greater good, not on some weak bitch shit. I'm not saying that, but just, hey, this is good for everybody, and I'm going to do what it takes to make it happen, and I'm going to do what it takes to make Dick dig this. Is that fair?
No, it was a partnership. It was a true partnership. Vince looked to Dick for improving the production aspects of it and the network relationship aspect of it, because Dick wasn't with NBC at the time. Dick had his own production company, and it was a true partnership with Vince and Dick. And Dick looked up to Vince so much for Vince's vision of what he saw for the product itself.
Sure.
And it was a true partnership. I don't know that either one of them took that dominant role, if you will. It was about as close to equal as you could get, probably edging a little more towards the final say being with Vince, and especially probably especially at this point, it edged towards Vince.
Vince was pretty fond of Ebersol, right?
Very much so, yes, and vice versa.
So could we get maybe a t-shirt over at brucepritchard.com that says Vince loved Dick?
No.
I asked this about the whole pet project aspect because Sean Oliver and Kayfabe Commentaries recently did an interview with the Honky Tonk Man where he said that Dick and Randy and Liz were all over at Dick's house talking about their big plans for his Intercontinental title win and run and how it would all happen on NBC. And then Honky says that Vince got the three performers together to tell them what the plan was, but he never really spoke to Honky, much less even look at him, until the very end where he said Honky's going to drop the belt and he's going to go away for a while. Apparently Honky says in this interview that pissed him off, and the next day he told Blackjack Lanza to tell Vince he wasn't going to do the fucking job. 5 minutes later, Fink calls, tries to smooth things over on behalf of Vince, of course. And then by the time Vince actually calls him, Honky says he's already talked to Jim Barnett for advice and to secure a spot down south since he thinks Vince is about to kill his character. Vince comes unglued, and then eventually Honky reveals that Barnett had told him this NBC special is going to be the biggest thing in the business, and whatever he does, don't lose on that show. So he says all of this to Vince. Vince blows a gasket, and Honky says something like, well, come to Memphis and beat me for it then. Eventually, they agree that he won't quit, but Honky does this as a concession for McMahon agreeing to not have him lose on TV. So Honky's not going to lose on TV, and he didn't. More details of this are available in our Mega Powers episode, available now in the archives. But what say you, Bruce? Is this how you remember going down?
I don't know. I wasn't there for any of those meetings with Honky Tonk Man and Vince or Howard calling him. I heard the same stories that you have heard. I know that Vince figured that what he wanted to do, especially at this point in the game, was where he wanted to go with Randy in the championship. So it was, all that shit happening. It just kind of helped move everything along to make his plans either speed up or what have you. But I don't know. I wasn't a part of any of those meetings with Honky Tonk Man and Vince, nor was I privy to really any of Vince's feelings on that one way or the other. I have no idea what might have taken place at Ebersol's house with Randy and Liz.
So hypothetically speaking, if Honky Tonk Man would have told Macho Man to come to Memphis and beat him, what might Macho Man have said in response?
Fuck if I know.
Okay. Well, in hindsight, would the Macho Man say that going with Honky Tonk Man here was the smarter choice?
Yeah. The Macho Man became the world champion.
Take a deep breath there, Bruce. You have earned it, and you're going to earn a great deal at dollarshaveclub.com/wrestle. I do think it was a smarter choice for them to keep the belt on Honky Tonk Man. Had they not done that, would we have seen the Warrior get his big pop and his big push? Would we have seen the Mega Powers explode? Everything could have been a lot different, and I'm really glad it worked out the way it did. I'm curious, how hard did Ebersol have to champion, quote unquote, the WWF to get the rest of NBC behind doing this show in prime time? This feels like something that some of those stuffy TV executives would have wanted to avoid completely, right?
Well, the success of Saturday Night Main Event, that helped. They were doing great ratings. They were doing better ratings than Saturday Night Live at the time. So they had a hot commodity. It was actually kind of an easy sell to at least get them to try it and experiment with it. And Friday was a good night. The fact that WWF was willing to go on Friday, they were happy. It was kind of a no-brainer for NBC, in my opinion.
So let me ask you this. Do you recall there being a narrative already in 1988 that we can't sell advertising for wrestling? Was that an issue already then? As fans, we always hear that wrestling does great ratings, but it doesn't command the high ad rates that maybe it should. Was that the rap already in 1988?
For yes and no. That's funny, because I say yes and no because for the syndicated shows, those were fully sponsored and those ads were selling. And especially at that time, they were doing well. But for a network, for example, the cable network and for NBC, yeah, they always use that excuse. I can't sell wrestling. People don't want to advertise on wrestling.
Now, in fairness, though, when you're saying a syndicated show, you're usually talking about a less desirable Saturday, Sunday morning spot as compared to primetime television on a network.
Well, for certain companies, though, that Saturday morning and Sunday morning time slot is very desirable.
Oh, no, I'm not knocking that.
Marketing to kids.
No, I totally get that. But I'm just saying you don't have that same marketing to kids Friday night at 11.
Correct.
In your opinion, was Ebersol more concerned with the product and ratings or ad sales? It feels like he's more of a product and ratings guy and then lets the sales take care of themselves.
Well, we had nothing to do with the sales, though. It was a rights deal as far as I can remember, and Ebersol was more concerned with the product and the overall presentation.
Did you ever hear, just for comparison, how the Saturday Night Live ad rates compared to Saturday Night's Main Event's ad rates?
No clue.
Before we get to the actual storyline, I want to mention that the show wound up getting a 15.2 rating. I'll say that again, because everybody has probably been paying attention to the Raw rating lately. The show got a 15.2 rating. That's roughly 33 million viewers. You guys have to be tickled with that, right? What was the reaction when those numbers come in?
Euphoria.
I'm sure.
No, it was great. It was a victory because we felt that give us an opportunity, put us in prime time, and let us show you what we can do. And we took at that time, the biggest box office attraction that had ever been in the business and placed it on free television in prime time. If it hadn't have done that number, a lot of people would have been shaking their heads.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about what I don't understand about wrestling. And I know you're going to say, well, that's a lot. We don't have that long. I got it. But how do we interpret this setting a TV record here, but then not selling out the live arena? Like, on the one hand, we started this by talking about all the empty seats and saying, well, maybe they just didn't want to see it. But then nationally, it's huge. 33 million folks. Talk me through this. Help me understand. How is that possible?
There could be 1,000,001 excuses in the world, but the new gas station opened up down the street.
Isn't that crazy when you think about it, though? I mean, this makes no rhyme or reason for how nationally it's the biggest thing ever, 33 million people, but you can't get 15,000 people there locally. That's crazy.
Yes, it is.
If this was such a huge success on TV, and clearly it was, 15.2, why didn't we get another one for a whole year? The next main event in prime time wouldn't be until February 3rd, 1989.
Well, you got to listen to the networks, and you got to hear all these people give you all the different reasons why. You can do the same thing. That new gas station opened down the street. An excuse is an excuse, but they would always give us the same old tired answer of, well, you know what? We've got our schedule set. We've already set our schedules. We've got our shows. We have our network primetime shows that are already set all the way into, through next fall. We can't possibly fit you in.
So that tells me that someone at the station was not a fan of wrestling or had some sort of alternate bullshit reason, an excuse, we might even say, as to how the show got a 15.2 rating. Because if this is a ratings bonanza, the network would be champion. Hell, how many of these can we get? I mean, the network wants to push these down your throat. If something is doing big business, they do more of it, not less of it.
Well, you would hope so. But I think that the issue became from a network point of view. Well, who sells this? Does the sports division do this? Does the entertainment division do this?
They didn't know what to do with it.
They couldn't even decide amongst themselves. We're sitting there going, hey, we're entertainment, guys.
Yeah.
Don't put us in that sports fucking heat.
Right.
We're entertainment. We want to be on the entertainment side of things and allow us to entertain and allow us to do what we do best and put us out there. But there was just definitely a distaste for wrestling. You gotta understand how we even got into the game was in the late night genre on a Saturday night that nobody else wanted to touch.
Right.
And it was a slot that Ebersol had championed and made successful from day one. So because of Dick, they gave us that opportunity for, the Saturday night main event and made a go of it.
It's just funny to me that it all came down to really, they didn't know what to do with you. I mean, it's like a football bat. Nobody knows what to do with it. And the success and the momentum lags a little bit just because the sales team doesn't know how to get their shit together as to who gets it. As a reminder, from 1987 in our episode there, the $1 Million Man wanted to buy the World Wrestling Federation Championship from Hulk Hogan. Hogan, of course, the great good guy he is, he refuses. So now Dibiase gets creative and instead buys the contract for Andre the Giant from Bobby the Brain Heenan. So the new plan is for the $1 Million Man to have Andre the Giant beat Hulk Hogan for the title and then just give him the title live on NBC's main event. And the $1 Million Man and his bodyguard Virgil plan to accompany Andre to ringside for the match as well. Before we move on here, I'm curious, Bruce, did Bobby Heenan care one way or another about no longer being paired with Andre? It was such a big part of Andre's career up to that point. I mean, at the high point, WrestleMania 3, Bobby's right by his side. And now less than a year later, that's not really the case. Did Bobby care one way or another at this point?
Well, Bobby knew that he was still going to be a part of that package and that this was just simply an angle and a part-time deal. So Bobby didn't care. Bobby cared about getting a check every week.
Well, roll tide on that. Worth mentioning here that Hulk Hogan's famous training montage is on this episode of the main event, and it's set to Jake the Snake Roberts' theme song. It's just awesome stuff, and if you've never seen it, you should go out of your way to watch it. It's basically everything that's right with the 80s. It's on YouTube if you want to look up Hulk Hogan Gym circa 1987. All right, we're going to nerd out here for a minute, Bruce. Another icon of the wrestling industry debuts here on this show, and it's the new world title. Before the match, Hogan is backstage doing a promo with Mean Gene, and he's wearing his world title that many fans refer to as the Hogan 86 or Hogan 87 because he had two very similar belts. You probably remember this belt I'm talking about best from his match with Andre at WrestleMania 3. Anyway, just moments after this backstage promo, Hogan busts through the curtain at Market Square Arena, and he's got on a different belt. And this is the one you probably remember more with Bret Hart or Shawn Michaels. It's the most iconic world title design in WWF history, at least in my worldview. It's called the Winged Eagle amongst belt fans, and it's dual-plated here with both nickel and gold, and lots of extra attention to detail is paid. There was even a logo plate that said WWF Champion before the snaps, and there were 3 guys who had custom logo plates designed: Hulk Hogan, the Ultimate Warrior, and Macho Man. I realize this is next level detail here, but I love this belt. Bruce, do you remember who would have tasked Reggie Parks with creating this new world title that debuted here on this show?
At that time, that would have been Terry Garvin, who was dealing with Reggie and getting the belts.
Did Vince pay much attention to belts or have strong opinions one way or another about any belt in particular that you can remember?
Not that I can remember, no.
Did Reggie hand deliver it here in Indianapolis that day, or were the backstage promos done a different day? I ask because I've always been curious how Hogan has one belt on backstage for the promo, but then another on his way to a ring. So it either has to be different days.
They were just done earlier in the day.
So the belt got delivered later in the day.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
I realize there's a lot of questions about a belt, but I get to ask the questions here, damn it. Did anybody catch this? Because it seems like this lack of continuity would have been something in those days that Ebersol or McMahon would have paid a lot of attention to. It feels like a detail that maybe even would have pissed off Vince.
Oh my God. There was so much attention to detail, from Polaroids of when guys did their pre-tapes earlier in the day, that they had someone at Gorilla basically quality checking, looking at their Polaroid and looking at the guys before they went out, if they had just done a promo and were going out to the ring.
So how does the belt, being totally different, slip through?
Obviously, someone didn't notice.
They just saw the gold belt and thought, there it is.
There it is, yeah. Not that many people pay attention to that shit.
Well, I guess I'm one of the weird ones. The start of the match has both Ted and Virgil involved physically with Hulk, beating them both up. And then they're obviously doing this to try to mask Andre's physical limitations. Is there any consideration at this point to do a title match on pay-per-view with Andre dropping the title to Hogan? I know that this is a babyface territory. You've told us that on old episodes, but it feels like a babyface chasing a monster heel for the big win is a formula we've seen work before in every other territory.
Yeah, but it didn't work in New York, and they didn't like it in New York, so that really wasn't a consideration at that time. Vince was not a fan of having heel champions and wanted a hero babyface as the champion.
So here's what we got in one of the most memorable and controversial finishes in WWF history. Andre pins Hogan to win the WWF title after about 9 minutes, even though Hulk's shoulder was obviously up by the count of 1 and right in front of the referee and on camera. Andre's given the belt and announced as the new WWF champion. Immediately after that, Gene Okerlund comes to the ring and interviews Andre, and he says, "This is no surprise. I told you I was going to win the World Tag Team Championship, and now I surrender the World Tag Team Championship to Ted DiBiase." So the belt goes from Andre's shoulder to around DiBiase's waist, and the $1 Million Man's plan has worked. He's bought his way into becoming the WWF World Champion after all. If you haven't already, again, go check out that $1 Million Man episode in our archives. We covered this and everything about that character in great detail. I think it's one of the best shows we've ever done. But for those of us who haven't listened, remind us again why Andre would have referred to the world title as a tag team championship.
I have no fucking idea.
What was your favorite Andre the Giant promo? I know you're laughing. Can you remember a particularly good one that we could recommend to fans?
Right, and I strangle. Yeah, that's about it. Brother love. I was terrified to work with Andre the first time. Andre liked Bruce, but he hated Brother Love.
Oh, I love that.
And it wasn't that he didn't know that I was one and the same. It's just that he really despised the Brother Love character. So much so that we had to have a sit down. It was almost childlike in a way, where Vince kind of explained to Andre, well, Bruce is Brother Love, but it's still just Bruce, boss. I don't like Brother Love. No, it wasn't that bad, but it was. Andre didn't like Brother Love.
Who did?
Hey, $1 Million Man, my benefactor.
So eventually, Dave Hebner runs to the ring and starts arguing with another identical referee. Of course, we didn't know that at home This is his brother Earl. The evil ref who counted Hulk down attacks the new ref and kicks him out of the ring, letting us at home know that he was the one who took the bribe from Dibiase to screw our champion out of the title. So the story is that Dibiase found someone to get plastic surgery to look like a WWF referee, put them into an official referee uniform, and paid them off to do this dirty count. Hulk realizes what's happened and military presses him and throws him out of the ring on the Dibiase and Virgil. If you go look at the tape, he threw him so hard, it looks like he completely misses everybody and just hits the floor. A few minutes later, we see Hogan backstage talking to Mean Gene about the controversial loss, and Hogan is wondering how much the multi-million-dollar man had to pay that ref to look exactly like the other ref. This was voted Pro Wrestling Illustrated's Match of the Year for 1988, but it was really the angle of the 80s, at least to me. Bruce, we talk a lot about the bad stuff here on this show, but man, this was like the best shit ever, was it not?
Yeah, it was great. It was probably still to this day one of the best finishes and overall presentations I've ever seen.
Whose idea was this evil referee gimmick, and how did it take until 1988 for it to actually happen? The Hebners had been refs since the 70s, so they'd been around a while, and this finish is one of those deals where you have twins, and it makes so much sense. It's really simple, but as a kid, man, this stuff just blew my mind. Now, though, even then especially, I have trouble telling Dave and Earl apart. As a kid, man, I just had no idea.
Well, okay. Let me explain something to you here. I was working the gorilla position for this show and having the time to show out, get the commercials and so on, and let everybody know where we are time-wise, and needed to know everything to kind of run shit. I didn't know the finish. I had no clue.
So you didn't know that there was a twin referee?
No, I knew that we were switching the title.
Had you met,
that I knew.
Had you met Dave and Earl Hebner before?
I had obviously knew Dave. I'd never met Earl.
Wow.
I knew there was a twin. I knew there was Earl, but he worked for Jim Crockett. So that night, Earl's the one who refereed the match. And I'm talking to Earl right before he goes out for the match.
And you think
thinking
it's
it's Dave.
Wow.
I had no clue.
That's awesome.
And Vince had asked me that night, he pulled me off and said, "Oh, you got the finish for Hogan match?" I said, "No. I mean, I know we're switching the title and all that, but he says, do you want to know?" I said, "No, I don't. Do I need to know?" And he just smiled and said, "No." And I chose not to know the finish of the match. I wanted to watch it. And it was just so friggin' good. That was one of those moments that was like, oh my God.
How pleased was everyone when the angle was over? And by everyone, I mean Hogan, Andre, DiBiase, Pat, the Hebners, Dick, Vince, everybody.
It was perfect. I mean, it was executed to perfection. So everybody was ecstatic. I remember coming back when Vince came back and he was in his tux and we were standing there and he was drinking a beer and I walked up to him and he just started laughing, shook his hand, gave me a hug. And it was like, that was one of the best things I'd ever seen.
So here's a random question. What type of beer does Vince drink?
What kind of question is that?
I mean, he said he was drinking a beer. What type of beer is it?
It's Miller Lite.
Roll Tide. That's what I needed to hear. Hashtag it's Miller time. Let's talk briefly about the Hebners, and I'm sure we will cover them again in the future, long form, because we get lots of questions about their departure all the time, actually. But let's talk about their beginning first. They didn't come in together, so you said Dave came in first. They've been working since the 70s. After this angle is over, did they work in front of the cameras as the same guy? Meaning, was this ever acknowledged again that there's twins? Like, how long did it take before the audience was smartened up that this is Dave and this is Earl?
It took a while. And here was the funny thing, because Dave was making the transition to be a behind-the-scenes road agent. And Earl was going to be the one that was actually going to be the referee. So for the longest time, Earl was the referee, but we referred to him and identified him as Dave Hebner, which I always just thought was kind of funny. But then eventually, you started seeing Dave in backstage segments, and they identified him as Dave, and then changed Earl to Earl.
Any fun stories about working with Earl or Dave? We've heard a lot about them over the years, but we don't necessarily know a lot of the funny ha-ha. And it feels like those guys would have been the life of the party at different times, or down for a good rib here or there.
Just two great guys. You know who Earl and Dave reminded me of was Heckle and Jekyll. You know the cartoon, the magpies or whatever the hell they are?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. What is a Heckle and Jekyll?
Heckle and Jekyll were these two magpies. They were twins. One was Heckle, one was Jekyll, and they used to just cause havoc. It was a cartoon in the 70s. And for whatever reason, I just always would see Heckle and Jekyll whenever I would see Earl and Dave together. But, man, the Hebners were a blast on the road. If you ever needed anything done, they could get it done. If you were ever looking for an ice-cold beer, you find a Hebner, you're going to find an ice-cold beer. And they had every in and out. They knew exactly where to stay, where the deals were, and where the fun was.
Well, that's good to know. The day after the main event, the company did double shots in Boston and Philadelphia. You just talked about that a minute ago. Both times, Hogan would tag with Bigelow against Dibiase and Virgil. And on both shows, Dibiase wore the belt to the ring and was introduced as the WWF champion. It's also worth mentioning that the shows drew nearly 29,000 folks between them. Were you at these shows? And if so, what was the heat like for Dibiase?
I was not. I was on that plane out of Indianapolis on Friday night after the show. Everybody else kind of got stuck in Indy with bad weather.
Hogan worked a 6-man with Savage and Steamboat against Honky and the Hart Foundation in Quebec 2 days later. Talk everyone through why Hogan was booked with middle-of-the-card baby faces in these tag matches so often.
What middle-of-the-card baby faces?
Well, I'm just saying, at the time, Steamboat was not positioned really high on the card. He was a year prior, but he's kind of on his way out here, and we would see this period kind of continue where he's with Bigelow, he's with Duggan, he's with Hercules. He would tag with guys who are kind of in that spot. He's not always tagging with, Randy Savage every week.
No, it was Savage and Steamboat. I think that both of those guys are both top main event guys. Then
never mind. Fuck my question. Don't worry about it. Let's get caught up on semantics. We've all heard that Hogan had his favorites, whether it was opponents or partners. Do you recall Hogan ever specifically pushing back on anyone in particular? Was there one guy that he's like, can't do it, brother?
He didn't want to work with Dustin Rhodes way back when, in
93.
like 92.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we wanted to bring Dustin in and do something with Dustin just fresh as an opponent for Hogan, he didn't feel that was somebody that he really wanted to work with. It wasn't anything against Dustin. He just felt that he wasn't big enough and had the stature enough to work with Hogan.
Bullshit. He didn't want to work with a young, blonde-haired, as tall as he is, babyface with a wrestling legacy.
No.
Okay.
He looked at it. He looked at him. Dustin wasn't in the best of shape at the time. And he just felt that how am I going to sell his quote buggy whip arms against me, and just didn't feel that it was. And Dustin didn't look like a great athlete at the time. That's why we covered him up with the Gold Dust stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's better that he worked against One Man Gang. You're right.
Exactly. Big nasty bastard.
Yeah, I mean, why would he want to work with a little guy like him or Macho Man or Dibiase? On February 13th, we had Hogan tagging with Bigelow again, but this time we had Mad Dog Vachon in the corner against Andre and Dibiase. Who was Mad Dog close with in the office, if anyone? We saw him pop up here and there, even as late as 96. How does that booking come to be? It feels like a one-off.
Well, we're probably in Des Moines here, right? Had to be somewhere in there because that's where Maurice lived at the time. And He was good friends with Pat Patterson, but also Vince. He was Mad Dog Vachon, for God's sakes, man. He was just, good God, vicious in the stories Mad Dog could tell. And he was a small guy, but he was one of the toughest human beings that I've ever met in my entire life. A legitimate, badass, amateur wrestler, fighter, just all around tough guy. Never backed down from a fight in his life.
The next day, they're back in Pontiac, Michigan at the Silverdome, the site of WrestleMania 3. So, of course, they come back with Hogan and Bigelow on one side, Dibiase and Andre on the other side. This tag team variation of Hogan-Andre only draws 12,000 folks to the Silverdome, and obviously 12,000 is a big crowd, but the number has to be disappointing in a building this size, considering what happened a year prior. What's to blame for this drop in a year, do you think?
It ain't WrestleMania. And I think you just gave away the match that drew the house, which was the one-on-one Hogan and Andre. You just gave it away for free.
Right.
On network television. So
the question I have is, why book this giant building if you know all of that going in?
Or it was probably cheap.
Okay. There you go. They took that same match to Chicago the next night and then had back-to-back nights of TV tapings where Hogan didn't perform. The idea being, in order to see Hogan wrestle, you need to buy a ticket, right, Bruce?
You damn right.
On February 18th in the Meadowlands, Hogan would beat the Intercontinental Champion, the Honky Tonk Man, by DQ. And then he took a week off to come back on February 26th. There he would work Hollywood, Florida, right before intermission against the natural Butch Reed. A lot of fans may not get the connection, but why was Butch Reed working Hogan on this particular show in Florida?
Because it's close to Hogan's home.
Well, because Butch Reed's over in Florida.
Well, that too.
Golly.
It's natural.
I'll just do this by myself for the rest of the show, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
I mean, good Lord. Florida Championship Wrestling, Butch Reed from Florida, he was drawing houses down there and doing great, having great matches.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was a long-ass time ago.
We're talking about a show that happened 29 years ago.
I understand that, but Butch had left Florida like long before that and gone through Mid-South and then been in...
Okay, then answer this, smarty. Why is Butch Reed working against Hulk Hogan in Florida?
Because they wanted to see how Butch would do if people were buying him.
Why didn't they do it in Detroit?
Because Butch was over in Florida. Why aren't you paying attention, man?
Oh, I love you so much sometimes. I want to strangle you. I feel my blood pressure getting higher over here. I'm about to pull a Kenny Bolin on you. After being in Hollywood, Florida, Bruce, do you want to guess where they were the very next day?
Denver, Colorado.
You fucker. Quit doing research
What?
on your end. Yes, that's right. I'm fascinated by this. Look at a map from Denver. Florida to Denver.
Listen, Ed Cohen wasn't the most popular guy amongst the boys.
This is crazy to me. So he goes from working Butch Reed in Hollywood, Florida. Then he goes to Denver, Colorado for another sold out show with Hogan Bigelow against Andre DiBiase. 2 days later, Virgil has Andre's spot in the tag match in Boise, Idaho. So they go Florida, Denver, Idaho. So my next question was going to be who booked this shit, but it's Ed Cohen.
Yeah, and then from there they probably went to Bangor, Maine.
No,
and then back to Las Vegas, and then let's go to Chicago. If you walked into Ed Cohen's office back in the day, there was a gigantic map of the United States across from his desk, and there were darts all over the map. And because everybody joked that Ed just had a map of the United States and would throw darts at it and go, here's where we're going next. So he actually really and truly did in real life have a giant map of the United States with darts in it.
Just to
so
piss
when the boys
people
would
off.
come by. Yeah, when the boys would come by, Ed, why the fuck are we going here? He goes, well, I threw the dart.
A week later, they're at the Cow Palace in San Fran, again with Hogan working a tag, but this time it's with Jim Duggan against DiBiase and Virgil, and they did it again the very next night in LA too. We've talked a lot about local promoters on this show in older episodes. These shows on the West Coast were doing really well for you here in 88. Do you remember off the top of your head who the local promoters may have been for San Fran and LA?
God, it changed over the years. I know later on Bob Cartago worked as one of the promoters in Northern California, so in the San Fran area, and Bob listens to the show actually still today. I forget who we used because LA was a market that we pretty much owned, and I don't really remember if that was somebody that was local or if that was someone from the office that actually would go into LA and run it for them.
On March 7th, Hogan would work the Saturday night. Hogan would work the Saturday night's main event taping in Nashville. They sold out, quote unquote, 10,000 tickets, but it was reported it was heavily papered. Why don't you think Nashville was a hotter WWF market during this time? It feels like, during this run, Tennessee was not a huge draw for them. And I know that we all know, Vince took over all the territories, but do you remember there being a specific territory that was more difficult to crack than the others? Maybe Mid-Atlantic or Tennessee. Those areas seem to kind of struggle, but Texas, Minnesota, California, Florida, those did all very well, very quickly. Do I have that right?
No.
Okay.
The hardest ones for him to crack, probably in this order, would have been Houston.
I knew you were going to say that because you're a dickhead.
No, but it was Houston. It was Mid-South, all the Wattses, New Orleans, Tulsa, Oklahoma City. Because we threw the book against him. I mean, we threw the book at him. We battled him. And then from there, I would probably say Memphis in Jerry Lawler territory, but more Memphis, and probably Nashville would
Same
carry over to that as well. Yeah. Those deep South territories.
Hogan is working against King Harley Race on this Saturday night's main event here, and they only go about 6.5 minutes, but man, is it memorable. You can see this match on Hulk Hogan's Anthology DVD set or the Best of Saturday Night's Main Event DVD set. It's one of the first table spots in front of a live audience in WWF history. Harley put Hulk on the table and then attempted his diving headbutt from the apron, but Hulk moved, and that caused Harley to just crash through the table. This would be a legit injury to Harley and end his career. Do you remember this night and the injury?
It's funny, and I do remember it because it was my birthday, and I remember it was Harley's spot. It was dangerous, and you say that now with the kind of shit that everybody does, but
this was
just not something that we did then.
Yeah.
So I do remember it, and it was like, oh shit, hated that he got hurt too.
Does Vince take care of him?
Yes.
It's notable that Saturday night's main event is where we close the show to this awesome Hulk Hogan Real American music video that everyone has seen a million times. Do you remember how that deal came together for you guys to use this song? And where and when did you shoot Hogan for this famous video we've all seen so many times?
I wasn't there for the famous video that we've all seen 1,000 times. That was before my time. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside. Dun, 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 dun. That one?
That's what I was looking for.
I'm a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. I'm a real American. I don't do nothing with... okay, anyway.
Mexicans.
Hey, man. Hey, Dave Silva, man, I'm looking out for you, vato, man. You can't go there. Only I can do that.
Well, what's your favorite Hulk Hogan luchador match? Go.
Yeah, that one. Con Mil Máscaras, no ya, amigo.
I didn't see them work. Where did that happen? Rio de Janeiro?
Sí, Guadalajara. Tijuana.
They did TV tapings.
Los Equis.
The next two enchiladas, the next 2 days in Bristol, Tennessee, and Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Hogan did a promo about WrestleMania 4 on one, and then on the other did a tag match with Bigelow again against Andre and Dibiase. They first started announcing this tournament concept on February 27th, 1988. When did you know that this WrestleMania 4 card was going to be a tournament concept?
I knew probably in December the year before.
Wow. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, on WrestleMania 4 episode. The WWF ran 4 shows on March 12th, and Hogan was on 2 of them, pinning Virgil on a matinee show at the Capitol Center in Landover, and then later defeating Dibiase in a lumberjack match at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. The lumberjack match actually made the Hulkamania 4 videotape, and it has a fun bit where 2 masked men were trying to help Dibiase. Hogan takes their masks off, and one has a second mask on. Eventually, we see it's the Killer Bees. Bruce, I don't know when we'll talk about them again. You got any good Killer Bees stories?
That's none of your business. See how I did that there?
Yeah, it was not good, actually.
No?
No.
Bzzz. Remember their promos?
No, I try to block them out.
When they would buzz during their promos and go bzzz.
You got any Jim Brunzell or B. Brian Blair stories for us?
No, not really, man. Brunzell was a lot of fun to drink with. He was a Minnesota boy that could drink a lot of beer, and he was just a good old Minnesota boy, man. And Brian was Brian.
Well, there's your Killer Bees.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry.
And there's that. Hamilton the next night was another tag with 15,000 fans there just 2 months after the Royal Rumble, and they're back in the same building again, drawing another huge crowd. The show the next night is in Quebec, and it's a tribute show for Mad Dog Vachon, who had recently lost his leg in a car accident. They draw 18,000 fans here, with Hogan on top, tagging with Bigelow against Andre and Dibiase again. Bruce, in a situation like this on a tribute show, how does the money work?
Vince probably gave it all to Mad Dog, man. That was just such a tragic accident. He's mowing the grass on his property on the side of the road, and a truck comes by and hits him, and he loses his leg.
Wow.
And that tough son of a bitch, laid on the side of the road until help came, and they had to amputate his leg, and he'd never missed a beat. Just had a great positive attitude. But on something like this for Mad Dog, it's something that everybody would be happy to contribute and take care of him for.
These tag matches continue through Houston, Missouri, and Illinois on our way to WrestleMania 4. And by now you realize the partners are Duggan or Bigelow, with Hogan and a combination of DiBiase, Virgil, and Andre on the other side. Along the way, you guys do press conferences for WrestleMania at Trump Plaza. And this is the first of 2 back-to-back WrestleManias there. The company has never done that before or since. Why did back-to-back WrestleManias here make sense? Why haven't they done it before or since?
Well, it was only 4 and 5, so we didn't have a long history of them to really compare before. The reason to do it at this point, because it was simply a great deal. It was close to home, and we had a terrific deal with the hotel, with Trump Plaza, and the convention center itself. It looked good for television. We could decorate it and make it look good. And it was close to home. So we knew that we would draw. We knew we could draw there, and we knew that we could make money there, which was the most important thing. You could command high dollar for the seats because the casino would buy them up,
right,
which they did, which was part of the deal. And you also knew that you had a great deal on the building, and you had all those hotel rooms, and a lot of those expenses were absorbed due to the deal with Trump.
So you work a deal out where you say, you're going to buy a bunch of the tickets and give them to your whales. You're going to give us a reduced rate on the venue because you're going to get people to come gamble here. And then you're going to comp all the boys their rooms or give us a really, really racehorse good deal to reduce our overhead.
Ding, ding, ding.
Makes total sense to me. I didn't get it for so long, but now I'm like, well, hell, why not? I would do it every year.
That was part of the whole attraction of Vegas and Caesar's Palace as well.
How was Donald as an event partner here?
The best. You really and truly could not ask for a better event partner. He was a publicity whore, so anything that you ever wanted him to do, he would do, because if it was publicity for him and publicity for his properties and getting himself out in the public eye,
he's in.
And then rubbing, oh yeah, he's definitely in. But he was great. I mean, he made his people available. He loved Vince's promotional style. He really looked up to Vince and learned an awful lot from Vince, and vice versa. They clicked. They clicked right away. Trump loved the spectacle.
Do you hear yourself on this episode?
What?
Dick Ebersol, who ran NBC and revolutionized television, looked up to Vince McMahon.
He was.
And Donald Trump, the president of the United States, he just looked up to Vince McMahon. We all did. We used to lay at the altar of McMahon and worship.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Talk me through a WrestleMania press tour.
You wish you could lay at that altar.
I did get to shake his hand once. It was pretty cool.
Wash your hand after that.
I'm sure he washed his immediately.
He probably did the hand sanitizer.
Oh, I'm sure Jimmy Kelly handed him the Purell, and he's like, "Was that guy from Alabama?" Ugh.
Oh God!
Did you hear his accent? Oh, and he's fat. Ugh.
God. Disgusting son.
He had a beard. Ugh. Give me an idea of what this WrestleMania press tour might be like, how the process is planned, who's invited, who's not, who puts it all together.
Promotions department. That was Bob Collins and Basil DeVito, especially through this. Basil was heavily involved in the promotion for WrestleMania during this time, as was Bob. But they did quite a bit in the New York area, obviously in Atlantic, but a lot of it in Atlantic City. But a lot of it centered around Manhattan and New York City, because that's where we were drawing from, and that was the heartbeat of the WWF at the time.
I love talking about Jim Crockett and the Vince McMahon wars at this time. Bruce, do you remember what venue the WWF booked for their closed circuit building in Atlanta?
No clue.
The Omni.
Well, yeah. Why not?
It's just awesome to me. I'm not sure when, but I do know for sure we're going to do that WrestleMania 4 episode at some point. But one of my favorite things from this show was the Bob Uecker, Andre the Giant choking bit. How great was Bob Uecker?
Bob was cool as shit. He's another one that got it and was easy to work with. He was a friend of Ebersol's, so he would always kind of do the favor, and they loved being around him. But he was just kind of easy to work with.
As everyone probably remembers, Jack Tunney gave both Andre and Hogan a first-round bye in the tournament since they were already in the championship match that caused all this chaos. So they face off in the second round, and that match ends in a DQ when Hogan uses a chair. In an effort to send the fans home happy with the WrestleMania moment, I guess, Hogan slams Andre after the match. That's the big high spot everybody remembered from WrestleMania 3, of course. Anyway, Bruce, the thinking here is to just get these guys out of the tournament and make room for Randy, right?
Well, the whole idea behind the WrestleMania 4 promotion was essentially Hulk Andre 3. The way back original idea when I was first even brought into the storyline going forward was you had Hulk Andre at WrestleMania 3. Hogan wins. You go to Survivor Series with the next time that Hulk and Andre would be in the ring together. Andre wins. Of course, he didn't beat Hulk, but he won Sole Survivor. Ooh. And then you go to the main event where Andre beats Hogan, albeit controversial, that essentially this was Hogan's time to come whole and beat Andre again one-on-one. But they did, the whole schmoz because you couldn't have Hogan advance and you wanted to get them both eliminated so Hulk could go away and make his movie. So that obviously changed where it's like, well, Hogan can't win because then how do you get him out of the tournament? So the idea is you eliminate them both and then we'll get to another one. So it was just kind of a hodgepodge deal. It just became, that was the attraction. And again, when I say all these ideas, it's what you're telling the audience, what you're going to see. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, at WrestleMania 4, that's where Hulk gets his win and becomes whole. And then from the realistic storytelling, what you have to do for the finish is you got to get rid of them both. But you're promoting it is that next one-on-one rematch.
Which is
in
even
reality 3 one-on-one rematches, 3 one-on-one matches.
Which is what the poster was. It was the lightning behind Hogan and Andre nose to nose.
Right.
Hogan would come out for the live crowd during the main event to help his friend Randy Savage become the WWF champion when he beat the $1 Million Man using an elbow drop off the top. Afterwards, we get this iconic image of Miss Elizabeth on Randy's shoulder with the title belt across his other shoulder, and we see a subtle tease of something we wouldn't notice for a full year. Find out what on our Mega Powers episodes in the archives. Real quick, I want to ask, did you already have WrestleMania 5 lined up before WrestleMania 4 was out of the ring?
Had a pretty good idea.
Did Hogan have any problem not being in his usual main event spot here at WrestleMania? This is the first time in the history of WrestleMania he wasn't there.
No, not that I ever knew. No. I mean, he was in the spot. He came out and sprinkled, Hulk dust on Randy. So he still was a part of that spot. You know what I mean?
We have got to get a t-shirt of like a hand with some white wrist tape sprinkling red and yellow dust on Macho Man. I mean, that needs to happen over at BrucePrichard.com. The next TV taping, Hulk Dust, I love that, was April 21st, New Haven, Connecticut. And this is where we see Hulk Hogan pin Boris Zukov in under 2 minutes. Nikolai Volkov, one of my favorites, WWE legend, would come in after the match and get a power slam and a leg drop for doing so. And then Slick was treated to an atomic drop. And this is the last time we see Hogan for months. Tell everyone why.
No holds barred. It's no holds barred.
What type of Christmas could or should you have?
Why have a Merry Christmas when you can have a no holds barred Christmas? No holds barred. The match, the movie, only on pay-per-view.
No Holds Barred, also available in the archives. What's your favorite line from that movie, Bruce? No Holds Barred.
What's that smell?
Dookie. I want to hear
Dookie?
Let's hear some Nikolai Volkov stories. Am I wrong in thinking this guy's like one of the more underrated guys in the history of the company?
Well, as far as Nikolai Volkov, yes, he is, and he's the real deal. Another one who was a legit badass, strong as an ox. You asked that question earlier about were there any guys that didn't do anything or made it. Nikolai Volkov is another name you can add to that list. Nikolai traveled with a hot plate, and Nikolai was notorious for being very frugal. Kids out there, for those of you that are not familiar with the word frugal, Nikolai was cheap. But Nikolai still has the first penny he ever earned, has earned a very nice living, great guy. But Nikolai would carry around a hot plate and his own pots and pans and all this other stuff. And when he would get into town, he would go to the grocery stores. And he would ask them for, where's your fruit that you're going to throw out? Or where's the fruit that is set to be, thrown away? And he would go back and pick through it and take the fruit that's, overripe, or the vegetables that are bruised that they're not going to sell. And take all that and then get, whatever steak was on sale or chicken, and then stink up whatever hotel he was staying in with the garlic and making his food in the hotel room. Didn't spend a lot of money on the road.
But he made a lot of money, and he made a lot of it from 84 to 87, teaming with the Iron Sheik. And in my mind, that Iron Sheik Nikolai Volkov tag team is one of my very favorites, just because there's nothing more wrestling than the Iron Sheik with a big, nasty Russian. Am I right?
Oh, hell yeah. And to quote Ernie Ladd, you got to look at them. They're real. The Volkov and the Sheik, they're real. I remember looking at him going, but Nikolai's not really Russian. He's Yugoslavian or whatever the hell he is.
I think he's from
He's
Croatia.
real, damn it, and the Sheik is real Iranian. They're real. They're foreigners.
Is one of the better gimmicks of all time him interrupting and singing the Russian national anthem?
Gotta love it. It's classic.
Do you remember any of the words?
Eat my crotch. In the ball bar. Eat my crotch.
Are you saying "Eat My Crotch" at the end?
No, that was Russian national anthem.
Well, I got to tell you, that is maybe one of the highlights of the show to me. You singing the Russian national anthem, ending it with "Eat My Crotch." It's not something I was ready for.
Didn't say that.
You said "Eat my crotch."
That's just what you heard. That's not what I said.
Oh gosh. Wonder what he's up to these days. Hogan's first child, Brooke, was born on May 5th, 1988. What type of gift does Vince McMahon get for the man who has everything, Hulk Hogan, for something like this?
Unengraved dumbbell.
Is that real?
Yeah.
So, this engraved dumbbell, is it like a baby weight for the baby? Or is it 40?
Like a little baby dumbbell. Sterling silver or gold. I forget which one.
If Vince were calling to congratulate Hulk on the birth of his firstborn, what might that sound like?
God damn, pal, congratulations. I told you you had swimmers.
It's the best podcast ever. On July 13th, there's a TV taping in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and the Macho Man announces he's finally found a tag partner for SummerSlam to take on that big, nasty Andre the Giant and the $1 Million Man, and his partner will be Hulk Hogan. This is Hogan's first appearance in nearly 3 months, and he makes it clear during his promo that Miss Elizabeth is with him now, too. On that same taping, Hogan and Elizabeth accompany the Macho Man to the ring when he takes on Conquistador number 1, who's seconded by Conquistador number 2. The match goes about 2 minutes. Macho Man, of course, wins with an elbow drop off the top. Bruce, how old school is this Conquistador gimmick, and who did you guys get to do these?
Jose Luis Rivera Jr. y Jose Estrada.
Can you remember any fun Conquistador spots you guys would do on house shows with this gimmick?
We would do the Conquistador swish.
Besides Bella Twin Magic.
Yeah. No, that was about it. Cause Jose was about a foot shorter than Jose. Well, you know, the one that was taller, that was Jose. And then the shorter one, Jose, well, you know, Jose was bigger than Jose. So, well, you know.
When you're trying to get over a new baby face like this, you need Hogan to be out of the picture so the new guy doesn't feel like a backup quarterback to the fans. And when Hogan is back, you need Hogan's endorsement for the new guy, right?
Exactly.
So the next day, you guys do a TV taping in Cedar Rapids. Here we'll see Randy Savage, Hulk Hogan, and Miss Elizabeth join you on the Brother Love show. Hogan says he would love to get his hands on Brother Love and chases you off the set. Hogan continues his list of things he loved, including putting his fist in the cash register of the multi-million-dollar man, which sounds kind of kinky when you think about it. It's one of the first times you hear this pairing of Savage and Hogan referred to as the Mega Powers, and they finish the segment by promoting SummerSlam and then putting Elizabeth on Randy's shoulders. And that segment, if you'd like to see it, is available on YouTube right now. Just look for WWF Brother Love Show, Randy Savage, Hulk Hogan, 80788. Bruce, how easy were Savage and Hogan to work with on this Brother Love segment? It feels like these are two old pros, and there's not a lot of scripting that would be needed compared to today.
It's like a night off because you could lay out exactly what you needed, have an idea where you're going to go, and just go and have fun. Because we all knew each other well enough that I knew how to get them where they wanted to go, and vice versa. They knew how to play off of each other, and we all knew how to play off of the other. Not play with the other, but you know.
You know. Why did Hogan always call Dibiase the multi-million-dollar man?
Because to him, that was more evil than just the $1 million man.
Where was Dibiase's cash register? I'm just trying to figure out exactly where Hogan wanted to put his fist.
Well, you know. I can't disclose that kind of information, man.
Talk me through the way Hogan would have taken direction at the time. You just said it was kind of like a night off. You let him know what you want to get done. At this point, are you, Bruce Prichard, able to go to Terry Bollea and say, hey, so here's what we need tonight, and him just do it? Or is he hitting you with some, that doesn't work for me, brother?
I've never, well, that's not true. I've been hit with, that doesn't work for me. But for the most part, no, I would go to him and say, here's what we're looking for. And how do you want to get there?
Okay, so you leave it open-ended where Hulk could kind of dictate the way he wanted to do it. And I'm not saying that, he was better than or above that, but he was certainly in a position where he was a big enough contributor that his opinion mattered.
To pretty much for guys that I had confidence in, that I knew they knew what to do, I left it open for everybody to get their own shit in.
Regardless of their spot on the card, there was input and feedback from the talent.
Yes.
Man, that's not the way it happens now. Now writer's assistants bring over an MS Word document that's been printed out and highlighted in gray, because the WWE will not print in color. And they say, here's the revisions from 30 minutes ago. And here's what you're going to do.
Yeah, that's crazy. No, we didn't do it that way.
At the end of the month, Hogan main events an outdoor event in Milwaukee at County Stadium. They draw over 25,000 folks to WrestleFest 88. In the main event, Hulk Hogan took on Andre the Giant inside of a steel cage and got the win, escaping only about 10 minutes into the match. This would become a VHS release through Coliseum Home Video, and has since been released on multiple DVDs. Bruce, running a stadium show here seems a bit out of the norm for the company. Do you remember how this came to be?
The opportunity came to us for a promotion with the Milwaukee Brewers, and they wanted us to run the stadium. Say, hey, would you guys be interested in doing a live event in the stadium? They'd had success with Toronto and I believe Montreal, but a few different stadium shows. So took it up. It was an opportunity to run the stadium. Great deal, co-promotion with the Brewers, and why not?
The next 2 days, Hogan worked TV tapings against Bad News Brown and Haku. These happened in Ohio and West Virginia, both winning with a leg drop 7 or 8 minutes into the match. And of course, they're taping promos for SummerSlam at both shows. You talked earlier about there being a hard and fast rule about when you're booking towns, try to be 3 hours away, no more than 3 hours away, so you can at least drive there. And you've told us before there was some sort of method to the number of vignettes you would air before a new character debuted. Did that same methodology apply to a pay-per-view main event as far as promotion? Was there a certain number of promos or interviews you guys tried to strive for a pay-per-view main event?
Well, you try to get all your promotions, especially at the time, to be at least 8 weeks in advance to get tickets on sale and to be able to promote the event properly. But it would depend on the match and the attraction. But for the most part, you try to be 8 weeks out front.
After 25,000 folks showed up in Milwaukee 8 days prior, Hogan Andre work on top, and they draw in Greensboro, North Carolina. Do you want to guess how many folks?
6 million people.
How about 3,600? This was amazing to me that 8 days after they draw 25,000 folks in Milwaukee, 8 days later, Hogan Andre, Greensboro, North Carolina, one of the capitals of wrestling in North America, 3,600 folks. When the house for that main event, Hogan Andre, is 3,600, who is to blame?
Whoever booked Greensboro.
Thank you. That's the home of Starrcade. I have no idea what you guys were doing there. Get your ass out of there and go to your own backyard. As we talked about at the beginning of the show, as you said, there is no backyard. It's all the United States. You can run wherever you want.
Damn right. When I think of wrestling capitals of the world, I'm sorry, but.
Well, it wasn't there for you. You drew 3,600. Milwaukee was your capital.
Goddamn right.
The day before SummerSlam, Hogan would headline Toronto in front of 18,000 fans against Bad News Brown. I've always been curious as far as like a non-pay-per-view show. So this is the day before SummerSlam, but they're in Toronto, major market. They draw 18,000 fans. Bad News is on top, but we know who draws the house. It's Hulk Hogan. Ballpark a payoff for Bad News Brown on a show like that. I'm not asking what he got paid. I'm saying hypothetically, you're not normally in the main event, but you're in a major market and it sells out and does huge business and you're working with Hogan. I know your check has a comma in it, but what's the first digit before the comma?
He did well.
More than 10,000?
He did well.
5,000?
He did well.
Well, you just not ballpark something.
Less than 6 figures and more than 3. Yeah. More than 3, less than 6. I don't know what the hell he did. He probably did well on that. I know what I probably would have done off of that.
What would you have done? Hypothetically, what would you have done? If Brother Love main evented a show,
I'd have been at 5 figures.
So you'd have been at 10 grand.
Oh no, wait, 4 figures.
All right.
Depends on where I was on the card.
You're main eventing against Hulk Hogan in Toronto in front of 18,000 fans the day before the very first SummerSlam. You're getting $1,000?
No, I'd have got more than that.
10 grand.
I'm not going to discuss numbers. You can name every number in between. I won't say yes or no.
But you won't even know what's 4 and what's 5. I mean, goodness gracious. Right. Okay, I didn't think you were going to tell me, so I have a backup Bad News question. There's a pretty famous story out there that Bad News has put out that maybe once upon a time, when the WWF was doing an overseas tour, all the guys are traveling by bus. We all know that. They're all on these big buses together. And on this bus, allegedly, according to the rumor and innuendo, Andre used some language that offended Bad News to the point that he felt like he needed to stand up to Andre and challenge him to a fight. Andre refuses to do that, and eventually they patch everything up, and this wasn't ever an issue again. Do you remember ever hearing a story like this, Bruce? What's the rumor and what's the innuendo about Bad News and Andre having some sort of spat about Andre's language on a bus?
Well, I remember the story. It apparently happened in Japan at some point when both of them were over there. So I've heard the story. I believe it was with New Japan at the time, and that's pretty much what I've heard. I've heard the same thing, but I wasn't on the bus. I have no idea, but I could see it happening.
Is it also true that Andre took a dump on Bad News' chest?
Andre, okay, let's see how he was on Bad News' chest. He had diarrhea.
Yeah.
And he wanted to fart. And when he farted...
Whoa. Who wants to fart when they have diarrhea?
Well, okay, here's the thing. He wanted to fart while he was sitting on Bad News' chest.
To be funny.
Is to be funny, yes. And when he farted, he... Sharted. He sharted, yes. And he had diarrhea running all over, and he was laughing so loud that he was laughing so hard that he couldn't get up. And it was running all down his legs and all over Bad News and
all over Bad News' chest and face.
Yes. And the more Bad News is trying to fight to get him off, and the more Andre's trying to get off, and the harder he's laughing, he can't. Yeah, that was diarrhea. Well, you know,
When you're very, very heavy and you're wrestling Bad News Brown, diarrhea. Diarrhea. When you're in Mexico, when you really gotta go, diarrhea. Diarrhea. See, everybody thinks
to get into the singing thing.
Everybody thinks we plan this. This is all just freestyle. But I kind of expected you to say, no, that's just wrestling folklore. He didn't actually shit on Bad News Brown, but he did. And then later maybe called him the N-word too.
Andre Pudid.
So let's run through all the Andre Dudu stories we've told on this podcast in case you're not familiar. We've got hashtag Andre Blumpkin, which was a famous Bobby Heenan story that you have not yet told. Then we've got Andre having to, when he's in Japan, he can't really fit in where they have the toilet compartment. So he takes a tub plop, or he takes a dump on the bed and wraps it up with newspaper and sheets and throws it in the hall. Or when he's in a pinch, he just shits on Bad News Brown.
Oh, I must poo-poo.
Hypothetically, if you could be Jake the Snake Roberts and have Andre stand on your hair, or Bad News Brown and have Andre take a shit on your chest, what would you pick?
Well, neither one of them are very enviable, but yeah, I'd go with the hair.
Okay, I'm sure we're going to cover the first SummerSlam someday, as it's its very own show, and we're just going to hit the high points here, at least for Hogan's involvement. I do want to mention that it was a sellout inside of Madison Square Garden. It's August 29th, 1988, of course, and this would become the second biggest event for the company every year, even today. The main event, obviously, Mega Powers, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, with Miss Elizabeth, and they're going to be taking on the Mega Bucks, Andre the Giant and the $1 Million Man, with Bobby Heenan and Virgil in their corner. The special guest referee is Jesse the Body Ventura, and Ventura is one of the bigger names in the business at this time, based on the amount of TV time he gets as a commentator. But what was the thinking in putting him in the main event here? To create some doubt as to would they screw Hogan like they did before, just to play off of Ventura's popularity, or what's the thinking here?
Well, Jesse was that he was a heel commentator, but he was also kind of a quasi babyface. People loved him so much because of his quick wit and his commentary style. Plus, he had done a couple movies. He had done The Running Man. He had done Predator. So he was also a star outside of the wrestling genre. So it was just a way to add more star power to that match and create more questions around the outcome.
His famous line from the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Predator. Do you remember?
I ain't got time to bleed.
I think we need an Andre the Giant shirt with just like an afro, and it says, I ain't got time to poop. Had the problems with Hogan and Ventura already started here? What was their relationship like at this point?
I don't know that they were ever going to go out and be buds and hang out in the bar and have a beer together, but everybody was professional and worked well together, but I don't know that they were best of friends.
Briefly share with everyone what their beef was all about, because I'm sure a lot of people are hearing this for the first time and are like, what are you talking about?
Well, as the legend goes, and I wasn't there at the time, but as the legend goes, Jesse was trying to rally the boys and create a union for the wrestlers, and Hogan overheard it and informed Vince that Jesse was trying to rile people up and start a union, which they didn't want in the wrestling business. Is they want to view everyone as an independent contractor. So that's where the beef started.
All right, so there you go. Lots of people have wanted to know, was that rumor or innuendo? But now we know. Something that was interesting, to me at least, is the similarities between the first WrestleMania and the first SummerSlam. What do you got, Bruce? Can you think of anything off the top of your head?
I don't think it was anything that was done intentionally. It was just simply another way to give an attraction without giving away what people were still paying for in the live house shows, the live events.
Well, both were at Madison Square Garden. Both have Hulk Hogan on top. and both feature main events with tag matches. And obviously, his second pay-per-view, his being Vince, Survivor Series, is nothing but tag matches. For a guy who we have always heard supposedly hates tag matches.
He hates tag teams.
Okay, well, he started his two biggest pay-per-view franchises with tag matches, and I guess 3 of his biggest 4. Why do you think Vince had a change of heart about the tag match situation?
Well, it's not a change of heart. It's simply, again, to give a different attraction than what they're giving in the house shows. And the house shows were usually personal issues and one-on-one matches and main events. To take those same issues and angles and meld them together for a national attraction. You didn't want to, for example, if the main event in your house shows going across the country is Dibiase and Hulk Hogan, you don't want to put that on pay-per-view so that everybody can watch it at one time all across the country. You want to change it up a bit so that they still want to go and see the live event, but give them a separate, different attraction on pay-per-view that they can enjoy.
I hear you in theory, but we've just ran through over an hour of house shows where DiBiase's working a tag match with either Andre or Virgil, and he's working it against Hogan and a partner. Now, that partner was never Macho Man. It was always somebody else. But don't hang your hat on that. You just said it was about singles matches, and now
it's about personal issues. But again, it's attraction driven. And if you gave them Duggan and Hulk here, they've seen it.
Well, what's the difference between?
You just want to give them a different attraction.
What's the difference between a match and an attraction? Because I feel like that's one of your buzzwords on our show. Explain to everybody what an attraction is, because I feel like it's just a word you fucking make up and hang your hat on.
No, an attraction is, especially at that time, you have to understand it's different times. You're looking at it in the same business as the business is today, where what they present on their specials, which are no longer, they're not relying on a pay-per-view revenue because it's all on the network now. They can do it. They're going for ratings. So the matches that you see on TV and the matches that you see on their specials are usually one and the same. You see a lot of it. At that time, our bread and butter was house shows, live events. So the issues and angles that you had in the live events, those matches were set to draw houses and to make money for the live events. The pay-per-view event was something that was going nationally, that you wanted to create an attraction that was different than the attraction that you had in the live events. Similar, using the same stars, using the same angles, but creating something that was different so that you don't give the same attraction that you're giving in the live events on pay-per-view. Just to be different. You didn't want to give that because then you're satisfying. If I'm in Sheboygan and I have a live show coming to my area, you want them to buy a ticket. But if I can just sit at home and watch it on pay-per-view, I'm going to do that. But if it's a different attraction, maybe I'll buy both.
But in an attraction t-shirt. Okay, back to SummerSlam. The Mega Powers get the win about 14 minutes in after both guys hit their finishers on DiBiase. The high spot everyone remembers, though, is when Miss Elizabeth needed to use a distraction herself. Not an attraction, but she is one, World Tide, to give her team a chance and to take control of the match. She does this by getting on the apron and ripping off her skirt to reveal her panties. The heels are, of course, distracted by this. This allows Hogan and Savage to capitalize. Randy hits the elbow drop off the top. Hogan hits the leg drop and gets the pin. Hogan must pose. We talk about this on our Mega Powers episode, also available in the archives. But remind us again, who comes up with this finish and how were Randy and Liz with it? Because we've heard all the rumor and innuendo that Randy was just crazy protective of Miss Elizabeth. And here, he's got her stripping down to her drawers on pay-per-view.
Well, first of all, it wasn't her drawers. She was wearing a red bathing suit. This was the other funny thing about this. If you remember the promos leading up to it, it was, the itsy bitsy teeny weeny polka dot bikini, yellow polka dot bikini. Maybe it'll be yellow and red. Oh, yeah. That was the promos all leading up to it, that the secret weapon was the itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow and red polka dot bikini. And And then she takes it off, and essentially she's wearing a red one-piece swimsuit that was not revealing in any way, shape, or form. And it was things like that, those kind of finishes sometimes that I just used to go, God damn, that's it?
Well, what's interesting to me is here, her being in granny panties is like this risque thing for WWE TV.
Right.
But a decade later, y'all are talking Jackie and showing them chocolates on pay-per-view.
Chocolate titties.
Calm down, Bruce. What's wrong with you?
I like chocolate.
Coming
I
on.
like titties. If only
No.
there's a way
No, calm down.
we can get them together.
Calm down. Coming off SummerSlam, Hogan works with
You
Dibiase.
put your titties in my chocolate. You put your chocolate on my titties. I know. What if we can somehow
People are
meld
listening.
them together? Chocolate titties for everyone.
People can hear us right now. You know that, right?
You're not recording. You're not going to play this shit.
Coming off SummerSlam, Hogan works with Dibiase in September through Florida and Massachusetts. Their September 10th match in Boston was actually televised on the NSN network. And this is a match where we see the Hulk Hogan war bonnet involved. Bruce, remind everyone what you nicknamed that helmet again.
Fist fucker.
The next day in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Hogan was working with Bad News Brown, and this is the match that aired on the MSG network. And it's probably the match a lot of our listeners have seen. This one, again, is one with the war bonnet involved. Hypothetically, if Vince McMahon were trying to sell Hogan on this helmet, what would that sound like?
I can't even do it because Vince hated that helmet so fucking much and did not even realize that Hogan was doing promos with the helmet and the fucking motorcycle gas tank and all that shit for a while. And when he saw it, it was like, God damn, Terry, that shit's just not working. But it was something that Hulk had been doing, and it was amazing some of the shit you could get by Vince if you just kind of kept him away from the TV. Move along, nothing to see here.
Hogan is back with DiBiase in September for Michigan, Chicago, and Landover. He worked with Haku on the 18th in Toronto, and the next day he beat Big Boss Man by countout in New Haven. The finish to that match was pretty creative, and they would do it through the rest of the year. Boss Man tries to use his handcuffs to cuff Hogan, but somehow Hogan manages to get them, and instead cuffs Boss Man to the top rope and then clotheslines him over the top. This prevents Boss Man from being able to climb back in the ring, and therefore he's counted out. They used this finish a lot in the last quarter of the year. Who would have been the agents here in '88 coming up with a pretty creative finish like this?
I'd give that one to Pat Patterson.
I love that. Boss Man gets to work with Hogan for the rest of the month and on into October. They're in Miami, Madison, Springfield, Rockford, and Fort Wayne. The Fort Wayne show was actually a TV taping where Brother Love had Hulk Hogan on his show. The Big Boss Man and Slick eventually come in, and Boss Man hits Hogan in the throat with his nightstick. Hogan goes down and starts grasping onto the guardrail just for support. Boss Man cuffs him on the guardrail, and eventually Hulk gets back to his feet and chases the heels off while carrying the guardrail and the nightstick. Bruce, what are your memories of this Brother Love segment?
Okay, is that all you got on that segment there?
Yeah.
In your notes? Okay. So it's funny. Did anybody do research with your friend? What's that guy's name? One I hate? I don't hate him.
Dave Meltzer?
Well, okay, Dave Milliken?
No, I like Dave Milliken. You like Dave Milliken.
I like Dave Milliken.
DaveMillikenBelts.com, Roll Tide.
Oh, hell. Okay. This was Hulk's idea. And the idea behind it, Hulk had seen a kind of a riot scene where the cops had people handcuffed. I believe it was in Paris or somewhere, but they had people handcuffed, and the cops were just waylaying these people helplessly, just mercilessly beating them with their billy clubs and shit, and just beating the shit out of them, and the way they were flailing and everything. So it was Hulk's idea to cuff him, and then Boss Man beat the shit out of him where he couldn't go anywhere. We had to do it twice. We did it 2 nights in a row. And the first night that we did it, Boss Man went out, we did the whole 9 yards, and when Boss Man whipped Hulk, Hulk basically died and went down and sold like a son of a bitch. He laid there, and it just wasn't, I hate to use the word violent, but it wasn't violent enough. And when we watched it back, Hulk came back and goes, man, I just wasn't feeling that. I don't know, but he goes, I think it needs to be more violent. We watched it, and Vince's take on it was that he hated seeing Hulk just lay there dead.
Yeah.
He wanted Hulk to have some kind of life.
Right.
So we shot it the next day, and we had a lot more camera movement and cuts to make it appear more violent. And a phrase that I coined many years later, if I don't have movement, at least give me the fucking illusion of movement. If they're not moving, then move the camera. So we did it the second night, and we added the guardrail there to handcuff Hulk to, and just made it a lot more vibrant and moving, and had Hulk up and down and up and down. Finally, at the very end, where Hulk kind of, at least he sold for Boss Man. Boss Man did the damage, but Hulk got up and ran away with the barrier over his head and like ripped the barrier apart and gave chase to Boss Man, which kept Hulk alive and kept hope for the babyface that, by God, if he wasn't handcuffed to this barrier,
he could have got him. Yeah,
he could have got him. So we had to do that deal twice, and that was the reason why. It just wasn't violent enough and wasn't what we were looking for that first time. And that was all Hogan's idea, and that was something that he felt very strongly about and liked the idea and pitched.
Hogan and Boss Man continue to headline. They're in Toledo, Houston, Portland, and then Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I mentioned that one specifically because this is Hogan's debut in Edmonton, and they draw 15,000 fans. Hogan's been on top here for like more than 4 years. Why does it take this long to get Hogan into a market like Edmonton?
Probably because he was all around it and just never matched up.
Well, they pop a huge number there in Edmonton. And the next day, Hogan's working Haku in Oakland and then back to Boss Man in Tacoma. Here's something new for a lot of listeners. The King of the Ring 1988 was won by Ted DiBiase on October 16th in Providence, Rhode Island. He gets the win over Randy Savage by countout in the finals. And this King of the Ring tends to fly under the radar, Bruce. What do you remember about it?
Well, it was something that we did in Providence. I think Harley Race was the first King of the Ring when they had that tournament. It was something that they did locally in Providence. And then I think from there, we had the other Kings, and we made it a big part of the presentation. Later on became the pay-per-view, but it was strictly a house show deal. It was for the longest time, it was something they just did in Providence.
Hogan's working back with Boss Man in Vancouver, and then bad news in St. Paul. But the show I want to talk about is Hogan Andre. It's on October 23rd, and it's at the Omni in Atlanta. The WWF has tried now a few times in our show here to run a historically Jim Crockett area, and they're probably intentionally picking the biggest Crockett towns, Greensboro, Atlanta. So they put this Hogan Andre on top, and nobody cares. It draws 5,200 people. Hogan Andre in Atlanta in a wrestling building. 5,200 folks. Was Vince just dead set on making this work? You saw the shit results in Greensboro. Why would he try this again in Atlanta at the Omni?
He's dead set on making it work.
What's the reaction to the boys who have always been trained to believe, rightfully so, hey, we're number one, we're top banana, We've got the cartoons. We've got the action figures. We've got the pay-per-views. We've got we've got the dolls. We've got all the merchandise, the ice cream bars. We've got the magazine. We've got all this other, income revenue coming in, all these other revenue streams. But we're drawing 5,000 folks with Hogan Andre in Atlanta.
So let's go stay everywhere else where we're drawing better, and our paychecks are bigger. So the boys probably are like, what the fuck are we doing here? Why are we doing this? The boys, anytime that something doesn't draw, the boys blame the office. Anytime that something doesn't draw, the office blames the boys. So it's a never ending saga. It's at the end of the day, like I said, man, a damn new gas station opened up down the road.
Let me ask you about this new gas station here. Did you, Bruce Prichard, blame the boys for 52? This isn't Hogan Andre's fault.
Dude, they didn't want to see it. They didn't want to see the product.
But that's the office's fault for booking it in a building they shouldn't have been in.
Well, how are you going to know if you don't book it?
You just did it in Greensboro. It didn't work.
Greensboro and Atlanta are two completely different markets.
Okay, let's talk about the next night in Hershey, Pennsylvania. This time they put Hulk Hogan on top. Only 2,100 folks show up to see the Ultimate Warrior, Mr. Perfect, Honky Tonk Man, Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake, and the Red Rooster. 2,100.
Well, there you go, right there. You just said it, right there. They probably put him on the damn poster.
2,100 folks in Pennsylvania. Hulk Hogan main event.
Any flies there or anything? I couldn't draw flies. Get it?
Yeah, he can't draw 2,100 folks here. Pennsylvania. Hulk Hogan main event, 1988. This kind of kills the narrative of the old sold out every night hanging from the rafters, doesn't it, brother?
Well, there were a lot more sold out and hanging from the rafters than not.
Why does Hulk Hogan main event draw 2,100 in Hershey?
Don't know. They didn't want to see it.
You're so simplistic with this. October 25th.
But that's it. When it boils down to it, you can sit there and you can give every fucking excuse in the world. The bottom line is that those people in that town, and whether it was the promotion or whether it was the attraction, no matter what it was, those people didn't want to leave their house and go fucking see it.
No
shit.
To go see it. The question I'm asking you, and the purpose of this podcast, is to figure out why. Was it because the office...
If we knew that and had a crystal ball, then we would have fixed it.
You haven't learned 30 years later? That's what we're discussing. 30 years later, with the benefit of hindsight, can you look back, possibly, and maybe consider the idea that once in his entire natural-born life, Vince McMahon did something poorly? Or was it just...
There's a lot of times.
Well, how about this one? Running in Atlanta, and then the next day... drawing shit in Hershey. He took Hershey for granted, didn't draw shit. The night before that, ran a town he shouldn't have been in, booked a big building, put his best card on top, couldn't draw flies with fucking shit. Why can't we just admit, hey man, this was a miss, we shouldn't have been there? Instead, it's, they opened a new gas station.
No, it was a miss. But my point is you can make excuses all day long. The bottom line is people didn't want to see it.
But
if
why?
They wanted to see it.
No shit. Why didn't they want to see it?
Because they probably already seen it. They had seen it for free on the main event. They had seen it already before that.
So the office fucked it up.
Whoever fucked it up, booking the attraction. It didn't work.
The attraction. There it is. I'm going to fucking punch you next time I see the attraction. October 25th is another Saturday night's main event taping. Hogan beats Haku in about 6 minutes. I know you're not going to tell me specifics. I've already, grown to have that beaten into my head now. But were Saturday night main events paydays bigger than normal for the boys? What I mean specifically is, how would they compare to a regular house show payoff or a pay-per-view payday?
If you were on the show, yes.
It was bigger. How much bigger? A little bigger than a house show, a little smaller than a pay-per-view. Is a pay-per-view always number one, Saturday night's main event number two, sold out house show number three?
Yeah, I'd say roughly like that.
Okay, it's worth mentioning this Andre Hogan main event we covered from February did that 15 rating. Well, this one, just 8 months later, does an 8. It feels like business is falling here a little bit, Bruce. Do you blame this on the card, the time slot, because it's not a Friday, it's a Saturday, or is this the beginning of the downswing?
No, you're comparing apples to pomegranates because it's the time slot and a different show. So you're going late night television on a weekend versus a prime time slot during the week. So
well, I'm also saying because the day before they drew 2100 in Hershey, it feels like a downswing to me, but I'm sure I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Yeah,
you're wrong.
Yeah, nobody's coming to the shows or watching on TV, but it's definitely not a downswing.
It was an 8 rating, which is great in late night television.
Well, it was half of what it was 8 months before, but it's fine.
You can't compare the number of people watching television on a late night Saturday night to the number of people watching television in prime time.
Yeah, because Lord knows if it's an Alabama game and it's on a Thursday night, I ain't fucking watching. It's got to be Saturday afternoon, 2:00 for me.
If it was 11:30 at night, there wouldn't be as many people watching.
So, okay, we'll come back.
But look at it. The number of people watching television on Saturday night versus the number of people watching television on Friday in prime time is drastically different.
I'm not arguing that, but I feel like you're in a situation.
So you can't compare a show that airs Saturday night at 11:30 to a show that airs on Friday night at 8:00.
Okay, I'll give you that. Let's just freestyle this for a minute. What we're talking about right here is October, where it gets an 8.7. They did one in March. It did a 10. The previous March.
The March one was a main event, was it not? No, it's February.
It does an 8.7 here. A year prior in October, it did a 9.7. The October prior to that, it did a 9.4. Still not a downswing.
It was down a point.
Well, that's not down.
Okay. Oh my God, the bottom was falling out.
Thank you. Okay.
God, it was the worst thing ever.
It was. I agree. I mean, 21.
Close the fucking doors.
Hulk Hogan in 1988 drew 2,100 people with Mr. Perfect and the Ultimate Warrior and Honky Tonk Man on the undercard. Oh, and Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake in Pennsylvania. And you're like, business is fine. We were making money.
All right, we should have just shut the fucking doors.
On that same taping, Saturday night's main event, there's another Macho Man Miss Elizabeth promo, and this time it's on the Brother Love show. Hogan comes out and runs you off, and they do the big, pronounced Mega Powers handshake. Man, that handshake was such a big part of wrestling for those of us my age who grew up on this era. What can you tell us about this creation of this silly handshake we all love so much 30 years later?
Milk it. You go for the handshake and you put the hand up, but don't shake it right away. You gotta milk it. And just when you think you've waited long enough, wait a little longer. And then the hand starts shaking and your arm starts quivering. And then finally, the Mega Powers unite.
That's what we need.
Play that over and over and over again.
On the 28th of October, the WWF ran Greensboro again. Apparently, they were allergic to profit. They only draw 2,000 this time, and they put as many familiar faces on the card as possible. Terry Taylor, Arn and Tully, Sam Houston, the Barbarian, and Hogan is on top here, tagging with Hercules against Dibiase and Virgil. Why does Vince keep doing this if it's not working?
Well, he put all your guys on there, Arn and Tully and Sam Houston and Barbarian and the Red Rooster. They're such big stars in Greensboro. Why the hell didn't they draw?
Because they didn't promote those guys. They said WWF's coming to town.
Well, no, you just said they put all these guys, loaded up the card with all these great guys from the Carolinas, from Greensboro, that people wanted to see so bad, then they should have drawn.
Would you like for me to
That's probably why.
So you're suggesting that the NWA in October of 88 was drawing less than 2,000 people in Greensboro?
Well, obviously their stars didn't draw that there, so I don't know.
Their stars? Yeah, I don't see Ric Flair or Dusty Rhodes on this. I see the Red Rooster, a guy you've made a buffoon of on TV for a year.
You got Red Rooster and Arn and Tully.
Arn and Tully were
champions.
Were they champs already by this point?
I don't know.
I love you for that. Why would Hercules get the tag spot with Hogan here?
It was after his turn babyface and brother, need a little dust.
Hulk dust. I love it. Hogan was in Fort Myers.
I got enough of that shit in my hair. My hair's falling out. No more dust for the macho man. Yeah. Put it on somebody else.
Hogan's in Fort Myers 2 days later, and they draw a huge house on November 4th with Big Boss Man. Again, they're in Milwaukee. Over 18,000 fans show up. Earlier this year, we talked about you guys running a stadium show here in Milwaukee. Why was this such a hot market for you? This is fascinating from a business perspective to me, that you're in a historic, great wrestling town like Greensboro, North Carolina, and you draw 2,000 folks. You're in Hershey, Pennsylvania, a staple of the WWF market. You draw 2,100. You're in Atlanta, Georgia, and a historic wrestling business, the Omni, hotbed of wrestling, 5,200 folks. You go to fucking Milwaukee and do a stadium show and come back a few months later and do 18,000. Why was Milwaukee so hot in 1988?
Milwaukee was also a hotbed for Vern and for those guys there. Milwaukee, Chicago, Minneapolis, those were hotbeds for the AWA. That was a hotbed wrestling market as well. And it just continued to be. It was a good market.
Well, no doubt it was great.
Ain't a lot to do in Milwaukee. Oh, boy, are we going to get tweets on that.
Hogan Bossman continued to do well through Champaign, Toronto, and Ottawa. The Long Island show on November 11th saw Hogan body slam Brother Love, and I don't even think this was for TV. Bruce, how often did you guys do Brother Love segments just for the live house? And how was your body slam, brother?
Well, it was whenever, and at this point in time, it was something else. But whenever, like during the summers, a lot of times, Vince would give me 2 to 3 months to go out on the road and kind of get out of the office and go do Brother Love shows on the road for the weekends. And it was kind of a reward for me to just get out of the office and a vacation of sorts. And so it was few and far between. And then there were times when Hulk was going to be available for different things and didn't necessarily want to put Hulk in a match, or he didn't have anybody to work with. Put him with Brother Love. Beat the shit out of Brother Love. I had heat, and people always like to see me get my ass kicked. Probably still to this day, they like to see me get my ass kicked.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough at one of the live shows, but I won't say which one. Hogan continues the tour with Boss Man. They work Philly and San Fran, and then on the 16th of November, they're in Sacramento. They're here for another Saturday Night's Main Event taping, and this is where we see Hogan back on the Brother Love show. Slick got the business from Hulk Hogan, and then Hulk pulled a pair of handcuffs out of his knee pad, cuffed you to the top rope, and clotheslines you over the top. And watching the tape back, even all this time later, this looks painful. It's on the network right now if you would like to check it out. The date is November 26, 1988. That's when it airs on Saturday Night's Main Event. And the show closes with a video montage of clips from this segment on the Brother Love show. Bruce, it looked rough. Tell us about it.
Light as a feather. I'd never taken that bump before, and Marty Jannetty showed me how to take it that day. Marty and Sean, but mainly Marty. I was scared to death, and I asked Hulk, I said, please make sure that I get over. And he said, don't worry, brother, you'll get over. That was Hulk and Randy talking to me at the same time. But
your wrist, though, this did not look comfortable for your wrist.
Oh, I did that. But I didn't do that until I was already there and hung. So the bump was fine. I had the top rope on the bump, but once I was on the floor, I hung myself.
Considering, this is assault. Brother Love has a benefactor. The Boss Man Hogan matches continue through LA, St. Louis, and Cincinnati. We're finally at the second annual Survivor Series. Happens on November 24th, 1988. We're in Richfield at the Richfield Coliseum. And I'm sure we're going to have a full show on this at some time in the future. Let's talk about the Hogan stuff specifically here. Of course, the Mega Powers are in the main event. They're here with Coco Beware, Hercules, and Hillbilly Jim. They're taking on Akeem, Big Boss Man, the $1 Million Man, the Red Rooster, and Haku. This has to be the only main events of Koko B. Ware and Red Rooster of the WWF careers, don't you think?
Yes.
Obviously, Hogan and Savage end up being the sole survivors of the match. And during the match, Akeem handcuffs Hogan to the bottom rope, and the baby faces are in trouble without Hulk. Eventually, Miss Elizabeth gets the keys and unlocks Hogan just in time for Savage to make the hot tag. And Hogan makes the save to win the match with a leg drop on Haku. Hogan starts celebrating with Elizabeth. He actually picks her up and gives her a hug. Gorilla even says a big hug for Elizabeth. And this seemingly upsets Randy Savage. Bruce, where do you think that Miss Elizabeth got the key here?
God damn, she's from Kentucky. We always carry a spare goddamn handcuff key, motherfucker. Where do you get your handcuff keys from?
It's better than I expected. After this, we're back to Hogan Bossman in Hartford, Madison Square Garden, Indianapolis, Quebec, Boston, Montreal, and Hamilton.
Handcuff keys are us.
On December 7th, we really ramp up the Mega Powers angle at the Saturday night's main event taping.
Crack myself up.
I could tell you were tickled with that one.
Sorry.
Now, this wouldn't air until January, but we're going to cover it here. Hogan has Miss Elizabeth with him, and he's taking on Akeem. But Akeem brought the Big Boss Man and Slick to the ring with him. Eventually, there's a ref bump, so he's down, and that allows Boss Man to interfere, and it becomes 2-on-1. We cut away to see Mean Gene watching all of this on a monitor with Randy Savage. Randy says something like, "It's Hulk Hogan, he'll be okay." Eventually, Liz sees enough of this and runs from ringside to the backstage area to find Randy to beg him to come help Hulk. They're hurting him, she says. Randy refuses to help and says he'll be okay. He looks at the monitor and says, "Come on, Hulk," as Mean Gene sells the horror that's happening on the monitor as these dastardly heels put the boots to Hulk Hogan. Elizabeth comes back out to the ring, and by this point, Hulk is hulking up to the point that he takes out the Boss Man, Slick, and even body slams Akeem. Hogan even starts to dance like Akeem, and at that point, we see Randy watching the monitor saying something like, "I knew it."
I knew it. Uh-huh.
When Hogan is about to pin Akeem, the Boss Man hits him with the nightstick in the back. The ref calls for the DQ, and the heels start piling on Hogan after the bell. They're putting the boots to him, hitting him with the nightstick. And Miss Elizabeth has seen enough. She gets in the ring to try to help. Boss Man breaks out the handcuffs and actually cuffs Miss Elizabeth. This is enough to bring Randy Savage out with a chair and clear the ring of all the heels. Elizabeth is now checking on the injured Hogan, and this annoys Randy Savage to the point that whenever she does so, he snatches her back in his direction. As they make their way to the back, Ventura says something like, "I smell a rat with the Mega Powers, McMahon. There's something happening here." So later, we see a backstage interview on that same show where Mean Gene asks about the quote-unquote speculation that there's friction within the Mega Powers. Hogan dismisses this and says that when the chips were down, his brother, Randy Savage, came to his rescue. Let that be a lesson, kids. If somebody refers to another person in wrestling as their brother when something suspicious happened, fix is in. Hogan says they breathe the same air, drink the same water, they're one and the same. So when Hogan was hurting, Savage felt it. Savage agrees and says that handcuffing Elizabeth was what it took. Hogan referred to Elizabeth as lovely multiple times here, at least 3 or 4. And after the interview is done, Ventura says, "McMahon, that's a cover-up. That's worse than Watergate." Now, we've covered all of this on our Mega Powers episode, which is in the archives, but it has to be, at least in my opinion, one of the best storylines the company ever did. Would you agree with this, Bruce?
Yeah, the whole thing from there were just so many little nuanced details that we talk about in the Mega Powers episode that made the entire story just superb. Everything meant something. And if you thought it then, we explained it all at the very end. It was great. It truly was, man. It was just the nuances that made it. This particular evening, though, anytime that somebody else was going to touch Liz, Randy got a little crazy.
In real life?
In real life, yeah. He was just so damn overprotective that especially one of the boys, having to grab her and do some kind of physicality. And there was never really any physicality to Liz, but having to grab her and handcuff her, he was just didn't want her to be hurt in any way. And wasn't always crazy about that. He did business and was fine, but he was just overprotective.
Hogan and Bossman will work together through all of December, including shots in Miami, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Denver, Oakland, Los Angeles, Tacoma, Landover, Wheeling, Minneapolis, Cedar Rapids, and Chicago. And then eventually they shut it down on December 18th for a week for Christmas. And the guys had Christmas Day off, but not really. I say all that because they worked 6 shows on December 26th. You hear me? 6 shows in a single day. Even Andre had to work twice this day, both against Jake Roberts in the main event. The Hulkster only worked once that week, though, brother, against Big Boss Man in Landover. Bruce, explain why working so many shows the day after Christmas makes so much sense, because so many people will hear this and say, oh, they should have been home with their families. But
money season. And let's be clear, that was 3 different crews.
Sure.
Working 2 shows a day. So it wasn't, one guy working 6 shows. It was everybody worked 2 shows. It were double shots.
But this is purposeful. It's the only time of the year that the company ran 6 shows on one day, and it happens the day after Christmas. The reason this makes sense is because wrestling tickets could be Christmas presents. Am I right?
Oh, hell yeah. Christmas, man. The holidays, back in the old days, the holidays were the money season. And around Christmas and Thanksgiving, those were always great times of the year. That week between Christmas and New Year's, Monday.
It still is. All these years later, 30 years later, it's almost a Christmas tradition that they're going to run Madison Square Garden either on Christmas or the day after. It's a really big deal.
And for many years, the A-Town, you would usually run Canada on December 26th. It allowed the guys to have Christmas off, but it was still a holiday in Canada because it was Boxing Day in Canada. So you're getting the benefit of a holiday in Canada, but the boys still get Christmas off.
Hogan would close out his 88 by working 2 shows on New Year's Eve, both with Boss Man, one in Springfield and one at Market Square Arena in Indianapolis. I found it fitting that when I think about Hogan in 88, I think of that main event on NBC with Andre the Giant from February. That was at Market Square Arena, and that's where he finished 1988 as well. Bruce, what moment from 88 do you remember the most about Hulk Hogan?
That's it, man. The main event. That kind of put that whole year in a nutshell. And it was a magical moment. It was a big night for us and the greatest finish I've ever seen.
Well, chat me up. How would you rank 1988 for Hulk Hogan? This was your first full year there, but you saw most of 87, all of 89, all of 90, and a lot of 91. Where would you put Hulkamania in 1988 on that list?
Wow. It was a great year. It was my first real full year of Hulkamania, if you will, being there and being a part of that. And it was pretty incredible. Even with the summer off, man, just the drawing power of Hogan, it was an incredible sight to see. And everything else, crossover with the movies and just all that other shit that he did, man, it was just larger than life.
It's worth mentioning in 1988, 485,000 people bought WrestleMania, 400,000 people bought SummerSlam, and 310,000 people bought Survivor Series. WrestleMania was up, SummerSlam was up, Survivor Series was down a little, but across the board, 1989 would be through the roof by comparison. But we will cover that another time. Any fun stories or insight we may have missed from Hulk Hogan's 1988 that you could think of, Bruce?
Not that I can think of that we specifically missed.
Let's get to this week's poll topics. Number 1, are you ready, Bruce?
I'm ready.
The WWE Hall of Fame. We've had lots of requests about this one, and I found it fitting. Our next show is going to be on Friday, June the 9th, and the very first Hall of Fame was held 23 years ago on June 9th. What might we talk about if the Hall of Fame wins next week's poll?
the entire idea behind the Hall of Fame, who should be first, who and why people would be inducted into it. And we'll also talk about the actual physical Hall of Fame, where it was going to be, the plans for it, and the whole dynamic of what took place for the physical Hall of Fame that fell through in later years. But that should be interesting because a lot of people got opinions on who should be and who shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
Poll topic number 2, Sable. 18 years ago, she sued the company for $110 million on June the 7th. What might we talk about if Sable wins the poll as poll topic number 2?
Marco!
Marrow!
And everything that took place behind the scenes, the whole controversy with Sable and Sunny and the ladies backstage, the introduction of China. There's quite a bit in the Sable saga along the way.
Poll topic number 3, who blew up Mr. McMahon? It's hard to believe, but it happened 10 years ago on June the 11th. Of course, we all remember Vince McMahon's limo exploded. There may not have been a firing because of what happened on his way to the limo. And then why we didn't see the continuation of it. We've got a famous t-shirt that's available now at bruceprichard.com. I wouldn't be on TV if I was dead. What might we talk about if we talk about who blew up Mr. McMahon?
Well, I think that you can't talk about it without explaining that whole scenario. Why we even went there. And the storyline, where we wanted to go with it, and why eventually we couldn't go with it, and why it had to end very abruptly. I think everybody knows that, but there was a lot of build up to that, and just go through all of that ad nauseum, I'm sure.
Last but certainly not least, one of our most requested topics. It's finally here. It's the 15-year anniversary. It happened on June 10th. Steve Austin walks out. What might we talk about if Steve Austin walking out wins the poll next week?
Well, obviously, we're going to talk about the time that Steve took his ball and went home. And it's been documented a lot of times. We'll get to the behind-the-scenes scenario behind it. We'll also talk about, even in more detail than what we discussed on the Eric Bischoff show last week, about finding Steve and bringing him back into the fold and all that took place between Eric and Steve as well. So that should be a lot of fun.
So go vote for our poll right now. If you haven't already, you need to follow us on Twitter to do so. The show account is at Prichard Show, and the poll is up right now. You can also follow Bruce. He is on Twitter at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey It's Conrad, but the account you really need to follow in order to vote is at Prichard Show. We would also encourage you to join our forum. It's whwradio.com. You can ask some questions there, interact with other listeners to the show, and it gives you a few more characters if you'd like to type something a little longer than what Twitter will allow. But a Twitter address again, at Prichard Show.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With, but just barely. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man?
What the hell? Go back and tell everybody what you said just before you said what it is that you said.
So I have to admit, Bruce and I have been burning it at both ends lately. Me especially. 3 fucking podcasts, 3 patrons, the WWE Network show, StarCast, a wedding, mortgages, and I'm worn out. I'm not far from burnout. And so as we're recording this, it's literally the night before you hear it, and it's very late at night, especially when you've had the crazy schedule we have. So we recorded that pre-roll spot there for Ageless Male Max. And then I went to open a new file and I clicked record, and I just looked at Bruce for a minute and I said, hey, how do I start the show again? I literally forgot to say, hey, it's Conrad Thompson, which is something I've said in my mortgage career for our radio spots for like 10 years. And I lost it. And you started laughing hysterically and told me that you too haven't slept and you've been going at both ends. So this is going to be our most punch drunk episode ever. And we're drinking Diet Coke.
As I was gonna say, I'm over here drinking Diet Coke and water, and yeah.
So, yes, folks, we're drinking, by God. We're going to be hydrating a lot during this show, and it is what it is. So, hey, I'm Bruce. Wait, no, that's your gift,
I think
right?
that's my line, but your line was reaching out to fans who hit us up last week. Believe it or not, when we covered SummerSlam 1997, which was such a fun show, we talked about 12-year-old Ryan Chad Dick, and he was one of the sweepstakes winners. And I was joking about his name and how Roll Tide Sonny was. And then we got a surprise this week, right, Bruce?
Yeah, because he reached out on Twitter and he contradicts your, well, he didn't contradict your Roll Tide, Sonny. However, he said that even not winning, that the prize for him at 12 years old was the hug from Sable, and how, in his own words now, who he's an avid listener, so thank you, Ryan, was that made it all worth it just to be next to Sable, and that she was the Roll Tide one that night.
No. Old Chadick was a loser that night, and he's wrong now because
he's not wrong because he's a fan.
No, I understand. Thanks for listening, Ryan, but you're wrong. I'm allowed to say that, and the internet agrees with me. Sonny was at her most Roll Tide in SummerSlam 97, but you had some fun interactions with fans this past week, and you told me this off air, and I laughed, and I need you to share.
Well, man, I had to get away. I had to unplug. It had been a month. I think I was home a day and a half in July, and I just wanted to unplug. And a buddy of mine and I went to Austin, Texas this past week. And while we were there, we had just kind of blew off some steam. And I went to the Museum of the Weird in Austin, Texas, to see the Iceman, the Minnesota Iceman, a real famous deal. And they had... Now, I'm not being out of line here. It's called the Freak Show. And the Freak Shows are outlawed in a lot of places. But I got to meet the Black Scorpion. Okay? I don't even know what the hell his real name is.
Hang on. Ric Flair was there?
No, the real Black Scorpion, man.
Oh, what was his name? Al Perez? Al Perez was there?
No, the real Black Scorpion, man. He's got lobster claws for hands. I've got a picture of him on Twitter.
Why are you talking about Ole Anderson that way? Ole's not getting around good these days, but he doesn't have lobster hands.
No, but the Black Scorpion does, and he's performing at the Museum of the Weird. So he finishes his performance, and I'm sitting right there in the front row, all right? He finished his performance, and before he lets everybody go, he goes, man, I can't contain myself anymore. I got to tell you, I'm a big fan of yours. I listen to the show every week, and the owner of the place here is a big fan of yours, and I just such an honor to meet you. And he was great, and I got a picture there on Twitter for everybody to see. But I met the real Black Scorpion at the Museum of the Weird there in Austin, Texas. So if you get a chance and you're in the Austin area, go by and tell him Bruce sent you.
Well, all right. I didn't expect to hear that, but what do you know? Here's something else that I'm not expecting. And Bruce, without further ado, let's talk about my childhood favorite, the immortal Hulk Hogan. Now, we've covered Hogan 87 and Hogan 88. Both of those are in our archives. We've also done shows on WrestleMania 4. We covered WrestleMania 5 a little bit with the Mega Powers episode. We've also got WrestleMania 6 available in our archives, and we've even covered some of Zeus. So a lot of what we've got in 89, we've already hit on. So we're going to touch on some of that stuff, but what we've done for you today is we added 1990, which in my opinion has one of the most underrated Hulk Hogan feuds of all time, and the interesting dynamic that we had with Warrior as the supposed top guy with the world title, but Hogan's still hanging around because of Earthquake. So let's get into it from the beginning. And I guess we should just talk about what a run you guys have had up until this point, man. Hulkamania was at a fever pitch in 1985 with Rock and Wrestling and WrestleMania. And then of course we keep the momentum going with 86, but then 87, it feels like it hits a whole new plateau. It was just a landmark night for wrestling in general with WrestleMania 3. They pivot a little bit to WrestleMania 4, which we've talked about was probably a bit of a miss, a bit of a letdown, but still hugely financially successful. WrestleMania 5, which happened in 89, is going to break all the records. But as we come into 1989, Hulk Hogan is not your champion. The Macho Man's your champion. You're building towards the biggest WrestleMania ever, you hope, with WrestleMania 5, and you're going to break up the Mega Powers. what was the relationship like at this time with Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon? And I ask because we know that Hogan is going to be debuting a movie. Of course, he left in 88 to go film it, but the movie's going to come out here and be a huge success based on what original expectations probably were. And it feels like whenever someone leaves and sort of ventures out these days, it has a little bit of an effect on their relationship with Vince McMahon. What was that like here for Hulk Hogan in early 89?
Yeah, Vince and Hulk were still tight here because this was pretty much a joint venture. This was a Vince production with the movie No Holds Barred, and it was his first foray into the movies, in addition to Hulk being a leading man in the movie. So it was a Vince production, and it was an extension of that Hulk Hogan character onto the movie screen. Now, you'd already seen him in Rocky III before that, but now it was a way to take that Hulk Hogan character that people knew in the wrestling ring and make it a little bit bigger.
You know, I'm glad that you mentioned that it was a Vince McMahon production, but I mean, at this point, were there discussions as far as you know that you're a movie star now, pal? And I mean, we know that Vince got into movies and certainly had a fascination with movies and that whole process. But in this point, were there aspirations of trying to make Hulk Hogan like the next Arnold Schwarzenegger? I mean, did Vince have the Spaldings, as Russo would say, to think that he could do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that both Vince felt that Hulk was that guy that could step up and fill that role, and Hulk also felt that way. So yeah, this was the first foray. You can go back and look at Schwarzenegger's first movie, which I guess was Conan the Barbarian. He maybe said 3 words and it was god awful horrible, but it was an entry into Schwarzenegger being the idol and big action hero star that he became later on.
Well, the big star that Hulk Hogan was looking for is the Big Boss Man. He's working the house show loops with him to start 89. And then we get right into the Royal Rumble, January 15th, Houston, Texas. Hulk comes in at number 18 and he eliminates Mr. Perfect, both of the Bushwhackers, Bad News Brown, Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, Randy Savage, Coco Beware, Warlord, and Big Boss Man before he is eventually eliminated by the Twin Towers. And the Twin Towers are going to eliminate him together. And then from the outside, Hulk's going to pull down the top rope and Boss Man goes over, eliminating him. So chat me up here. We've sort of joked about this for a while. It does sort of feel like even babyface Hulk Hogan still doing some heel shit here. Is he not? I mean, he's eliminated, but he's eliminating someone else even after he's on the floor.
God, you know, it's funny when you look back and you look at the traditional baby faces, and I guess what we try to portray in the picture that we try to paint of what a baby face is that they never cheat. They're red, white, and blue, and that they're altruistic all of the time. However, the strongest baby faces had those heel tendencies, and they cheated when they had to, and they did things that were not what I think a lot of bookers would consider and a lot of traditionalists would consider true baby faces. And Hulk Hogan could get away with it. It just used to astound me because just like you said, man, it's like he gets eliminated. He's eliminated. He's out of the fucking match, but yet he eliminates people and they count it. It's Hulk Hogan, man. It's okay. Just pay no attention. Nothing to see here.
I realize that I'm a JCP apologist sometimes, but it does feel a little weird here that Hulk Hogan eliminates Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard. I don't know why.
Why? Why not?
I guess because he also eliminated both Bushwhackers.
Well, see, there you go. That's big.
Hey, listen,
right there.
I'd really like to not start a fight with you right now, but if you're about to compare Arn and Tully to the fucking Bushwhackers.
That's true, because there really is no comparison. I don't know that Arn and Tully could really hold up against the Bushwhackers and the Sheepherders, by God. If you want to compare total careers, then why are you looking at me like that, man? It's freaking me out. You're like that mean little girl.
I'm not going to let you sit here and disparage the good goddamn name of Arn Anderson.
What about Tully?
That's okay, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know Tully. I mean, he seems like a nice enough guy, but Arn Anderson, come on. All right, so let's talk about the actual storyline here. In this match, of course, I mentioned Hogan eliminates Savage, and they're supposed to be the mega powers. Savage ain't having that shit. He gets right back in the ring, gets in Hulk's face, and that leads to Elizabeth coming down and getting between them. Of course, they make up, but we're still planting the seeds of the eventual split of the mega powers. So, you know, it's funny because I went back and I watched SummerSlam 88 this week because I know that we're going to be covering that very soon here on the podcast later this month, actually. And I wanted to just go ahead and get it out of the way because I knew to be doing some traveling and I made my notes and yada, yada, yada. But it's funny that at the time I missed it, but when I watched it there, I mean, again, for the first time in, I don't know, forever, Macho Man goes up to celebrate the win in one corner and Liz comes over to get his attention. He shoos her away. She goes back over and Hogan picks her up, spins her around, is holding her in his arm. And then Macho Man gets down and just looks really weird. And it's just a faint expression. And he puts his arms out like, what the fuck is this? And then eventually, you know, he comes around and it doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but just for a minute, if you knew what to look for, it was there. But every other time I've watched it, I didn't see it. So this thing is still probably one of the best storylines you guys ever had. Let's talk about the main event. It's next. It's February 3rd, 89. We've got the Mega Powers and the Twin Towers. This is the famous match where the Mega Powers broke up. We covered this on the WWE Network in great detail. Savage is thrown from the ring by Akeem. He falls onto Elizabeth, knocks her unconscious. And then the whole angle in the back with Hogan asking for a countdown on live TV, and he's concerned about Liz, and he gets nailed with the big title. Still probably one of the most memorable main events as far, even a Saturday night's main event. This is one of the biggest NBC shows ever, is it not?
Yes, it definitely was. And I also remember when you go back and watch it, how clean it looked. And I guess that's looking at it from a production standpoint, but I just remember how beautifully lit and how clean everything looked that night on TV. Dick Ebersol, as I've said before, I've learned so much from Ebersol through the years as far as television goes. But this was also a night where I learned a lot of things not to do with Dick, and Dick was, Dick was everywhere, but,
what did you learn not to do with Dick?
I learned not to let people do things that they didn't know what the hell they were doing. And I learned to speak up. I learned to speak up.
So if you're not comfortable with what someone's doing with their dick, you should speak up.
Yes, you should.
Okay.
Definitely. You should speak up. And what I'm referring to is that I really should have, I felt I really should have produced the backstage scene with Hogan and Liz in the room, and Ebersol felt that he should, and I didn't fight for it because Dick assured me he had it, and he didn't. So,
well, let's talk.
I got yelled at later for not speaking up.
After that, Hogan's working the house show loops with Boss Man, and that gets us to the Saturday night's main event where Hulk worked a match with Bad News Brown. And of course, Hogan goes over there. That goes down in Hershey, PA on February 16th. Talk to me about Bad News Brown. We haven't talked about him much here on the show. We've touched on him a little bit here and there, but why wasn't he a prime top opponent for Hulk Hogan?
He was. He worked all over with Hulk. He had a hell of a program with Hogan back in the day when he first came in. He worked all around the loop with Hogan.
What was Hogan's perception of him?
From my recollection, he loved working with Bad News because he was a big guy. He was believable, and he was a great worker. So they got along. Bad News Alan was a legit tough son of a bitch, but they got along well, and they had a hell of a run around the horn.
Let's talk about what the perception of the boys was with Bad News Brown, because I think, and we've touched on this before, that he had an incident with Andre the Giant once upon a time. Beyond that, and that's in our archive, somethingtowrestle.com. Were there any other interesting Bad News Brown stories besides the Piper WrestleMania thing and then the whole Andre took a dump on him thing?
There was a incident in, I want to say we were we might have been in Calgary, but we were in Northwest. We might have been in Canada, but we also might have just been in like Seattle or somewhere up in there. And there was a guy by the name of the Cuban Assassin. And I saw it happen, but I didn't know what was happening. And all of a sudden, bad news was in this guy's face and was telling him off. And before you know it, there were chairs thrown and a few fists that were thrown. And Cuban Assassin reached in his bag and pulled out a big knife, and everybody got in between them. But it was apparently an old grudge or an old dispute from years before in Calgary. And I don't think the bad news had seen Cuban Assassin up until this point. And bad news went up. And when the guy pulled the knife, took the knife out of his bag, Alan didn't back down an inch. That may have, really infuriated him more than anything. But I remember we were sitting there and I was having a conversation with somebody else and looked over, and you see chairs being thrown, and backstage, you never really know if somebody's shooting something or if something else is going on. And it didn't take long to realize, okay, no, this is a bad scene, and people got in between them, and the Cuban Assassin left shortly thereafter.
Well, there you go. Let's talk about WrestleMania 5. On our way here, it's all Boss Man on the house shows again. Before we talk about 5, because we have talked about it before, I do want to ask, Boss Man, where does he rank for Hogan opponents, do you think? Don't say fucking top 5.
Honestly, really and truly, I would put him in the top 5. I would put Boss Man up there because he was a big, bumping, unselfish guy that was able to do it all with Hogan, and he was able to go back and have many returns with Hulk and draw money on those returns. I would put, you got Andre, you got Savage, you got Earthquake, and I would really throw Boss Man up in there as far as a big heel that Hogan enjoyed working with. You got Piper, and I'm probably leaving a lot of guys out, but Boss Man was excellent.
Let's talk about WrestleMania 5. Of course, we've covered this match, and we know what happened. It's one of the biggest shows ever. April 2nd, 1989, Trump Plaza, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Hogan finally beats the Macho Man for the world title in just under 18 minutes. Where would you rank this? Hogan's WrestleMania matches. I mean, I think most people probably have Hogan Rock or Hogan Andre as number 1 or 2, depending on whatever. Is this number 3, or where would you put this one?
I would probably put this at number 3 or 4, and I would put Andre and Hogan first. I would put Rock and Hogan number 2, and then from there I would probably give this number 3, followed by Hogan and Warrior number 4.
It's interesting to me that so many people rank this as one of Hogan's best WrestleMania matches, and they do the same thing a couple of years later for Warrior and Savage. How much of that is Savage and how much of that is Patterson, in your opinion?
Well, I think a lot of it is I think 90% of it is Savage. That is Randy. You can have the greatest finish, you can have the greatest match laid out in the world. It's up to the performers to go out and deliver it. So I give it to Savage. And Randy was on. He was a big show guy. I did a interview this past week where they asked me, where Lanny Poffo had made comments about that Randy always wanted to top that WrestleMania 3 match. And he had never shared that with me. I don't know if that's something that Lanny hypothesized or not. But in my opinion, I felt that Randy always delivered when he was putting those big matches at WrestleMania.
On Tony's show, we like to joke about, the greatest night in the history of our sport or whatever. In your wrestling career, cause you weren't there for 3, you were there for 4, but WrestleMania 5, is this, cause you're on the show too with Roddy Piper and that whole bit. Is this the greatest night in the history of your wrestling career, WrestleMania 5 up to this point?
Up until this point, by all means, yes, because and that's personal for me because I was a performer at WrestleMania. So it was Yes. Hands down.
It feels like a missed opportunity, you know, as we leave WrestleMania 5, that these guys never headline a WWF pay-per-view again in a singles match. They do that in WCW, but they don't here. And it feels like it would have been an instant money deal because this one was so successful. Why do you think Vince never leaned on that? It feels sort of weird when, you know, not that long ago we were sold on something being a once in a lifetime match, and then we get the fucking rematch right away with Cena and Rock. But this one feels way bigger, at least to me, and we never get it again. Why do you think that was?
Well, we also only had 4 pay-per-views a year at that time. So it wasn't something that you were going to do right away. And we were more in the house show business, and the special events were one-offs, where the only place that you could see a lot of those matchups was at that particular pay-per-view, be it WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor, or the Rumble. We tried to make them all different. So there wasn't as much programming from pay-per-view to pay-per-view, with the exception of like telling that great story with Hogan and Savage on those pay-per-views. But to get to that one big blow off, it was just a different way that we book things. And it was used to primarily build towards the house shows.
Well, let's talk about the whole, you know, we said a minute ago about best opponents for Hogan, you know, and you told me where you would rank Boss Man. Where would you rank Savage?
I put Randy in there again. You got Andre, I think was the best rivalry. And I look at it as rivalries. I'm not looking at match qualities or anything like that, but You've got Andre, you've got Piper, Savage. I would probably put up there next because it was such a big deal for the Mega Powers.
You know, I guess that's because I'm a little younger, but to me, the Savage feud was much bigger than Piper. And I know that that's not necessarily the case, but I just wasn't around to see it. So
you got to throw Orndorff in there too.
No, I don't have to.
Oh yeah.
I believe that you do, but I don't think I have to.
Throw them in there.
Those house show matches you were talking about though, they go all the way across the country, May and June. I mean, all over the place. And then the movie comes out on June 2nd. The movie, of course, is No Holds Barred. And we covered this in long form on our Zeus episode. Vince is the executive producer there. And Hulk said that originally Vince wasn't involved, but Vince wanted to get involved and told him that he would pay him the same amount of money that New Line was going to. Of course, we know that Hulk's been a little fuzzy on some details. As far as you know, was Hogan ever working with a contract from someone else?
Not to my knowledge. From whenever I got involved in it, and I wasn't involved in it, but from what I knew about it was that it was Vince's movie. Vince was going to produce the movie, executive produce the movie. And they had this script, reworked the script and what have you, but it was Vince's foray into the movie business. I remember Vince saying at one point that, you know, the payday that he was going to pay Hulk for it, that Hulk told him, you know, if you lose one penny, I'll give you everything back. So that's what I remember about it.
Tell me about the way the script was redone. I know we've talked about this before, but Hogan wrote in his book that the script just sucked and the writer just sucked. And of course he's going to get credit for it because, as Hulk says, that's how the Writers Guild works. But he didn't care who got credit for it. Him and Vince locked themselves in a hotel room in Reddington Beach and sat there for 3 days, 24 hours a day, writing this lame script. Is that the same story you heard?
It's probably not far from what they did. I know that Vince, you know, would tear it up and constantly rewrite and constantly redo. Look at how he still produces Monday Night Raw and SmackDown to this day. It's going to go up until he cannot fix it anymore, until he can't rewrite it or re-edit it anymore. He is going to continue to tweak it to make it the best that it can be in his mind. So that wouldn't shock me if they did that. I think that during those times, he and Hulk were working together on a lot of things creatively, and I could see him doing that.
They have any help becoming creative in the hotel room for 3 days, 24 hours a day?
Well, I would probably say that at least 6 of those hours for those 3 days were in the gym. So,
okay. Of course, this movie comes out under the Shane Distribution Company. You can guess why. We know that Rip Thomas is the character Hulk Hogan's going to play, and we know that his nemesis is going to be Zeus, the villain. But Hulk writing his book, we had to write the final scene between my character and Zeus, the guy we set up as the villain, but it wasn't happening though. No matter how hard we worked at it, we just couldn't get it right. So I told Vince, the hell with it. I've got to go to the can.
I gotta take a shit, brother.
Dookie. I was so tired that as soon as my ass hit the seat, my eyes closed and I started daydreaming. And in my daydream, the whole fight scene was playing itself out. And you know what? It was great. All of a sudden I started yelling, I got it. I got it. I ran out of the bathroom and told Vince how it was going to go down, from Zeus coming into the ring to his attacking me and ripping the ring post in half to trying to use it as a sword against me. I told him to write as fast as he could. We didn't have a tape recorder or anything, so Vince just scribbled down everything I said. Now, I want you to imagine for a minute, this is tremendous. Your star, 300 and some odd pound, tan, platinum blonde Hulk Hogan, announces to the cast and crew, I've got to go to the can. And then he runs out of the toilet after he had a daydream on the toilet, yelling, I got it. I got it. Hypothetically, what might that have sounded like, Bruce?
Well, brother, let me tell you something. When Hulkamania is running wild and you...
wait a minute. Somehow Macho Man got in there.
Brother, I got it. I'm going to help you come up with a finish for this fucking movie, brother. Get that shit out, because we need a finish. I'm thinking. What if? And then, brother, I said, hey, dude.
I don't start daydreaming until like I hit the wash on the bidet thing, and then it's kind of gets up in there, and then I start daydreaming. It's I don't know how you can close your eyes and daydream like before you get to the shitty part.
Before you get to the shitty part.
What?
Amazing.
So well, let me tell you something, brother. Yeah, I don't know. And they kind of run together. Buck.
So we've talked about Zeus in great detail in our archives, but let's skip to the movie just for a second. The budget's like $8 million according to Hulk Hogan in the book. That seems really high to me. What say you?
It was not $8 million. I think it was closer to around $4 million. This was, I tell you, what my best memory, and I don't know if we did cover this in No Holds Barred, but my biggest memory of this was Vince had me do the premiere for the movie, the world premiere, and big red carpet for the premiere of the movie and all that bullshit. World premiere. Did it at a theater in Stamford, Connecticut.
Yeah, we talked about it, but tell it again.
Oh, but I had no clue what the fuck I was doing, man. At this point, I'm 25 years old, and 25, 26, and just absolutely clueless, but got through it, and had all these the stars from the movie. The only one we didn't have Joan Severance, and I really wanted to meet her. She was pretty hot. That was his girlfriend in the movie, but it was just different. And I just remember being clueless, but getting through it. And Vince looking at me, well, goddamn, you do this. And okay, I did it.
Debuts at number 2 behind Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It made almost $5 million in ticket sales. What's the mood when you get the report that it's number 2 behind Indiana Jones and it drags in like almost $5 million?
For those of us, look, for those of us that were in the office and that were a part of it, you watch it, you see it from its inception, and we were watching the rough cuts and all that other bullshit. Man, it was pretty neat to be a part of a movie. So it could have done $2 million. I think we all would have been happy and pleased to just be in that arena. So I think everybody was pretty happy with that.
think it winds up making like 16 million and change. In the end, do you think Vince was pleased with that? Did it meet expectations?
I don't know if it really met expectations. However, I think at the end of everything, when you count the videotape sales and the pay-per-view, and then later on the DVD sales, they probably ended up making money on the damn thing.
How run ragged did this schedule make Vince McMahon? I ask because, you know, he's got so much at stake here. He's filming the movie. He's working out. He's barely sleeping, but he's also booking wrestling and running this giant company. And he's sort of stretching himself pretty thin here. What do you remember about the challenges that presented with him working on the movie so much?
For those of us from my end, on the television end, he didn't miss a beat. So he was accessible all the time. And if he was in the middle of shooting or something, he would call you back pretty quickly. But he was totally accessible. From my vantage point, didn't miss a beat. And Pat would travel there sometimes and book with him. But he was doing everything else. And that's kind of the Vince McMahon mode. When we did the XFL, he wasn't going to let the wrestling suffer because he was doing another venture. And that's just the way he is. He's going to find time to give to everybody and everything. If he has to suffer and not sleep or do whatever, he'll find a way.
Let's talk about Hogan and Vince's relationship when they're making this movie. You know, Hulk would write that they were working together like 18-hour days on set. And then when they were done, they would go train at the gym in Atlanta. And then when they're done at like 3 a.m, they'd pop the trunk and have a beer. And these guys spending all this time together. Is this one of those where, you know, this draws them closer together, but eventually it's too much of a good thing and they just start to really fucking get on each other's nerves?
You know, I think that it was to the contrary. I do think it kind of helped get them back to a place where they had been before in, like, let's say 84, 83. Because during that time, Vince and Hulk spent a lot of time together going over creative and just helping define and make the Hulkamania persona larger than life. This was going back to that and getting that closeness again. Funny story that Vince used to tell, because he used to love telling it. They were in a convertible on the way to the gym, either on the way to the gym or back from the gym, and two women pull up next to them and they're like, you know, looking over at them, and Vince and Hulk both are in tank tops and got the guns hanging out. And one girl says to the other girl, she says, "I'll take the young one," meaning Vince. And he used to just say that to Hulk all the time. That's right. They'll take the young one with the hair. And that kind of went up Hulk's ass sideways, but it was a good, nice, healthy, fun ribbing for a while.
Hulk says when they finally finished the quote little low budget film and took a deep breath, they figured the hard part was over, and now it's just sit back and see how much money they make. But then they found out they couldn't get the film into theaters. They had no idea what was going to happen. And they said they didn't know that this would not be very well received. Apparently they were turned down by a lot of theaters saying, no, we don't want to carry the movie. And Hulk would write that the word on the street was, the rumor and innuendo rather, that if they played Hulk Hogan's film, if a theater decided to carry this little movie, the big studios, Paramount, United Artists, 20th Century Fox, who give them 100 movies a year, threatened and said, we're not giving you any of our films anymore. So chat me up here. Was the original plan to sort of peddle this thing out of the trunk before they found the distributor with New Line?
I believe that the original was to be an independent, to produce it independently and distribute it independently. What they found was, to get to the bulk and the majority of the theaters, is that you had to have a major distributor. And enter New Line Cinema, who came in and offered to distribute the film. So that's Hollywood. that's the movie business. If you want major distribution, you need a major distributor.
The movie wound up getting a 11% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. It has a 35%. Is that good? It's 11%, Bruce.
So like, that's good. Woohoo! 11%. That's better than 10. Or like, I mean, you get 10%. That's like all of it. And 11, that's like one over. Woohoo!
I said percent. Do you know how percents work?
Oh, that's that 100 one, right?
That's right.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, so that's good, right?
So you take the 11, you put it over the 100. Hypothetically, if your son Kane came home from high school and tried to pull the same shit you just tried to pull, what would that be?
What, that he got an 11 on his test?
Yeah.
Say, woohoo! Good job, pal.
That's good, right? Hey, honey, it's even better than a 10. Goddamn, pal.
Yeah. Yeah. Amber said she got a perfect score with a 10. She got a perfect 10. Kane got an 11. Woohoo! No, that's. So you're saying that's not good?
I'm saying that's not good.
Oh, what do they know?
I'm glad you mentioned it because.
But that's all right. Wait a minute. That's Rotten Tomatoes. So that means that like if it was bad.
Don't overthink it. You're punchy. Okay. The October 13th, 1997 episode of Raw is the time that he quoted that thing you said about Hogan. Vince says, quote, Hogan promised me that if the movie lost money, he was going to return his salary. I guess the check is still in the mail.
We said that on Raw?
Yeah, apparently October 3rd, 1997.
Wow.
So chat me up here. Do you remember it ever coming up just in casual conversation when y'all are sitting around shooting the shit? This feels like something Bruce Prichard would have gotten a hold of, and he would have said something like, Vince, this idea is going to work. I'm telling you, if this doesn't get over, I'll return my whole annual salary.
I can guarantee you I never said that. It was like, hey, don't work. It ain't my fault. You say it. But if it does, can I have a bonus? No.
It's amazing. Well, of course, based on the success of the character and because they were so enamored with Zeus, Tony, Tiny Lister, they decided to bring him in and train him to be a professional wrestler. And we've covered all of that in our archives. But I mean, hypothetically, this doesn't seem like something they would do today. But then I look around and I wonder, well,
I think yes, they would in a heartbeat. Hell yeah. They'd get, so yes. If it was, you think about it, if they went to WWE studios and they had a big, mean, nasty monster that got over and looked scary, hell yeah, I'd put him in the ring.
Is there somebody in Hollywood you would pick right now to let them transition to be a wrestler and work a match?
Wow. Hey, there's this guy I saw, in this movie, Skyscraper. His name is Dwayne Johnson. I think he might be good to get in there.
So
I got to tell you a funny story. When I hadn't seen Vince in many years, and this was in 2011, January 2011, something like that. And they had gotten Rock to come in and work the deal with Cena. And my son says to me, who would have been about 11 years old at the time, 11, 12 years old. He says, wow, Dad, I wasn't working for the company at the time. He says, wow, Dad, it's pretty cool. Did you hear WWE got Dwayne Johnson to come in and do something for him? He didn't even know who The Rock was. And that was just interesting, that time frame. Okay. Next.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I just went off. You asked me about a star now and I'd want to transition into wrestling. I thought of him.
Okay, let's talk about what Hogan wrote in his book. My next film came out of nowhere. It started when my agent called up and said, Steven Spielberg wants you in his new movie. It's called Gremlins 2, The New Batch. It's not a very big part and there's not a lot of money in it, but you're going to work with Spielberg. If I were you, I wouldn't turn it down. I said, I'm there. They told me it'd be 2 days of filming, just a cameo role. I could handle that. I was going to work with Steven Spielberg. Of course, Spielberg is the guy who made Jaws, E.T., Jurassic Park, Saving Private Ryan, all this stuff. He goes on to say, when he gets on set, he sees that the dressing room they had set aside for him was basically a broom closet, which is no big deal. He's just excited to be there and meet Spielberg. So he changes, runs out onto the set, ready to mind his P's and Q's. In fact, let me just read you exactly what he says here. do the humble bumble double probation routine and not really minding at all, because in a minute I'd be talking to Steven Spielberg. Then I would have a chance to show him I wasn't just a yelling, screaming, bald-headed, peroxide blonde maniac. There was more to me than that. I was hoping he might say, hey, this guy might have something. Maybe I can make him a transvestite or a bad guy in my next film, or a transvestite and a bad guy. Maybe I could stick a couple of bolts in his neck and make him the next Terminator. First of all, I love Hulk Hogan, but
well, let me tell you something, brother. How about you make me a bad guy transvestite with a couple bolts in my neck, and I'll sperminate you, brother. I can do it all. You name it, brother. That's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah. Thinking.
I'm thinking I want to be a transvestite, brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
put some bolts somewhere.
I don't want to tell you what's 24 inches, brother, but it's the thermos. Hulk said, I went out onto the set and I started looking for Steven Spielberg, but instead of Spielberg, I saw this other guy telling people what to do. I saw him telling the cameraman when to roll and when to cut. And I realized I was with the second unit director. Spielberg was with the stars of the film directing the money scenes. So I went all the way out there and worked on Gremlins 2, but I never got to meet Steven Spielberg. It was just a carrot they dangled in front of me. Did you ever talk to him about this whole Gremlins 2 experience?
No, never spoke to him specifically about it, but I could see it happening immediately. Like,
Steven Spielberg, brother.
Yeah, I could see it. Pretty excited about pitching being a transvestite bad guy with bolts in his neck. I can see that. Yeah. Wouldn't you be excited about that?
I'm glad.
Hey, it's Conrad transvestite.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm great.
Okay, good. Saturday night's main event. This is a big moment for Tony Schiavone. It's one of his favorite matches ever. Hulk beats the Big Boss Man. And before the match, Zeus stands on the steps to the ring, not allowing Hogan to enter the ring. And they're staring at each other. And Zeus is yelling, "Move me." Of course, Zeus then kicks Hulk, double punches him to the back, and they left as Hulk lays there.
How many times we had to shoot that?
Yeah. You've told us that this was something that took multiple shots before. What was it that was so difficult about it? I mean, and what a great visual this was, because I fucking love this big blue cage and Zeus confronting him. As a kid, this was just everything I needed.
Well, it was fucking horrible. And Zeus didn't touch him. He's used to acting and he's used to stunts and stunt men where they don't actually touch or do anything. So he was afraid of hurting Hulk and he was afraid of touching him. So the first time that they went out and did it, he didn't touch him. It was terrible. We sent him back out again, and then we had to do it again the next night just to try and edit and splice all that stuff in. And that's why it's cut the way that it's cut.
Well, it was still great for me. I know you didn't love it. Saturday night's main event, July 18th, Worcester, Mass. We get Hulk getting a big win over the Honky Tonk Man. Honky Tonk Man was always somebody that Hogan held in high regard. We've talked about Honky a little bit, but never talked a whole lot about the relationship with Hulk Hogan. Did these guys ever travel together? You got any good Hogan Honky stories you can share with us?
No, I don't know if they did or not, but I've always heard the story about Hulk singing the praises of Wayne Ferris, the Honky Tonk Man, and how he had set Calgary on fire and had this great gimmick. And they originally brought Honky Tonk Man in as a babyface, and the audience shit all over him. So instead of, sticking with the babyface gimmick, they wanted to give Honky Tonk a vote of confidence, and they eventually turned him heel because people were booing the living shit out of him anyway. But it was definitely on Hulk's recommendation to bring Honky in.
Coming up against SummerSlam, Hogan and Savage are working in a lot more matches together. And then we get SummerSlam 89. Hogan and Brutus, the fucking barber beefcake, defeat Randy Savage and Zeus. Brutus headlining the second biggest pay-per-view event of the year. What the fuck?
I know he should have been headlining the biggest pay-per-view of the year.
in your head, here's what I fear. Had something disastrous happen to Vince McMahon and he looked to you to help sort of steer the ship. Do you realize that WrestleMania 6 could have been the Bushwhackers and Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake in a 3-way dance for the world title?
Wow. Now we're talking.
I was ready.
If only.
I was really ready.
In a barbed wire cage.
Well, now you're just being ridiculous. I thought you were going to say that's the main event anywhere in the country, which is your normal go-to for any sort of shit match.
Anywhere in the world.
No, sorry. So your memories of this match again, Hogan, he's a babyface doing a bunch of heel shit here, man. He's giving Sherry an atomic drop. And by the way, he did this a lot. He did it in WCW, and just several times we saw him give Sherry an atomic drop. Let's talk about the psychology behind that for a minute. Where is an atomic drop supposed to hurt you?
In the behind, in your spine, your back, and your behind.
Okay.
Why? Where do you think an atomic drop hurts you?
My friends and I have a theory that the atomic drop is supposed to hurt you in the ball meat.
No. Never. It's like a spine buster. It jars your spine and hurts your back and your tailbone. Now reverse.
Thank you.
Now reverse one might.
What hurts on a reverse?
Your testes.
Okay. Tony Schiavone was doing commentary.
That's your balls.
Are you okay? Tony Schiavone was doing commentary for this show. Be serious for a minute.
Oh, okay.
No, I know it's hard for you because anytime I say Tony, you're just immediately like, oh, I can't wait to shit on him. How do you think Tony did on this pay-per-view?
Okay. Folks, remember this, mark this so that when people ask you, hey, Conrad, what's that show where Bruce said something nice about Tony Schiavone? This will be it. Okay. Hulk Hogan, 1989, 1990. I thought Tony was a terrific play-by-play guy. And I thought he did a good job on this. I never had a problem with him doing his play-by-play stuff. I thought he was good, and that's that.
What did you think he sucked at? Because you got something you want to say there. It's not a full thought. You qualified it with, I thought.
No, you know what? No, I thought Tony was pretty good at producing. I thought Tony was good at play-by-play. He's a talented son of a bitch. The other thing about Tony did his homework. So he prepared. He was prepared. You didn't have to prepare for him. He did his prep. He always came prepared. And I thought he was good at what he did. Still is.
No doubt. You can hear him Friday nights, call MLW. Let's talk about the Sherry thing again. We just got so caught up on the atomic drop, but physicality against a woman for your lead baby face. Maybe not the best idea.
Well, today you sure as hell wouldn't see that, but it was, she's a heel, God damn it. So as long as it's a heel, then as long as she struck first and you could retaliate, I think was essentially the rationale that people would use back in the day. If she strikes him first, she's a heel, then you can get your retribution.
How important was Sherry to their matches? Because coming out of this, they work a series of house shows and their cage matches. And I didn't see any of them, but she was there. So I can imagine that she was up and down and all around.
Sherry Martel was one of the hardest working, man, no matter what her role was in a match, whether she was a valet, whether she was a manager, she just worked her ass off, and she was always entertaining and always trying to find a way to make the match better with her involvement. So she was all over the place. She loved to take bumps and she loved to get involved, and she enhanced everything that she was a part of.
Underrated. I'm sad she's not with us anymore. The first ever UK event in the London Arena goes down on October 10th. Hogan beats Savage here to retain. Chat me up. When you guys made a big trip overseas like this, would these have been paid shows? Would you have had local promoters and it's still a WWF show? What was the process for international shows in this era?
Well, in this era, we went over there. We were the promoters. and we worked with a group that did rock concerts over there. But we were the promoters at that time, and we would go over and we rented the building through them. This particular event, I believe, was something we did Sky. We did a Sky special that match was for, and at the same time, we might have done Paris during this run. I'm not really sure, but I definitely remember the Hulk Randy match was something that we did for Sky. It was a big deal.
Here's another big deal. We've got another Saturday night's main event. This one happens on October 31st in Topeka, Kansas. And here the Genius beats Hulk Hogan by countout. Of course, the Genius was Lanny Poffo, brother of Randy Savage, really used as an enhancement talent mostly here, or most famously, at least in my life, Mr. Perfect's manager. Chat me up about the Genius character.
Well, you talk about October 31st in Topeka, Kansas, and Vince had a bet that he said that even, the Genius would sell out, and the Genius did sell out against Hulk Hogan on this night in Topeka, Kansas. But the Genius gimmick was something, Lanny was the poet laureate of the WWF, and he always wrote this great poetry. And sometimes I saw Lanny last week at an appearance, and he thanked me because when he did a Brother Love show, I had given him a call with almost 5 days notice to let him know he was doing the Brother Love show, and he could actually put thought into the poem he was going to write. Most of the time he would be given maybe an hour's notice, and hey, Lanny, come up with something. But the Genius was a Vince McMahon creation that he looked at Lanny, and the way that Lanny delivered his poems was kind of holier than thou and smarter than everybody else, and thought if he was a genius, he'd be a great addition to Mr. Perfect. And it was a good role and a good run for Lanny Poffo. I thought he pulled it off to perfection.
No doubt. I mean, it's a memorable gimmick. I mean, it certainly made an impression on me. What was the relationship like with the boys and Lanny? I mean, it does feel like a lot of people sort of just say, oh, he's only here because he's Randy's brother. What was the rap on Lanny and Randy, and just chat me up on that.
Randy was definitely the star. I mean, Randy was the attraction, and Lanny was the little brother. But I think that for the majority of their career, that was the role that those guys were always in. And I don't know that there was ever any jealousy on Lanny's part. And Randy always kind of took it upon himself to help Lanny in any way that he could and look out for family. One thing about Randy Savage, man, it was all about his family. He didn't fuck with his mom, his dad, and his brother. So I think that guys respected Lanny because Lanny was a hell of a worker. He was a great hand in the ring. Randy was the attraction and Lanny was Lanny. But Lanny in the Genius role, this was an opportunity for him to step out of the Lanny Poffo role, be a heel, and really have something, some meat on the bone there.
How big of a moment was this for Lanny to get a win over Hulk Hogan, even if it was a count out? I mean, it's NBC. It's a big deal, is it not?
Oh God, it was absolutely huge. And it meant so much for that gimmick, the Genius gimmick, and also Mr. Perfect, and gave Lanny that credibility that he needed to be with Perfect, and give him the credibility now to step into that role.
After this, of course, Hulk starts working with Mr. Perfect, and I think a lot of people remember that Perfect promo where they're smashing the belt. What can you tell us about that?
Oh God, I remember it as well. And it was the gum in the belt and everything else when Perfect went out initially and took the championship there at ringside. It hadn't been done before. And it was, well, I take that back. It had been done before. And the model that we were looking at was when superstar Billy Graham had smashed the championship belt of Bob Backlund back in the day, and he destroyed the belt. And that's kind of where we were going with it, was you're going to destroy everything that Hulk Hogan represents. So I thought it was a pretty damn cool visual, and it was something that the modern day audience hadn't seen before.
It was awesome. I mean, it left an impression on me. I guess it's worth mentioning that our old friend, Belt Fan Dan from back in the day. He actually owned that belt once. He bought it from Mel Phillips for a handful of peanuts. And, it was Mel kept it all those years in like a bag, a Ziploc bag of pieces. Isn't it interesting that pieces like that of wrestling history just leak out?
Yeah, and it's crazy what's out there. And it's crazy what people consider, this treasured piece of memorabilia. That astonishes me.
You don't think owning that bag of, a belt that was on Saturday night's main event that these guys destroyed for a big angle, you don't think that would be cool to have?
If I had the whole thing, maybe.
No, I mean, he had the leather strap too.
I don't know. I guess I'm just not into, if it meant something to me, maybe it'd be cool, but I don't know. I'm not into that per se. I enjoy seeing it sometimes I love going through the warehouse and seeing all the different things that they have, but it's usually in what that piece of memorabilia or what that specific piece meant to me and how I was involved in it.
So let's talk about Survivor Series. This is the next big show we're building towards. It's November 23rd, Rosemont Horizon in Chicago. Hulk teams up with Demolition and Jake the Snake to take on Zeus, Ted DiBiase, and the Powers of Pain. Talk to me a little bit about this. Jake Roberts would tell people years later that he feels like they were trying to take his heat a little bit here because he had always been the guy to carry the snake, but now they wanted everyone to carry a giant snake. And he felt like that sort of took away from his gimmick. What would you say to that assertion that everybody being involved in carrying a giant snake was really taking something away from him?
I don't see it that way. I looked at it as a pretty cool deal. Unfortunately, it couldn't be pulled off because the snake was so damn big, they couldn't control it. But I thought that the visual that they had in mind with everybody bringing down this monstrous snake and five huge guys bringing it down, the visual of it I liked. Never got to see it because the damn snake was just too rowdy and they couldn't really control it. But
here's my thing though. If these four guys together couldn't control it, how did Virgil control it all those years?
Well, because he's an artiste. Sometimes you just, you learn those things and it's an art form.
Okay. I mean, I'll have to take your word for it. I don't know anything about that. So in this Survivor Series match, we see Zeus eliminated like 3 minutes in by DQ because he won't stop choking Hulk. Let me guess. The quick elimination here for Zeus is to disguise the fact that this motherfucker can't work a lick. Let's get him out of here.
Hell yes. Why the hell would you? And you're not going to risk him touching anybody else. So, okay, Zeus, you get in, choke Hogan, and you're getting the hell out. Slap yourself and go, ah, 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 ah. And he did that.
Thank you for that. Of course, we know what's going to go down here. We're going to see the sole survivor in the match. Why do you think that would be? Or who do you think that would be?
There's only one sole survivor. That would be the Hulkster or Andre the Giant. I award you the sole survivor champion of the tag team.
So sole survivor, Hulk Hogan. Hogan must pose. Is that what we're talking about here?
Hell yeah. Hogan must pose. Why not?
Hulk Hogan's working with Mr. Perfect through the house shows in early December. And then we get to the December 12th, No Holds Barred, the match, the movie, but that's not the way you really say it, right?
Why have a Merry Christmas when you can have a No Holds Barred Christmas? No Holds Barred, the match, the movie, only on pay-per-view.
Of course, we know what happens there. Hulk and Brutus beat Savage and Zeus in a cage match that was taped right up the road from me in Nashville, Tennessee at the Municipal Auditorium. Let's finish out the year 1989 with Mr. Perfect working house shows against Hulk Hogan. And Hogan's actually losing all of those by either DQ or count out. As we wind up 89 before we cruise on into 90, where would you rank Hogan's 89 up to this point in his career? It's probably better than his 88, not as good as his 87. Or what would you say?
It was good. Some people might even say great. However, I think that it was also reaching that point of, we were getting to the top of the cliff, in my opinion, during this time. There started to be some people, there was a little resentment. And I think that people, longtime fans, were starting to say, give me something else.
You think that it already started here?
I really do. Yeah.
Well, let's get to 1990. Hulk is back in his familiar role as world champion. Of course, you may recall he had started, 85, 86, 87, and 88 as champion, but not 89. But we're back in the saddle here at the start of 1990. Where was business overall? Business was super hot in 87. It was still doing really well in 88. 89 was phenomenal from a pay-per-view and gate standpoint. As you're cruising into 90, is Vince starting to feel some of that? I mean, cause we know what's going to happen in a few months at WrestleMania 6. Do you think Vince had his finger on the pulse of that certain fan who was like, give me something else?
I think so. And there was also, you had the building and it was of all of a sudden underneath Hogan, you had Warrior, and Warrior was really coming up and people were starting to take notice. Business was good, and there were no signs of business going down. I just think that it was the timing of everything where it's like, man, we got to make some changes. We got to give them something new. And there were some of us, and I will count myself in this group, that thought you got to turn Hogan heel. I thought that Hulk, you look back at the stuff that he did as a heel early in his career, Hulk is a natural heel. He's a great heel. Vince was absolutely no way. Hulk Hogan's Hulk Hogan. He's a role model. He's a children. He's a hero to children. Can't turn him heel.
Let me ask you this. I feel like a lot of times, and you're going to shit on this, but hear it all the way out before you do so, please. I feel like a lot of times you gravitate towards the creative side of, hey, well, this would be good. This would get a big reaction. This would get over, whatever the word may be. But this would be good creatively. And maybe Vince didn't always think that way. Vince instead looked at, well, goddamn, pal, we're making all this on licensing and merchandise and blah, blah, blah. If we pivot, we can't just easily replace that with something. So in theory, yes, your storyline may be better, but it might cost us money. So fuck that. We ain't doing it.
Well, I think that when you go back and you look at, especially with Hulk, and you look at the overall business model of the company, you had the magazine, you had merchandising, and merchandising, Hulk Hogan merchandise in particular, was a big part of what we did. So Vince was always looking at the bottom line. He was always looking at not just today, but tomorrow, next month, next year. Licensing deals that were already in place that weren't going to be realized for 6 months or a year down the line. So action figures, it's one of the reasons that back in the day, you couldn't change your look unless it was approval by the office, because an action figure, it may take 6 to 9 months at that time to produce. So you couldn't change your look because your action figure wouldn't look the same. And that was part of the merchandising. So Vince wasn't now as knee jerk, I think, as they are now. And I think that Vince was always looking at, you can't just look at it for today. You have to look at what that decision means to business on down the road. So turning Hulk heel, while for me creatively, I would have loved to have done that. I feel that wrestling, that old mentality would have been good business. He didn't.
If you would have turned him heel at, say, Royal Rumble, let's just pretend it happened at Royal Rumble, who would you have put him against at WrestleMania 6?
Ultimate Warrior.
Okay. But they would have just went in, instead of his two baby faces, one a heel, one a baby. Obviously the two baby face WrestleMania thing is a formula that he wants to move away from. He doesn't try it again until WrestleMania 12. And he didn't try it again for a long time. Do you think that WrestleMania 6 would have done bigger business had Hogan been a heel?
Pay-per-view wise, yes, I do.
Let's talk about how we're going to get there. Of course, we've got Saturday night's main event, which is where all the big shit happens. And on January 3rd, of all places, they're doing a Saturday night's main event in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And reading this now as an adult, I'm so fucking angry that my parents did not take me to see this. Hulk Hogan.
Do you still hate him to this day for it?
I said I'm angry. I didn't say I hated my parents.
Okay.
The Ultimate Warrior teamed with Hulk Hogan to take on Mr. Perfect and the Genius. And of course, our heroes get the win. But after the match, Warrior's clotheslining both Perfect and the Genius, and Hogan comes into the ring. Warrior turns around and he clotheslines Hogan, knocking him down. Then they shove each other, and we're off to the races. Hogan starts working the Perfect house shows again, and then we get to the Royal Rumble. And this is really one of my favorite moments as a kid. We get the first physical confrontation between Hulk and Warrior. They're in the ring together at one point, and they have a stare down, and they're just sort of looking around, checking it out. And they're bouncing off the ropes and they crash into each other, but nobody moves after a crisscross. Hogan misses a clothesline. Then they clothesline each other. And then Barbarian comes in. Chat me up about the way you guys booked this, because you've got two baby faces. I guess we should mention Hogan comes in at number 25. He eliminates Haku, Jimmy Snuka, and eventually, with the help of Barbarian and Rick Rude, he gets the Warrior out. He also eliminated Honky Tonk Man, Rick Rude, and then with the help of Mr. Perfect, Rude's out of there too. And then Mr. Perfect is the last out. So we'll talk about Perfect in a minute. First, chat me up about the way the whole Warrior thing was booked, because this is still etched in my brain.
Well, I think that it worked perfectly. It was a test, and it was to sample the audience, see what the audience, how they were going to react to these two guys. It's one thing to imagine, it's one thing to announce and get that reaction. But when you actually have physicality, you feel it. The audience wanted it. They wanted to see, man, they had built up Warrior, who was indestructible up until this point. And you had the one and only Hulk Hogan, who's not yet immortal at this point, going up against this indestructible object in the Ultimate Warrior. They wanted it. They wanted to see more. And that's all that we wanted to test in the Royal Rumble was, is there an appetite for this? And there was, and that's what we had been feeling all along. And I think that Vince kind of, let's test it. Let's make damn sure. Is this what the audience wants to eat?
Well, what's the reaction in the back? Were you watching this in guerrilla when Vince sees, the reaction to Hogan and Warrior? What's he saying? What's he thinking?
I have no idea. I don't remember that specific moment. I know after the fact that the feeling was good. It wasn't a completely different setup back in those days. And it was an overall feeling after the show that, okay, we're on the right track. This is money. This is the match. We've got it now. And they didn't boo Hogan and they didn't boo Warrior. That was important to Vince. Vince didn't want the audience to boo either guy. So again, it's hard to, that's the problem with the babyface match though. Eventually you got to pick one or the other. And if you're rooting for one, you're not going to root for the other. So sometimes they're great. Sometimes, This one, in this particular instance, the audience was wanting both guys, and they wanted to see them collide.
Chat me up for a minute about Vince McMahon as a body guy, because it feels like, according to what we've heard as wrestling fans, that Vince McMahon was a body guy. And while Hogan is really this jacked up, weightlifter, he would even write in his book, when this guy came in, he blew me away. He had been dieting his whole life while I was out drinking and raising hell with the boys. From a body standpoint, when Vince maybe has his finger on the pulse and thinks, well, maybe they are wanting something new. Hey, if they thought Hogan was big, if they thought Hogan was jacked and a superhero, take a look at this fucking guy. How big of the decision to go with Warrior was the diet and, as Vince would say, the vascularity of the Ultimate Warrior?
Well, he definitely had a unique look, and that was a look that Vince liked. Vince was a bodybuilder himself. He was a big fan of bodybuilding. He was a big fan of the discipline, the diet, and the training. So that was something that appealed to him, and it was larger than life. You know, we used to tell a story with strongmen where they would hold two pictures, and you'd have superstar Billy Graham in one picture and Paul Anderson, who was the world's strongest man, in the other. But if you looked at Paul looked like a 350-pound tub of goo compared to superstar Billy Graham. Who was stronger? Paul Anderson could lift 10 times the weight that superstar Billy Graham could. It was perception. So the perception looking at the Ultimate Warrior was, here was this guy in this tremendous shape, and it had to be powerful. Just look at him. Look at the muscles on top of muscles. So, yeah, Vince loved that look. It goes all the way back to superstar Billy Graham and those guys that have that kind of discipline. Paul Orndorff, and just, it's a discipline. It's a way of life.
And do you think Vince was enamored with it by comparison?
No, I don't know. He was enamored more with it than Hulk, because Hulk was still larger than life. Hulk was bigger. He was taller. He was bigger. And, you know, I dare say probably more powerful as well. It was just different. It was another look. It was another way to go. They both look great.
How much of that do you think was diet? The difference
with Warrior?
The difference between the two.
Oh God. It's like, it's diet and discipline all the way.
So let's talk about, Warrior and Hogan. You know, he being Ultimate Warrior has been somebody we've talked about before, and has maybe been, I don't know, not always talked about glowingly by you. What was the relationship like prior to WrestleMania 6? I mean, you almost never hear anybody say, oh man, Warrior was my best friend. So you don't really hear guys talk about how much they enjoy traveling with Warrior or training with Warrior or being with Warrior, but we're about to have a big moment here. What was the relationship like at this point between Hogan and Warrior?
I think that I don't really know. I want to say that there was a mutual respect, but also there was probably a little bit of friction, because here's the young new guy coming up, and Hulk knows that Vince is going with the new kid. And I think that there was a little bit of jealousy, a little bit of just
we'll see,
friction.
Brother. Follow that, yeah. Brother.
Right.
And that's natural. I mean, it's competitive.
Definitely. And there was, you know, the only guy that I ever remember, you talk about people traveling with Warrior. The only guy I ever remember Warrior traveling with was Kerry Von Erich. And I think Kerry Von Erich was one of the just a sweet human being that kind of liked everybody. But that's the only guy I ever remember Warrior traveling with.
Why do you think that was? I mean, what do you think it was about Warrior that other guys didn't jive with?
I think, again, Warrior was a unique guy. He had his very strong beliefs. He also was very disciplined, and he had to eat certain foods at certain times during the day. He wasn't a big partier. He didn't like to go out and get trashed and drink a whole bunch and not care. He was more concerned with eating his 17th chicken breast and getting his second workout in. So he was a bit of a different animal in that regard. He was very business, and it was all about the bottom line and the dollar. He wasn't in love with the wrestling business. It wasn't about, wow, I'm going to go out and have the best match, or wow, I'm going to go out and tear the house down, or I really love this because I always wanted to be a wrestler. It was, what's my check going to be this week?
Is there any sort of, you know, when Vince is going to go with a guy, we've always heard that he really attaches himself to that guy and really starts to develop a relationship with his champion. Was was Hogan interested in trying to do any of that with Warrior, or was it just another day at work and I'm going to put him over because that's what Vince asked, but this shit ain't going to work?
You know, we were all asked to help Warrior, and we did. I think everybody stepped up. You know, Vince was going to help Warrior along every single step and keep him from falling on his face. He asked Hogan to help him out, and from what I could see, Hogan did help him out. Savage helped him out. There were a lot of guys. Dibiase helped him out. There were a lot of guys that stepped up to say, hey, Jim, let me help you. I think that the main issue was it wasn't necessarily reciprocal. Nor was it welcomed on Warrior's part. It was, I think he looked at those guys as being jealous of him and trying to sabotage him versus trying to help him.
And so as a result, nobody gives a shit or wants to help him.
That, I think, was the end result.
So on our way here through the rest of January, Hogan is working with Mr. Perfect, and then he beats Dino Bravo on Superstars. And then we're off to the races, man. We've got a main event February 23rd in Detroit. And this is where Buster Douglas was the referee for Hogan beating Savage. And of course, the Torch reported that it was planned to have Hogan and Warrior team up to face off against Dino and Earthquake. But after they announced that Mike Tyson was going to be a guest ref, it was changed to Hogan Savage with Tyson as the ref. And it got a 12.8 rating. Of course, we remember Tyson didn't show here because he lost to Buster Douglas, but he was immediately replaced by Buster Douglas, and a 12.8 rating. What a fucking rating. How much of that was attributed to Buster Douglas? Because it certainly felt like this is the best case of you guys ever striking when the iron was hot, because the timing could not have been closer. Could it not?
Well, it was lucky.
Put that in context for everybody, because we've got some younger listeners who don't really remember or know or understand what a worldwide phenomenon Mike Tyson was, and how he really was this, you know, what was the old Gorilla Monsoon, the irresistible force, the immovable object. This dude was indestructible. I mean, he was a phenomenon that we've never seen before, and he gets knocked the fuck out brutally by Buster Douglas in a huge upset, probably the biggest in sports ever. Don't you think?
Yeah. Screwed up my weekend. That's for damn sure. But I also think that, you know, when you talk about the rating and what it was, it also spoke a lot to the Hogan Savage matchup itself, and that rivalry, being able to come back and put that on NBC, do that kind of a number. And Mike Tyson, man, he was the hottest commodity on the planet. He really and truly was, man. It was indestructible, couldn't be beaten, so much so that we were assured, oh, this is just basically like a sparring match and, you know, a workout with Buster Douglas. It's a non-entity. It's a non-thing. You know, Mike will be there. Everything will be great. Don't worry about it. So when Mike got knocked out, we're thinking that we still are going to have Mike Tyson. Will have his first ever public appearance live on NBC. Okay. That's still pretty damn attractive.
Absolutely. So you guys didn't necessarily request the change. You're happy to have the first appearance after the loss. You just want Mike Tyson, who is this global attraction.
Man, we were on the phone. I wasn't on the phone. I was on the phone with Vince, but Vince was on the phone with Don King in Tokyo right after the knockout happened, and trying to figure out, okay, what the hell are we going to do? So they go through this whole thing. I was in Houston. I remember coming home late that night. I was staying at my parents' house, and my mom is there waiting on me saying, this guy, Kevin, keeps calling and says he has to talk to you right away. Well, Kevin Dunn and I had both taken the weekend off. We'd gotten all of our work done. It was this whole Tyson thing we were doing these crazy hours. This was going to be our last weekend off before WrestleMania. He had gone to Baltimore. I'd gone to Houston, and Kevin's calling and says, he lost. What are we going to do? I said, who's he? What are you talking about? Tyson. He got knocked out. He lost. What are we going to do? our television had gone out proclaiming Mike Tyson had not knocked out Mike Tyson after a victory over Buster Douglas in Tokyo this past week. Our television for the next week was gone with that VO in it.
Help me understand. You didn't know? I mean, they weren't showing the fight at Heartbreakers. Where were you?
Well, I was at Heartbreakers, but nobody cared about Mike Tyson and Buster Douglas.
Trying to bust something else in there, trying to knock something else out.
It was a non-issue. And I called Vince, and Vince picked up the phone. He's like, hold on, I got Don King on the other line. And I sat there with Vince. I said, what are we going to do? He says, where are you? I said, I'm in Houston. He says, get back. You know, I was on the first flight out in the morning, flying back to New York, and we got all those, all the tapes that we had already sent out. We had to completely re-edit and get all that stuff out, correcting it. That was expensive, and that was a pain in the ass.
But how excited are you when that 12.8 comes in?
Well, the other thing was we didn't know if Mike was going to do it. Mike pulled out, I guess, on Sunday and said, no, I'm not going to do it. Okay. And Basil DeVito, who was the vice president of promotions and different things and special events, Basil had reached out to Buster Douglas's management, and Basil flew to, I want to say, Buffalo, New York, and met Buster getting off the plane with his manager coming back from Japan, and made a deal. And we were able to secure Buster Douglas to come in and take Mike Tyson's place. And not only, you know, we were still going to have the World Heavyweight Boxing Champion. So the man that knocked out Mike Tyson first time, nobody knew who the hell Buster Douglas was, but they knew this sumbitch had knocked out Mike Tyson. And now he's going to referee Macho Man and Hulk Hogan. It's great shit.
It was great shit. So going into WrestleMania, we're going to see Hulk teaming with both the Big Boss Man and Beefcake to be perfect and genius on the house shows. And there's some big shows along the way. They did huge houses in Miami and in Chicago. Hogan and Boss Man are the tag teams. They take on the Powers of Pain or the Colossal Connection. That gets us to WrestleMania 6, which we've covered in our archives. All right, so let's talk about what did take off. WrestleMania 6, that's the first WrestleMania that takes place outside of the United States. It draws 67,678 fans on April 1st, 1990, inside the Sky Dome. And one of my favorite WrestleMania opens ever, because we've got the images of Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan in the galaxy and this tremendous Vince McMahon voiceover. You can guess how it finishes, right, Bruce?
The two most powerful forces in the universe, Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior, prepare to explode. It's champion versus champion, title for title. It's the ultimate challenge. It's WrestleMania.
I was drooling during that one.
What the fuck are you doing? It's time for you to take a nap.
No, I'd like to go, but I gotta, well, you know.
So the lead
I drooled all over my desk, all over my papers, everything. Look at this. Look at this. It's drool. Do you see that? It's drool. Okay. I know y'all can't see, but I'm holding up a paper. It's got drool.
I'm like, Bruce, we're doing a fucking podcast. We're not on the network anymore. We got kicked off. All right.
But I can see you.
Yes, but they can't see us.
Oh,
we went from an audience of millions to an audience of one. That's what we're doing with our lives now.
Okay. I gotta, you know, this drool's taking longer to dry than your bird dogs do. I'll tell you that right now. The hell?
WrestleMania.
Wait, can I go now?
Okay.
So in the lead up to this match, we see Warrior have a confrontation with Earthquake, and Earthquake goes to jump off the second rope, and Hogan runs out and knocks Earthquake out of the ring. A few weeks later on Superstars, Hogan's wrestling Earthquake, and Earthquake hits him with the Earthquake Splash. Warrior comes out, takes out Earthquake, then he and Hogan have a confrontation. Warrior starts to hit the ropes, and Hogan turns his back and starts to leave the ring. Warrior raises his arm like he's going to clothesline him from behind. Hogan turns around. They face off again. So it's the first time that two baby faces are going to headline. It's also the first time we've got title versus title. Did you guys have a lot of, or any concern about how this might go over? I mean, obviously you had suggested that, you know, you turn Hogan into the bad guy. Was it ever even discussed that Warrior might be the heel here?
No, it wasn't. Vince was steadfast on that and felt that Warrior was going to be that stone cold babyface, not as in Steve Austin, but that he would be a true blue babyface all the way. You know, the other thing, getting into this, I know we got into this argument when we talked about WrestleMania 6 in the archives, was Vince kept stressing to us, you know, God damn it, it's not title for title. But yet everything we did was about, you know, title for title, Intercontinental Championship versus WWF Championship. And when all was said and done, Warrior relinquished the Intercontinental Championship. So it was a little kabuki-ish to say the least, but it was what it was.
Chat me up a little bit here, because I want to talk about the contract signing. And we've talked about this before, but you guys most recently did this at WrestleMania 3. You didn't do it for 4. You didn't do it for 5, but you're bringing it back for 6. Why was it done this way?
Just something different. And it was, you know, the two biggest stars in the company. It was a huge event to make it a little bit different and just give that importance and make the match even more special.
So, of course, this has one of the best promos ever. You know, the actual, the rocket ship Warrior promo. Who's producing some of these at the time?
Man, this is basically Vince. Here, you cut a promo. And that's what these guys come up with. It wasn't written. It wasn't, you know, and then you talk about, no, it was what was in that goof's head.
Of course, that night is a lot like WrestleMania 3, where we just talked about what they did the press conference. Well, they're also riding a cart to the ring, just like WrestleMania 3. Warrior refuses to ride the cart, runs down, does the normal routine. Can you imagine how goofy in hindsight it would have looked to have the Ultimate Warrior ride the cart to the ring?
Warrior was never going to ride the cart. Neither one of them were. That was, everybody else rode the cart, and the main event, both those guys, Warrior was going to do his normal entrance running to the ring, and Hogan was walking to the ring just like he did at WrestleMania 3.
Chat me up about the way they put this match together, because this is widely regarded as being the Ultimate Warrior's best match ever. You know, this and WrestleMania 7 the next year against Randy Savage. And a lot of people even think this is one of Hogan's best matches. Of course, we know Warrior's going to get the win after roughly 23 minutes. Hogan misses the leg drop. Warrior hits him with the splash and gets the clean 1-2-3. And it's the first time Hogan had been pinned clean since like the end of '83 in the WWF. How much credit does Pat Patterson deserve for this one?
You know, Pat worked with Hogan and Warrior, and they had started putting this thing together probably about a week or two ahead of time. And everybody, all three guys, well, I'll say four guys, because Earl Hebner was a big part of that as well. They put a lot of thought into that match, and Pat got in the ring with them and worked countless hours putting this thing together so that it would be the match that it turned out to be. Again, you can put together the greatest match in the world. If the talent can't pull it off, it's going to be the drizzling shits. So hats off to both Warrior and Hogan for pulling it off and making it what it was.
We covered all of this, of course, in our WrestleMania 6 episode in the archives, if you'd like to check it out. When it's all said and done, you know, a lot of people were critical of the way Hogan handed over the belt. And they say that, you know, maybe he took some of Warrior's moment, but I guess it was supposed to be a passing of the torch. What did you think about the ending with Hogan handing him the belt?
Man, I thought it was apropos. I thought it was the old champion endorsing the new champion. For me, it worked. And I thought that it was good. Who was left in the ring? We wanted to see Hogan ride out, you know, defeated at the end. Monsoon had the line, you know, he's immortal. That's where we started. The immortal was right there that night. That one line was definitely fed to Monsoon. in the production meeting beforehand, and it was, that part of it was all laid out.
Who pushed the word immortal?
Vince. He's immortal. So it would be bigger than the championship because now he is the immortal Hulk Hogan.
What was, Pat Patterson has talked about when he watched the finish of this match, he had went and found Vince and they watched it at a spot in the arena. So fans were around, although they probably didn't know that was Vince and Pat. And he says when Hogan was pinned, they both had tears in their eyes, which I've always found sort of fascinating because it insinuates that they knew it was like a big deal. It was a passing of the torch or whatnot. Did it feel that way to you two and everybody in the company that this was the end of the Hogan era? I mean, not necessarily like he was leaving, but you really were sort of cruising out into like uncharted territory here. I mean, business, not just for the WWF, the wrestling industry had never been hotter than when Hogan was the top guy. And now really for the first time, you're going to deviate, not because he's going to make a movie and build to another big feud, just because you really want to try somebody else as the top guy, not as a substitute necessarily. You just really want to try. Is anybody looking around saying, this is a fucking mistake?
I think there were talent that felt that way. I know Dibiase felt that way. There were those of us who had expressed our concerns beforehand. But I'll tell you, I had tears in my eyes watching it because it was an end of an era. Plus, I liked Hulk. So I was friends with Hulk and I liked Hulk. I wasn't that big of a fan of Warrior personally or professionally. So I was probably sad for that too. But you're professional and you move on and you do what needs to be done. It was a moment in time that you look at and go, okay, yeah, we're going in a different direction now.
You said you knew you had tears in your eyes because you knew Hulk. Did this, I'm not saying this to be funny. I know, some people are going to shit on this, but did it hurt Hogan? I mean, did it hurt his, this is a weird sentence to say. Did it hurt his feelings for him to lose the belt? I mean, was this something that really bothered him, or was he not selling it? Was he not acknowledging it, or what was the reaction?
I think that probably deep down that he felt, hey man, I could still carry it. I can still go on. But at the same time, he was going to be taking some time off in the summer again. And we were doing something different. We were trying the Warrior in this role right now. So I think anybody in that same situation would second guess it and feel, hey, I could still do it. I can still get that job done. But there's also a time, man, you got to do what you got to do, and it's business.
Chat me up. You're saying he was taking some time off. Is that because he came to Vince and said, listen, I need to take some time off, spend some more time with the family? Or was it a way that Vince could sort of sell Hogan on, well, Terry, you've worked your ass off for us. We're going to try this with Warrior. And really we're doing this not because we've lost confidence in you, but pal, burnout is real. And we want you to just take the summer off and, we'll put you in a hot angle and bring you back for SummerSlam. So you won't miss any of the big paydays. But this will be good for business and good to sort of help you recharge your batteries.
No. Yeah, that ain't happening. Vince, I don't see doing that unless Hulk wanted the time off. He's not going to forego the number one attraction and take the summer months and say, take off. God damn. We'll take the hit. Yes, I can see him doing that in certain situations. This wasn't one of them. I think Hulk was going to do another movie or something else was going on during this time that Hulk was taking time.
I think this is when Brooks about to be born.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So tell me though, cause you sort of poked fun at it there, but realistically, isn't there some wisdom to, you really need to get the old top baby face sort of out of the picture in order for you to push the new top baby face, so people don't try to compare notes and say, I wish I like him, but he's not as good as, some of that is real, right?
Some of that is valid. Yeah, sure it is. And because you don't want to draw the comparisons, but at the same time, that the other one's coming back and those comparisons are going to be drawn. In this particular instance, I think you're right. It was right about the time that Hulk was having his first child and wanted to be at home more.
What was Pat Patterson thinking about this? Pat had been here you know, he was in the ring at WrestleMania 1. I mean, so he's been a part of all of this with Hogan. I mean, he's seen it all, done it all. What's his reaction to we're going with Warrior? We're moving away from Hogan.
Pat supported it because it's new. And Pat Patterson has one of the greatest lines that I steal from all the time. It's give me something new. And even if it's the shits, at least it's new shit. And it's not the same old shit. So give me something new. And Pat was always in favor of creating new and doing something new, introducing something new to the audience so that they didn't get tired and worn out on just one thing.
That's interesting. Give me something new. Even if it's shit, at least it's new shit.
All right.
Hogan has said over the years he didn't agree with this decision to pass the torch. And he says after the pay-per-view, he was in the limo and apparently didn't say a word. Were you in the limo after WrestleMania 6? What do you remember about that?
Well, I don't know why he would be in a limo or where the hell he was going, because we stayed in the Sky Dome Hotel and there was an elevator that took you up to your rooms.
Well, he might've been trying to find heartbreakers in Toronto.
Well, there's some heartbreakers there in Toronto. I'll tell you that.
So the rematch never happens, at least in the WWF. Of course it does happen. Halloween Havoc 98. Chat me up. Why did you guys, why did you never try it again?
Didn't draw.
But even as a return, like, you don't think you could have done anything differently?
Yeah, you could have turned one of them heel, and Vince wasn't willing to do that. So I think that the pay-per-view numbers were not as good as the previous year. Vince chalked that up to a babyface match. So he wasn't interested in the rematch, wasn't interested in the return.
Hulk wrote, Vince McMahon wanted Ultimate Warrior to beat me for the belt. I didn't agree with him. I didn't think the guy could carry the load. Then again, maybe I didn't give Vince a choice in the matter. By that time, my brain wasn't focused on wrestling the way it should have been. 7 years of carrying the load as the main guy had taken its toll on me. I was tired and I was starting to get hurt a lot. I was beat. I should have told Vince I needed a break. I should have said, I'm sure he would have said, I'm sure. Everyone else had taken time off, and I should have looked in the mirror and said, hey man, you're human. You can only push yourself so far. But instead I kept wrestling, and the more it ground me down, the more my attitude started to suck. So when Vince wanted to hand the title to Ultimate Warrior, it was because he could see down the road to a time when he might not be able to depend on Hulkamania and would need to switch gears. I agreed that I would lose the belt to Warrior, but I made sure as hell we had a hell of a match. Then it looked like it was just about over. I kicked out of his finish. Then I pinned him and he kicked out of my finish. At the end of the night, the referee was supposed to get the belt from the timekeeper and give it to Warrior, but this was my chance to steal back everything he had gotten from me. So I zipped over to the timekeeper, ripped the belt out of his hand, and then I walked on the ring apron with the belt and looked up to God, shook my head yes, and then walked in the ring and handed Warrior the belt. What do you make of your buddy's comments here, Hulk Hogan, that his attitude kind of sucked? Would you say that was a fair assessment? I mean, you were around him just as much as anybody here. Could you tell a difference, from spring 1990 Hulk Hogan compared to spring 89 Hogan?
I think that Hulk during this time was looking forward to kind of getting away and taking time away. I've heard this version before as far as, and I don't know if Hulk is saying that he came up with it at that time and that it was instantaneous, that he was going to go take the belt and steal his glory. That was something that was laid out ahead of time. Production, we knew that was going to take place, and we had it covered to shoot it that way and shoot Hulk all the way on the ride back. So that wasn't something that was spontaneous or anything like that, or either that or so. I just think that Hulk was ready to go away. I think he was looking forward to not taking bumps. I think he was beat up. I think he was looking for time away, but I didn't experience a bad attitude from him at all.
A few days later, on the 3rd and 4th, Hulk would beat Earthquake in dark matches on Challenge and Superstars. And let's fast forward. April 13th, a rare, and I actually have a picture of this match on my desktop where we're recording this right now. Tokyo, Japan, Hulk Hogan beats Stan Hansen. Chat me up about what you remember about this world summit of sorts with All Japan, New Japan, and the WWF.
Well, the best part about it was that for years, Inoki and Baba, New Japan and All Japan had been enemies in Japan. Okay. They hadn't spoken and had never been seen in public. And then the first together, and then the first time is with Vince in between them and all of them shaking hands. It was just a surreal moment for Japanese wrestling. Hulk was a huge deal in Japan, and Hansen was a big deal in Japan. Hulk trusted Hansen, and they had worked together before, so that was why that match was made, and it was a huge moment in Japanese wrestling for All Japan and New Japan to work together.
That wasn't the original plan, though, was it not?
What is that?
Well, I thought the rumor and innuendo was that the original plan was, and I could be wrong on this, that it was Terry Gordy and Hulk Hogan, but Gordy refused to do it. So they brought in Hansen instead.
That may have been somebody that they had suggested, I think, and that may have happened. I don't really know. From my vantage point, it was Hulk wanted to work with Hansen because he trusted Hansen, and they had history. So maybe at some point, All Japan wanted Gordy in there, but
let's talk about my favorite brother love show moment as a kid. It's May of this year, 1990. And during an episode, Hulk comes out and flips your tie in your face. And then you introduce Earthquake, and Earthquake had some awesome music, and, he didn't come out, but his manager, Jimmy Hart, did. I'll let you take it from here.
Well, his manager came out, Hulk grabbed Jimmy, and it was roughing up Jimmy Hart, and from behind, he gets attacked by the Earthquake, and then the Earthquake did the Earthquake finish on the set with no give, no nothing, and squashed Hulk Hogan's chest and ribs into the ground. It was a great moment, but it was one of those people looked at and still remember to this day. It's like you remember watching that as a kid, and I had somebody come up to me in Minnesota, and they were talking about, you remember that time that Earthquake squashed Hulk Hogan on the Brother Love show? And I was like, yeah, I sure as hell do, because it was that great moment that, to me, I compared that to the Big Boss Man angle that we did with Hogan on the Brother Love set and handcuffing him and beating the shit out of him. It was just such a great visual.
You know, he comes in and hits him with the chair from behind after us hearing he's gone, he's sick, can't be here, he's got a sore throat, temperature. And then he squashes him, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and pulls the cross necklace off of his neck, just like the old accidental pull in the snake pit for WrestleMania 3. This is great stuff, man. Who booked it this way, and what did Hogan think about working with Earthquake? Because I think a lot of people, we're going to talk about him in a minute, but I think a lot of people maybe don't know exactly what an athlete John Tenta was and what his background was.
Well, it was all Vince and Pat, coming up with that angle, but it was somebody that Hogan wanted to work with because Earthquake fit that mold of the big, nasty heel for Hogan to slay, the big dragon for him to slay. And John Tenta was somebody, he was a sumo wrestler that had gone through the sumo dojo in Japan, which, I don't care who you are, is probably one of the most grueling things that any athlete could ever go through. Tenta lived over there. He was a legit amateur wrestler, legit sumo, as tough as they come. If he didn't want to be moved, he wasn't going to be moved. But he was also a damn good worker, and he was easy. But when you look at them size-wise and you match up Hogan and Earthquake, you believed that Earthquake would do some damage to Hulk Hogan. So he was easy to get up off his feet. It was a natural. Hogan loved working with him, and they made a lot of money together. The other thing, man, about Earthquake was he looked like he was much older than he was.
No, he's one of those guys. He's like J.J. Dillon and Arn Anderson. He looked 50 when he was 30.
Right. And I want to say that Tenta was still in his 20s here. And he was going bald. He had that big beard, but he looked like like you say, he looked like a 50-year-old man.
It's crazy to think about how young some of these guys were, but you're exactly right. He was born in 63. So, I mean, this is not an old man here.
No, but he looked like it. He looked like a seasoned old wily veteran, man. And you believed him when he did his stuff because he laid it in, but he was really light as a feather.
You mentioned a minute ago, that he was an amateur wrestler. He's a freestyle wrestler, Canadian junior champion in 81, scholarship to LSU where he wrestled, played football there too, goes to Japan to be a sumo in 85, wins all of his 24 matches in his 8-month career, and is renamed,
Kodo Tenzan.
There you go. I knew you were going to do that for me. The Heavenly Mountain Harp. And
you knew that part.
I did. And he said of sumo wrestling, nothing I have ever done, not football, not college wrestling, compares to the kind of physical abuse you inflict on your body in sumo. And of course, he was trained by Giant Baba to be a professional wrestler. And I think a lot of people just look at Earthquake and say, oh, he's a big fat guy. But the reality was, dude was a badass. And I didn't need to know that. I needed to know that fucker killed Hulk and killed the damn snake. And I needed Tugboat. And this is the best of times right here for me and my fandom, man.
He was just a badass. I remember the first night that he was in, Vince asked me, he said, Tenta, go down and find out if he can cut a promo. And we might have been in Glens Falls. I walked downstairs into the locker room and I went up and introduced myself. I said, hey, John, can you cut a promo? And he immediately stood up, and he's like 6'7", 6'8", and cut a promo on my ass. It scared the living shit out of me. Now we're the same age, but he is a big, imposing son of a gun, and cut this great promo. And I remember walking back up to Vince saying, yeah, he can cut a promo. He can talk. He'll be all right. Good. We'll put him with Jimmy Hart. Okay, whatever. But it was
what
great. He can cut a promo.
No.
He'll never speak. Put that one in the back pocket.
That is great stuff. Well, let's talk about what happened after the big squash here. On TV, the announcers are saying that Hogan's injuries, coupled with his WrestleMania 6 loss to Warrior, have taken such a big toll on his fighting spirit that Hogan's going to retire. And viewers are asked to write letters to Hogan and send postcards asking for his return. And I did this, and a lot of people got a postcard sized picture in return, autographed by Hogan. Of course, it was pre-signed as a thank you.
Oh, come on. How do you know it's pre-signed? You got any other duplicates that would? I want everybody to post their postcards of Hulk Hogan, and there you go.
That's not even the best part. Tugboat's on TV telling us we got to get these fucking bracelets. Do you remember this?
Yeah, Hulk Rules, right? Was it the Hulk Rules bracelets?
Dude, the Tugboat bracelet. Like, you guys got me like nobody's business on that. Like, I really felt like I needed this damn bracelet. It was a friendship bracelet. And I felt like I needed this thing.
You did.
This is genius of you guys, because one of the reasons you're doing this whole letter writing campaign, tell everybody the business strategy here.
Mail list, a mailing list. Well, so that we can send out all the specials, the WWE catalog for all of the merchandise and the magazine. And whenever we're coming to your town, we can send you notices letting you know that the live event is coming and don't miss it. Hell yeah.
It's amazing. I mean, I just love this era of wrestling. On the July 14th Superstars, Hulk announces he's going to return at SummerSlam to take on Earthquake. And Hulk starts working both Dino and Earthquake on the house shows as he gets ready for SummerSlam. He's beating Earthquake by DQ in all those matches. And he's pinning Bravo, of course. Let's get to SummerSlam 1990. Hulk Hogan's back, man, and we needed him. It's Philadelphia. And I think this is the time when they did a Brother Love, like trading card or something for brotherly love, right?
Greetings from the city of it was Brother Love, but then I added Brotherly Love and a beautiful picture of yours truly.
Well, cause that's what we needed. We needed pictures of you.
Yes. And those were all individually signed. I marked out each one of those.
Tugboat was supposed to be in Hulk's corner here, but on August 18th, on that edition of Superstars, Earthquake and Bravo would attack our boy Tugboat, injure him, and take him out of being in Hulk's corner, and Big Boss Man would replace him. Now, we've sort of talked about this for WrestleMania 7 before. Chat me up here. Why was the change made?
Well, because in between the conception of making Chic Tugboat and having Tugboat, Hulk Hogan's best friend, and nursing him back to have not Earthquake, but Tugboat turn heel and become a Sheik for the Iraqi war and what have you. Sergeant Slaughter became available and started talking to us. So when Sarge came in, it was thought, well, who are you going to have the better match with? And you have a real American hero in G.I. Joe Sergeant Slaughter that you could program versus a guy that really wasn't getting over so much in Tugboat. And if they don't care about him now as a babyface, they sure as hell aren't going to care about him when he turns heel, where you had the American hero and Sergeant Slaughter return and turn his back on his country. That's why it was changed.
So Hulk gets the win here, but he wins by count out. And I think a lot of people, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to move something that's fucking with my feet.
Can we just tape the show and you rearrange your office when we're done? Is that possible?
Well, I was trying to move it so it wouldn't disturb you.
Well, you've done it twice now, you fucker. And I'm going to have to answer all the tweets because Lord knows you're not gonna.
Well, that's true.
Okay. So
all right,
a lot of people want to know why Earthquake didn't just do the JLB here. And I know it's a different business, but if I had to freestyle a guess, it's because you guys were planning to go immediately to a shit ton of house show business with Earthquake and Hogan. So if you want the clean finish, you got to pay $20.
Pay money for it. Yep. Come on out and see it live in your town.
So Hogan hits the leg drop on SummerSlam on Earthquake, but Jimmy Hart interferes. Hogan throws him out of the ring, body slams Earthquake onto a table at ringside. I think a lot of people forget that. ECW. And
we copied ECW then.
Who said that?
Oh, you're implying that with your
No, I didn't.
chant.
I said a lot of people probably forgot that.
I know that ECW stole from us.
That's what I was saying, dick fuck. Pay attention to the show when you get done rearranging your goddamn office. ECW didn't even exist in 1990.
I know.
Okay. Never mind. I'll be glad when you go to bed. If you show up at my house tomorrow and fucking bird dogs, I'll be mad at you.
That's exactly what I'm showing up in.
Hogan got back into the ring. I swear to God, if I pull into that airport tomorrow and you're there in bird dogs, I'm just going to drive right past you.
You are going to love my outfit.
I'm not even slowing down. By the way, I'm going to take a picture of you and I'm going to post it on Twitter tomorrow when I pick you up, because Bruce travels like a homeless man, not just a homeless man, but like a senile old man. He'll wear like those horrible,
exactly what I'm wearing.
Like one of those shitty shoes that, like Casio Kid has them too. They're like these beach shoes, but you wear yours with ankle socks all the way up to the knee. And then like these dumbass basketball shorts that are like bright orange, and then some sort of something to wrestle shirt, but then like a fishing shirt on top. You're wearing it right now. Exactly. I mean, I just nailed it. It's standard issue Bruce Prichard. Like everything on your person has a total value of $4. But then
that's not true though.
Then you've got on a gold Rolex with diamond bezel. It's like, this is the most confusing thing ever.
Okay. Well, first of all, they're sandal shoes. They're extremely comfortable. They're Sanooks. They're very comfortable.
You're wearing them in public.
I do wear them in public all the time.
At the airport.
Oh, you better believe it.
Ron Funches is embarrassed for you right now.
And they're not ankle socks either. They're
knee socks.
No, they're the other kind of socks. They're the no-show socks.
No, bullshit. You're wearing, at my house, you wear that shit all.
Oh, I've worn the ankle socks. Yeah, okay. But I don't anymore. Now they're all no-shows.
You look like fucking Kevin Owens' dad at my house. It's ridiculous.
I've done that before, yeah. Oh, well, that's not fair, because that was like getting out of dress clothes and still have my dress socks on.
No, that's how you get out of the swimming pool.
So?
Okay.
Oh, like you don't wear socks in the swimming pool.
So this is Hulk's return after several months away. He doesn't win by pin, and the feud sort of ends abruptly, at least the TV version, right after this. Were you guys not pleased with the way the match came together? I mean, you do some house show business with it, but you don't just immediately try to build on it anymore on pay-per-view. And as a kid, I thought this was awesome stuff. I needed more of it.
Well, we had something hot, and you could have gotten in the house shows. So that's, again, the business being different model then. But also at the same time, we were concentrating on building a nasty heel in Sergeant Slaughter, and rebuilding Hulk to be that all-American hero that needed to conquer that Iraqi sympathizing son of a gun.
Well, they keep going all the way through Survivor Series, Earthquake and Hogan. And then after the match where he makes his big return here, he adds a fourth commandment. You know, there's the say your prayers, take your vitamins, train. And now the fourth one is believe in yourself.
There you go.
Survivor Series 1990, November 22nd, we see Hulk team up with Hacksaw Jim Duggan, the Big Boss Man, and Tugboat. Boy, that is a crew right there. That's got WCW 95 all over it. And they take on Earthquake, Haku, Bravo, and Barbarian. You know what I just realized? With the exception of Dino Bravo, who was murdered, every one of these dudes in 5 years is in WCW. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, you had your Dungeon of Doom
Yeah. And then you had, what was the Guardian Angel? Cause and I love what Tony Schiavone would refer to him. He would say, this Guardian Angel, man, he's a big boss, man.
That was terrible.
Oh my God. So, and then, I mean, who could forget the fucking Shockmaster, right? Holy shit.
Shockmaster, and then the shark.
Oh,
the shark with the teeth painted on his beard and shit. Yeah,
the worst. Can you believe they made that an action figure?
That would be cool.
No,
actually.
It is an action figure. You can get it.
That would be cool. Yeah.
I mean, you know somebody. You could text him and ask him to. How great would it be, for the sake of our story? Can you just tell everyone listening that you're gonna, when we finish recording, you're gonna send Vince McMahon a text and ask for the shark action figure to be sent to your house?
Yeah, I won't do that.
For the purposes of our story.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Immediately.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll do. You know what? I'm texting right now.
Thank you. See, for a guy who's been in a fake business for 40 years playing pretend, you would think you would know how to pretend. Theater of the mind here. No shit. Stop reading your text messages. We're doing a show. Okay, you can answer that one from him.
I got to.
Yeah, I get it. Ask for that action figure.
No, Conrad said that.
And
you know the address. You used to send checks here.
You used to send checks here. That's so great. Hulk eliminated Bravo and Barbarian, and the Survivor Series is, for this year, is the one where the winners of each elimination match meet in the main event. It winds up being 3-on-5, 3 baby faces against 5 heels. Interestingly enough, Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, we got that. We know those are 2 of the baby faces, but the third one, a very peculiar choice. Tito Santana.
Arriba!
Now there's been lots of rumor and innuendo over the years that Tito Santana was one of the guys who was considered to be the next torchbearer for you guys. Instead, it winds up being Bret Hart. Were you guys flirting with the idea of Tito being a top guy here at SummerSlam or Survivor Series 90?
No. No, we weren't. Tito was a good one to add to that because it was unpredictable, and I don't think that people would have picked that. But also at the same time, Tito was at that level.
What was it about Tito that Vince really liked?
Consistency. He was consistent. One of the absolute best flawless workers I've ever seen in the ring, and just dependable and consistent.
Let's talk a little bit about the actual match itself. On the other side, there's going to be the entire team of the Visionaries: Rick Martel, Hercules, Paul Roma, and the Warlord. And they team up with Ted DiBiase. This is the only time they did a Survivor Series like this. Whose idea was it? Why did you never do it again?
I think it was Vince's idea. And the reason we never did it again was because it made no sense and it sucked.
I love you when you can just be honest like that. It made no sense and it sucked.
It didn't. Who's to say who teams with who? They're not winning anything. It just, it sucked.
I'm not arguing that.
Yeah.
So, I think we know the deal here. Hulk eliminates Roma and DiBiase, making himself and the Ultimate Warrior the winners and sole survivors. And is this to just have Hulk sprinkle some more Hulk dust on Warrior? Or what's the relationship like here by the end of 1990 between Warrior and Hogan?
Well, I think it was basically Hulk kind of saying, you know what, I'm back, I'm the man, and you want to put us side by side, then I'm going to show you that nothing's going to beat Hulkamania.
Hulk winds up working a bunch more house shows against Earthquake to close out November. Earthquake actually wins all those matches by count out. And then he works Earthquake in a bunch of more singles matches. And then a lot of times teaming up with Tugboat to take on Earthquake and Dino Bravo in tag matches. And they do that through the finish of December of 1990. So that's going to wrap up Hogan 1990. Where would you rank his 90 compared to 89? I mean, as much as I love the Earthquake deal, if you have to compare No Holds Barred, SummerSlam with Zeus, and WrestleMania 5 against WrestleMania 6 and SummerSlam 90, I'm probably still going I'm going 89 is a better year for Hogan. Your thought?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. 89 was better. And I'll go back to what I said at the end of 89, that there was something in the air, that they were getting a little tired of things. It was even more evident here that they wanted something new.
What did they want?
Just something new. And more than anything, I think it was change Hulk up a little, either change him up, but I'm getting the same three punches, the big leg and the leg drop. I just they wanted something new. They wanted something different, and they were tired of the same old. And it started to show in 91 as time went on. They wanted new and they wanted different, whether it was Hulk turning or just somebody else in that role.
So check this out. These are some great questions. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Kenny,
are you going to rapid fire?
No, because these are good ones.
All right.
Kenny wants to know, I've been hearing a lot in various audio podcasts of talk that hadn't Bruiser Brody died in 88, he would have had a run with Hogan that would see the Hulkster go over on him. Even Meltzer has speculated at this too. Was there ever any consideration to bringing Brody in? What say you, Bruce?
I'd say it's all rumor and innuendo. Vince was not a fan of Brody's, and I started there in 87, and I never, Brody was killed in 1988. So in my entire time there, Brody's name was never mentioned.
Then how do you know that? Okay, it's possibly coming in. Sean Duke wants to know, were Earthquake or Hennig ever pitched to be the one to defeat Hogan at WrestleMania 6?
Hennig was pitched as being a WWE champion, and Hennig was somebody that we all felt could have carried the championship. Babyface territory, man. Babyface champ.
Rufus wants to know, did Hogan take a pay cut after losing the belt when he was on shows that he didn't headline, since Macho Man was the champ? Or did he have a contract that allowed him to have any sort of set salary / pay-per-view match, regardless of card slot, since he was indeed Hulk Hogan?
I can't think of any show that Hulk Hogan was on that he didn't headline. So I don't ever remember him being an also ran in any of those. If Hulk was on the card, usually he was the headliner.
Mike wants to know, in Hulk's promo before his match at WrestleMania 6, he says, "It doesn't matter whether you win or you lose." It seems odd for him to say that in a promo when most of his promos were about how Hulkamania would destroy his opponents with no question. Was this something noted by Vince or the boys at the time? It almost seems like sour grapes from Hogan, knowing he was going to drop the belt in a few minutes.
I think that's just people reading too much into it. I think that people say that. I do believe that Hulk said that to hedge his bet, let people know that brother, it's not whether you win or lose because I'm losing tonight.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go back and you watch that, it's like when you see a movie that's got a big twist at the end and then you go back and watch it and you start to see all the clues. And, oh, fuck, there it was.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of that in this era to me. Scott Martin, and this is a hilarious question, Scott, and I can't wait to hear Bruce's reaction. Were there ever any ideas of Hogan getting an Intercontinental title run?
You know what the answer to that question is?
Absolutely.
No.
What do you,
Go ahead.
what do you mean? You weren't considering putting the Intercontinental title? I think he could have done a really great job as the Intercontinental champion.
Yeah. No consideration.
And would that not be like wearing your shoes on the wrong feet? Like you could do it, but what the fucking weirdest thing ever. Hulk Hogan, the Intercontinental champion. Everything about that feels weird.
Yes, it does. But I know it's shocking, but no, there was never any consideration to that.
What about cruiserweight? Did y'all ever think about asking him to drop some LBs?
We asked him if he could drop a few LBs. We could maybe do. Listen, brother, you could be the only cruiserweight champ.
Brother, you could do a Hulkarana. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's where you would flip the dude off the top rope, dude. But you would
wait a minute, brother. How am I going to get up on the top rope again?
With
the dude is on the top rope. Yeah.
Jim Ben says, tell us about the cocaine promos of the era. And by the way, I don't want to hear that nobody was doing cocaine back then, because if you watch some of these promos, specifically with Hulk Hogan and the Macho Man, these motherfuckers are flying high, or so it looks. And obviously different time, different place.
Well, it may look that way, but I can tell you and look you right in the eye and tell you I never did cocaine with any of them. So.
No, I don't think that you did, but are you going to tell me that cocaine never made its way into the locker room ever?
I'm sure there were a lot of guys doing cocaine. Again, different time, different place. I don't know in 1990 that there was, because the drug test had already, that was something that Vince had, kind of put the thumb down on. So no, cocaine wasn't something that was really rampant at that time. Pot was.
John wants to know, why not turn Hogan heel if y'all saw the crowd turning on him already? Could that not have kept him in WWE longer? I mean, I know you said this was your idea here, but I think the question is worth asking again. I mean, why didn't you do it later? Was it always he's a hero to children, even in 91 and 92 and 93?
It was that way until Hulk turned heel in WCW, even bringing Hulk back. And Vince felt that he was justified and proven right when the WWE audience, when Hulk came back in the NWO, the audience cheered him.
Right.
So it's kind of hard to argue that.
No, I agree. I mean, it's hard to argue Vince's point, especially when he comes back. I mean, he's legitimately running people over with 18-wheelers in their cheering.
And they're cheering. Woohoo! But wait a minute, that's our top baby face. Yeah, fuck him. Society.
Chris wants to know, where did the Hulk Rules logo come from?
Man, actually, I think that was Hulk's idea. I remember Hulk pitching me that idea and telling me all about Hulk Rules, and he wanted to change up the Hulkamania stuff to Hulk Rules and do something new. And he predicted, how big it was going to be. And it was, man, that was a hell of a campaign.
No doubt. Brian wants to know, when was the first moment Bruce and perhaps Vince thought it was time to change direction? Now, you have acknowledged that you thought it was time and you pitched it and got shut down. Do you remember the moment, like the match, the angle, any of that?
I just remember the time frame, and that was like late 1989, that the audience was just looking for something new. They just wanted new.
Curtis wants to know, how many brothers does Hulk have?
Lots of brothers, brother.
Hilarious question here from Ryan. What were Hogan's shirts made of? Just regular cotton t-shirts or some sort of rubberish material?
Oh my God. Rubberish? You can't tear rubber.
You can. If you're Hulk Hogan, you can tear anything.
Well, good point. That's a good point.
Chris wants to know, was there ever any thoughts of having Hogan become a double champion, like a world champion and a tag champion?
Well, we thought about making him Intercontinental Champion one time.
I was hoping you'd do a callback. Real question here from Eric. How many shirts do you think Hulk has ripped throughout his entire career?
Okay, I'll give you a real answer. Probably 5,000.
Tom Roth wants to know, do wrestlers realize how ridiculous the crisscross is psychology-wise?
The hell does that mean? That's one of the most logical things that you would do if you were in a fight. Is you would hit the ropes and drop down, and then you'd tackle, and then you'd get it again. Makes perfect fucking sense. That is why you people are not successful in your wrestling. And in amateur wrestling, you know, the crisscross is probably one of the first things that they teach you as a defense mechanism.
What class, what day in wrestling school do they teach you get it again?
Fourth.
Well, let me just tell you, get it again is the most Southern wrestling term I know. It's tremendous. Julian wants to know, any cool ribs the Hulkster pulled on Bruce or any of the guys?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that Hulkster ever really ribbed me. He was pretty good to me and took good care of me. But
Andrew wants to know, what were merchandise sales like for Hogan during this time? It's obvious he was number one, but in comparison to, say, the Austin era, how close were they or far apart were they to one another in merchandise sales? And before you answer, I guess we should mention that I think you should only answer this from a live event standpoint, because you could order Austin stuff for a while online, and you could order it through like QVC and Home Shopping Network. And you guys had achieved much greater licensing through Walmart and things. I mean, you could buy wrestling shirts in Walmart, and you couldn't do that in Hogan's era. So just from a live event standpoint, like the per head or whatever, what would you say?
I'd say they were comparable. You know, Austin obviously blew Hogan away as far as number of shirts sold because of all of that. Different time, different place. But for live event sales, but even then they brought more for Austin because they knew, you know, what that was. And for Hogan, it was still at a time when they were experimenting with merchandise sales. But I think if you were to go apples to apples, I bet they would probably be comparable.
Man, I'm so glad you explained that, because I really do feel like, you know, some people forget that when Hogan was doing a lot of this, it was really pioneering shit.
Yes.
And so you didn't know how many shirts to buy because you didn't know if people were buying shirts. Like, yes, they were buying shirts, but really Hulkamania was one of the first like mass produced, crazy sold shirts. And you didn't know what the appetite was really going to be. I mean, yes, t-shirts and merchandise and photos and gimmick tables had existed, but to the scale that they were about to be, that had never happened before. So it was all sort of unprecedented territory, right?
Also, you have to understand as well that for the smaller territories and how we had done merchandise before was you had a merchandise person that hauled that stuff from town to town. Now, when they're running major arenas, you had to drop ship huge quantities of all of your merchandise to an arena where they would then count it all out. And then you would bring a person in, they would count it. the arena would sell your merchandise for you. They would take a percentage and settle up with you at the end of the night. So there was sometimes just no way of knowing until you're into it. So yeah, it was all new in the mid 80s, but Hulkamania was, man, that was a shirt.
Julian asked a great question. Why does Hulk get such a bad reputation among internet wrestling fans?
Because he was successful. He was the most successful. He was the most over, and he was the man. So it's in vogue to hate people that are successful, I think.
James wants to know, what was the point of Hogan winning the title or winning the 90 Royal Rumble? He was already champion.
He wasn't the champion in 1990, was he?
Yeah, he dropped it to Warrior. I think what James is forgetting here is that this is before you guys had put in the win the Rumble main event and get a title shot for the belt. I think a lot of people assume that's been around forever. It was not the case here, but the real reason Hogan won the Royal Rumble is because Hogan must
pose, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Great question here from Tom Wing. Was there ever any discussion after the SummerSlam 89 to turn Brutus Beefcake heel on Hogan?
Not there. No. And I think that Hulk always felt that, say, kind of how Vince viewed Hulk is how Hulk viewed Beefcake.
Sexy wife MILF AJ asks, do you believe Hulk Hogan ever slept with Miss Elizabeth? And who would win in a shoot fight, Hogan or Savage?
No, I don't think he did. And I don't know. I have no idea who the hell would win.
Probably Hogan 2018, if I had to guess.
In 2018, yeah, Hogan would definitely win. Savage was a savage son of a gun, though.
Curtis asks, I thought Hogan lost to Warrior the way a champion should. Wonderfully done. I think Hogan was even more popular after losing to Warrior because he had our sympathy. What was Bruce's opinion?
I completely agree with that. I even remember the next night, or the next time that we did television, and there was concern over, man, how are they going to react to Hulk? And I know that Hulk kind of wondered how they were going to react. And Vince, we were standing right there, and Vince said, by God, Terry, they're going to explode because they want you to succeed so bad. They are going to explode when you go out. It will be even bigger than it was before. And I dare say it was.
Let's talk about Thomas's question, because this is one that, believe it or not, we've gotten a lot, and I don't think we've ever even hinted at. Who greased up the Hulkster before he went out to the ring? You can do the front of yourself by yourself, but what about the back? Does the WWE employ a greaser in the back? Do the guys grease each other up? And is there anyone who does not like to rub baby oil on other men? Any good stories about men rubbing baby oil on each other?
Hey, brother, can you help me out here? Just get the spot on my back, get any dry spot back there.
No, man, guys helped each other, make sure that every spot was covered in their back. They helped a brother out, man. You oil my back, I'll oil yours.
Back in the day, this is a real question. I mean, they didn't change the ring apron as often as they do now. So ring mats would get dirty and guys would be bleeding, and you needed to make sure that you didn't, get ill or catch something. So back in the day, was it not common for younger wrestlers to watch the older wrestlers' backs?
In Japan, it was.
I mean, I just think that's interesting. It's a nice little,
I don't know that practice was really ever done in the States, but in Japan, yeah, young boys did.
I wasn't going to say that word. Corey wants to know, was there anyone in the locker room that Hogan refused to work with? Because there's been lots of rumor and innuendo, thanks to our buddy, that Hogan flat refused to do anything with Rick Rude.
And, we've talked about that before, and I'd never heard that.
Joe wants to know, I always notice on every VHS at the end of the credits that Hulk Hogan was trademarked by Marvel Comics Group. Was Vince McMahon paying Marvel a certain amount of money over the years so they could use the name Hulk? And if so, how much was he paying Marvel to do so?
I have no idea how much he paid him, but yes, they did license the Hulk name from Marvel.
The rumor and innuendo I've heard is $500,000 a year. Would you say that sounds right?
God, I don't think it was that much back then, but honestly, I don't know.
Tom wants to know, what was Bruce and Conrad's favorite Hulk Hogan match? Not just from this time, but ever.
For me, my favorite was WrestleMania 3, man. It just was monumental.
I've got a different one. If you count the story, which you don't, I'm sure if he's saying match, I would count WrestleMania 5. If you're just saying a match when I was a kid, WrestleMania 6, it's not close. That was the biggest ever. But if you're going to go the whole lifetime, man, WrestleMania 18 against The Rock, which I know is Cody Rhodes' favorite. That's like textbook crazy crowd. How can you ever beat this? Right.
It was great, but again, just for overall historical, everything about it, WrestleMania 3, that one's going to be hard to beat in our lifetime.
Craig Reynolds writes that he wrote one of those letters to Hulk Hogan, wishing him well after Earthquake attacked him. And he wrote it all the way from the United Kingdom. And he says he was thrilled to receive back a postcard from the Hulkster. Chat me up. How many do you think that they received? Real question. When you ran this campaign, send your get well letters to Hulk Hogan, how many do you think came in? Just guess.
Dude, I think we did over 100,000, which was a big number for people to actually sit down and write in. It's huge.
Man, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah. I remember being blown away with them talking about it in the promotion, saying, man, this worked.
Well, let's wrap up this week, and let's remind you that next week we've got SummerSlam 1998 coming your way. And next weekend, as you're getting ready to listen to SummerSlam 1998, just before SummerSlam 2018, 20 years later, you can come see Bruce and I next Saturday, Gramercy Theater, BrucePrichard.com. 2 p.m. is the start time. You've got plenty of time to come see Bruce and I, and then make your way over to see the NXT show. Come join us. Manhattan, New York City. Here we come. BrucePrichard.com is the place to make it happen. And don't forget, you've got until midnight tonight on August 10th to go ahead and pre-order StarCast. Save yourself $20. It's only $79 right now. It will be $99 tomorrow, but today you get a $20 cheaper, and you get a $20 fight credit, which you can use towards All In. You'll get to see the roast of Bruce Prichard, the Monday Night Wars debate with Bruce. We've got some Spend My Days karaoke with Bruce and Jeff Jarrett. It's going to be the place to be this Labor Day weekend, but you don't have to make your trip to Chicago. You can enjoy it across the pond or anywhere you'd like. Go to fight.tv/StarCast. That's FITE.tv/StarCast. There's 2 R's in StarCast, and we will see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle With. Hey, look, I remembered how to end the show.
That's good. That's an improvement.
I think we actually woke up and came alive the longer the show went.
Well, you got to say my name now.
Oh, Bruce Prichard. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell so you get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And go save yourself some money right now. If you're in a 30-year loan or you have credit card debt, it's not a matter of if I can save you money. It's a matter of how much. Find out right now for free at SaveWithConrad.com.